Welcome back to Team Fortress TV. If there was ever any doubt that human cloning was alive and well, we welcome Admirable to the desk.
Hey, vlog.
And actually, during the break as well, one of WARHURYEAH's biggest fans is here.
Yep.
He's got it there.
Just approached me. I was in the exhibition hall. This fan came up to me, wanted to take me with it, so I did.
And that's about it for us. Good night, everybody. We're getting ready. We're getting set. The map picks and bans have been set for our grand final. Insomnia 58. It is Crowns, and it is full tilt. The first map is going to be Badlands. James, you haven't been here all day.
Yes.
So
I've been here in spirit. I was in Twitch chat, naming it up with the best of them.
Well, you know, what's the biggest thing you're looking at for this? But was this the final you were looking forward to? And do you have any decisions on who you think is going to take it?
When I was watching the cast, I was kind of a little bit miffed by the EU bias. I was feeling slight pangs of guilt for Froyo Tech, but at the same time, of the choices we had remaining, since Jasmine T went out, yeah, I'm happy to see full tilt going off against Crowns here. It is going to be the final that Europe deserves.
Do we have a favorite team here on this map, WARHURYEAH, Badlands, or is that, we've mentioned that map preference is kind of out the window, but certainly we've seen a lot of Crowns and full tilt, certainly in this past ETF12 season, DreamHack.
Yeah, so people that may not be aware is that the banned maps that basically aren't going to be played is Product and Reckoner.
Yep. Sorry to Fi, who's in the audience here this evening, actually.
That's got a smart.
Yeah.
But it's Badlands, I don't think really favors like anyone in particular. It's quite an even map. It's going to be very, very difficult. I can't really call this map, but I would say Crowns probably could take it just because they're the favourites coming in from the high bracket. So I put them as sort of favourite. They're very, very regimented and organised when they play like a slow and passive style.
There was the notion that if full tilt can play now here at 5 o'clock local time, the same as they did earlier today, they could really give Crowns a run for their money. You agree with that, James, Chris?
Do we know who actually picked this first map? Just to...
who picked?
Probably full tilt.
Full tilt, yeah. Badlands.
I feel like the way the tournament's worked out definitely favours full tilt. Like, they're coming into this with a lot of momentum. They've really had the highs and lows throughout the tournament. It seemed like they were on the verge of going out against Xenex yesterday, and then they managed to come back from one round down in the third final map. And they're kind of like on a real redemption story here. Like, the chemistry between Salintes and Mike is just going through the roof.
Unreal.
It's going to be insane to see those guys go up against Kaptain and Drackk. Drack's got a lot of weight on his shoulders right now, War.
Yep. Yeah. We have some, sorry, go ahead, War. We're about to kick it over to the server here as we have a look at the full tilt roster and some of the statistics, as we mentioned. I mean, the soldier combo you just talked about, James, you said it, Mike and Salintes. Salintes almost making a name for almost playing better than Mike, which is a surprise maybe to some.
Yeah, I think, like, no offense to Sideshow, but like when Salintes played with Sideshow, Salintes really tried to do everything in the team. Like, he always put so much weight on his own shoulders that he struggled to like even do what he needed to do correctly. But now that Mike's there, he's been unleashed, and since they've like met up at LAN, you know, they're obviously able to sort of refine that faster and faster, and we just see game on game that they're getting so much better together, to the point where they are clearly the favourite soldier duo in this matchup in the grand final.
It's got that guardian angel of Mikey A. Where we can look at some of the head-to-heads here in a moment. Why don't we take a look at the Crowns roster here first? Crowns have had a bit of a break. I'm wondering, does that almost work against you a little bit in a LAN setting as we have a look at the stats? War, do you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, the LAN stats for these guys are kind of like as expected, being like the more dominant team. I mean, yeah, funnily enough, it's across the board, they're really, really, really good. Nobody really sort of sticks out truly because they've actually played like quite a bit less than everybody else.
Yeah.
But
I mean, they've been watching all the VODs, but I mean, does the fact that you're not playing for all these hours, does that affect you at all? I mean, they've been probably, you know, maybe they've been scrimming or DMing or whatnot, but does that factor in?
Yeah, I would say so. If you really don't sort of get that warm up, then it's going to be like a massive problem. However, these are experienced video gamers, so it should not be a problem, and there's no excuse if they do lose 5-0.
We got map 1 out of 5. It is Badlands. With the call, we have Sideshow. We got Bren. Take it away, lads.
It is all European. A first. It hasn't been like that since I49.
Yep, that's true. I mean, we've had the double NA final as well at I46.
Yeah.
They weren't quite able to replicate it at I52, but it was incredibly close. And they've done it this time. A lot of people were pegging this to be the final coming into it, but we really didn't know where Jasmine and where WARHURYEAH were going to match up. As it turns out, it was ridiculously close.
Oh, yeah.
Just across the board. It wasn't even that the fourth place team was close to third, who was then close. The fourth place team was also close to the first place team.
Yeah.
And, in every way, this tournament could have gone completely differently had there been some tiny little changes to how different team fights went, or some changes in the pick ban or something. But it is Crowns and Full Tilt that find themselves in this final, and the first map is going to be Badlands. What do you think about that, Bren?
I think that's understandable. First pick was Full Tilt. They clearly want to take the fight straight to them. It's a map that they've shown that they are comfortable with. They won pretty much almost all the mids against WARHURYEAH earlier on today.
Yeah, they did.
So they are very comfortable on it, and I think it is a map that can sort of punish Crowns' styles a lot better than other maps.
Yeah, it can a little bit. The only thing for Full Tilt is that they certainly won't want their backs against the wall on last.
Yeah.
As soon as they get themselves into that position, Badlands last, one of the most difficult ones to push out from, they'll really struggle against Crowns, who lock that down really well, and also punish with Stark going behind for back caps in the same way when Full Tilt was playing against WARHURYEAH Tech. They were able to get a few opportunities out. Crowns will be trying to limit that to absolutely zero. So, if they come out of the gate strong, and if they're doing well on the mid fights, then I certainly think that Full Tilt could start this off with a map win.
Yeah.
But I think we saw with the interview with Free State as well, where he was saying they watched the Crowns Full Tilt game before. They watched the demo back when they met in the upper bracket earlier on. And Full Tilt weren't playing that high progressive style. They were just trying to, slowly make their way across, pick a weakness into Crowns. And that has been the style that they've mostly gone for in these domestic matchups of EU v EU, Crowns Full Tilt. But I think if they just play the same as they did before, it was overwhelmingly fast, and the soldiers were overwhelmingly good that I don't think you can really argue with it. If Crowns are able to mop up that kind of aggression, then fair play to them. But that's a tough ask, I think. The best way to get a good mid-fight, certainly on Badlands, I think, will be going balls to the wall aggression, same as they did against WARHURYEAH Tech to win that map before.
It's the Salentes Mike combination of soldiers, really, at the end of the day. They are just an absolute powerhouse.
Tell you what, though, I taught Mike everything he knows.
Yeah, that's a fact, ladies and gentlemen. Sideshow is officially better than Mike.
I'm not going to say better than Mike. I'm a bit rusty. I haven't played in a while.
Right, okay.
You give me 10 minutes on that server, I'm in there. But at the moment, it looks like Mike is on a bit of a hot streak. He's not doing too badly. So
you could say that.
You could say that. I think he's out-damaged most of the members of his team from the Roma position consistently across the LAN. And he did that at I55 as well, just absolutely slamming people playing for Reason Gaming. It was like consistently manages to get the most ridiculous damage numbers and kills. And against WARHURYEAH Tech, Paddy and Free State, they really didn't have an answer for it. The flank was getting crushed there a lot of the time. Now, Crown's flank have almost got the perfect counter to that, in that Drackk will play about 3 miles away. You can see him just in the distance over there holding some doorway. And Stark is, of course, a phenomenal scout, and he's normally on the flank as well. So I don't expect Mike to be having such he was like he was in a playground when he's playing against these other people. But against Crowns, he's going to find it a bit more tough. I think it's really difficult to pry Drackk out of position. He's glued to the floor when he's in these kind of places. His discipline level is ridiculous. I saw Kaidus before over by the thing, and I don't know whether someone brought a set to go along with Paulson's stuff, but he had a whip. And Drackk
behind the scenes, TFTV, you can buy it in a documentary, but I mean,
Drack's in pain. Midnight Mick will not be happy when he comes home covered in scars. No, but Midnight Mick will be happy, and was happy, in fact, that they managed to make it to the grand final. And we've seen this matchup so many times before, most notably at DreamHack Summer.
Oh, yeah.
And that one went the full way. I don't want to say it almost went the full way. But in terms of the actual games, in terms of the maps, they were all incredibly close, and interestingly, they all took each other's map picks at that point as well. So we could be in for something like that again. Obviously, Reckoner was in at that point because Full Tilt had made it in through the upper bracket. They favoured Reckoner. It was actually Crowns who won Reckoner that time, which is, it was strange. It was a ridiculous game, though. But we're not going to be seeing Reckoner this time, which I think,
it's a shame.
I really think that Full Tilt should have picked it against FroyoTech as well. Because they do have some really nice strategies for that as well. They were talking, I guess I can actually reveal them now as well, seeing as we're not playing Reckoner at all, but you know how we're on last.
What about ETF12 Season 25?
ETF12 Season 25?
You worried about that?
No, I'm not worried about that, mate. I'm just going to leak all their secrets all over the place.
Yeah.
They had a really sick play that they were talking about last night. They got really excited about it, and they had like a little group of us who were all out for a meal, and they were like, I don't know whether we can trust these guys. Can we trust them? Can we trust them with this information? You know, they really felt like it was going to help them out. So I find it strange that they didn't go for that pick. Obviously, they can't in this fixture because Crowns get both the bans from as coming through the upper bracket. But they had some set. You know how in CS you have like set smokes, you have like you look up, pin the angle, and you go like, oh, that'll land there. Exactly. So Ale has set up some of those for crit stickies into Reckoner last, where he can sit in one of the plant pots and you line it up with a certain area and fully charge, and he's got 4 set positions where it'll land exactly where the medic holds. So I really wish that we'd been able to see that in one of these games, because that sounds fantastic. But the team have also been working on other things like that throughout their fixtures against Crowns. Something that they were talking about after DreamHack Summer was just, how do we break this passive playstyle? You know, it's not really passive. I don't like to call it that, but it's like incredibly regimented.
Yes.
They set up this defensive wall, and it's incredibly hard to find a crack in the armor unless you get things flowing. But as soon as Crowns slow down and stop the game, it's really difficult to get it back going again unless it's not in your favor. If you're running away, then that's fine. Crowns are on the chase. But some of the things they floated were like running the crits a bit more, which they have done now. Using heavies in last pushes and things, more use of the utilities other than just sniper to break the stalemate. So I think Full Tilt have gravitated away from trying to emulate Crowns' playstyle that works very well for Crowns, but when you have 2 teams playing it against each other, it becomes a little bit like who can get the first round and hold on to it for as long as possible, and you need some crazy plays to get things up and going again. So I think they've gravitated away from that kind of stuff, and they're trying to just throw a spanner in the works, throw a crit sticky in there. Maybe, I'm really hopeful that we'll see some of the banners out as well, because that was an idea floated around by it. I'm not sure whether they've really done work with it. Of course, arrow building is another thing. Like I feel like Full Tilt are the ones who are experimenting more with these kind of different mechanics that we haven't seen properly perfected yet by the teams.
And I think part of that, the reason this matchup is so interesting, Crowns versus Full Tilt, is that these guys, they've been playing each other for ages. Like back and forth, it's pretty much they are the 2 top European teams. They're very, very familiar with each other's play styles. So it's almost necessary for Full Tilt to make these drastic kind of experimental changes.
Absolutely.
To catch them off guard completely. So I am very, very interested to see whether they have devised anything last night. I know they got a few drinks in that can spur some crazy ideas.
It certainly can spur some crazy ideas. But I don't know. The team as well, when they were talking in the interview with eXtine, were saying that they had been experimenting with Thalash playing the pocket scout for a while and Ast playing as the aggressive scout. They have switched back, but they're certainly not afraid to mix things up. I've seen Salentes as well at this tournament playing on the flank quite a lot. I think they just like to split up, and whoever wants to take a certain angle takes it. They're very flexible and adaptable, but they're not very disciplined. They don't have a lot of they don't have somebody who's making perfect calls all the time. It's much more on the fly, and there's pros and cons to that. They're able to adapt in a lot of situations, and the aggressive play really does suit them. But when you need to come up with a creative idea or a perfect call, Full Tilt can occasionally let you down, whereas Crowns will often deliver. And we are going live now with our first map of the TF2 Grand Finals here at i58. Let's make some noise for Crowns v Full Tilt.
Here we go. Ali's going to be rolling out, and this is, as Sideshow's just said, map number 1, Badlands of this best of 5. We're going to see which way these teams decide to take it. Crowns opting for a bit more passive. Spudd just holding in that house area. Ali trying to get in the damage if he potentially can. Crowns opting for the Valley push, and a few members on the side of Full Tilt are a little bit weak now. Drackk bombing in straight onto the back line. Ali going to be the first casualty there. He is very weak, however, so he could potentially get a counter flank.
Oh, Mike is doing work in the back lines. He's taken Raymon down so weak as well. Raymon was only on about 20 health, and Mike is back in. He's not going to be able to get that one. No, Kaptain with full health, full overheal, and Crowns, they had prepared themselves perfectly for Full Tilt's aggression. They set up so defensively in the Valley, not even taking any room, just setting up on Hoodoo, waiting for players to bomb in, and then slowly, as soon as Drackk got an initiation, what a shot there onto Silentes. That was a big play by Kaptain. Kaptain's aim as well is just phenomenal. He doesn't get talked about as much because he doesn't play that really power style, but at LAN, that guy is a boss as well.
He absolutely does pound, but there we go. A quick pipe from Ali, going to be bringing him down, just as we were talking about him, and Drackk did fall as well to Mike there on the flank. Now this is where Full Tilt look to push their advantage a little bit further into that midpoint. Silentes, he leaps forward, gets off the force. Now this is an Uber exchange for both these teams. We're going to see which way they can take it beyond this. Full Tilt, a lot of members are weak actually, so they're going to choose to just play a bit more passive on this second point. So far, so good. It's still 0-0 for both these teams.
One of my biggest problems with the way that Full Tilt try and capitalize on their advantages is that as soon as they get something like the 2 picks that they just had, they take so long to set up around a choke and think about how they want to approach it, that by the time they get in, not only have Crowns set themselves up, adjusted their position slightly so that they can put the maximum amount of spam on the chokes, but the players are just about to respawn anyway. So at the end of that Uber trade, things have to go back to normal. But one thing that's changed is that Stark is deep behind.
He is indeed. Now this is what he is well known for. He loves to get deep behind the enemy lines and down and dirty with it, but he's not really pulling anybody else behind with him at the moment. Mike is on that flank, just really just trying to shut them out a little bit. Are they even aware of this? This man that's managed to sneak his way in?
You know, I'm not sure whether they are actually, but I'm also not sure what Crown's plan is here, because Stark appears not to be going for a play whatsoever. He must realize at this point that there's nobody looking for him as well, because he hasn't even seen anybody, hasn't heard a snifter.
Yeah.
So with Thalash and Mike moving over to the resup area, is Thalash going to go for an off class? No, just picking up some health and ammo, I guess. And he's back into the fray. They play with both of their scouts over a choke in order to deny soldier bombs or a play that comes around, but it's Stark that looking to initiate. Did Ast see him there? No, I think he was still hidden behind the thing. And in comes Drackk, and Stark in as well. Koss has managed to dodge the rockets from Drackk, and Stark gets slammed in the air by Ale. He wasn't able to hit any shots onto Koss there as well, actually, and that has created a 2-pick advantage. Silentes in through the choke, Bren.
Absolutely moving right onto them, gets off one rocket, knocking Raymon back. They're going to be popping off the Ubers for both these teams now, trying to exchange it. Kaptain has managed to find Silentes in the midst of all this. So now Hafficool with the follow-up onto Ast. 2-player advantage so far with those 2 picks. Crowns gaining control slowly but surely. They're moving forward now into the second point. Full Tilt realize they're not really in the best position to be defending this, and with Mike going down as well, they have to play a bit more passive here, and they're going to be moving all the way back. Uber is pretty much equal for both these teams yet. They don't have it just right now, but it's about 50% for both of them.
And for Crown's playstyle, this first round is the most important in any map. And once they get 1 point on the board, they'll start to feel more comfortable in these situations where they're holding and letting the time tick down. So it's really important for them to be able to execute here. Last pushes with equal Ubers are an area where Crowns continues to disappoint, really, but they play it in such a style that they never lose control of second, so they have myriad opportunities to push last. So it actually doesn't matter that much that their execution into last is often fairly poor.
Well, we've got a defensive off classes by Full Tilt, the engineer set up by Thalash, just building up his sentry a little bit. Ast was also on sniper, he still is on sniper, really just trying to get that one crucial pick. But I think 1 pick pushing out of this point is really not enough. You need more. You need about 2 to really try and avoid losing any angles. But right now, Crowns are just happy to hold on. They're in the driving seat in this lobby area. They're more than happy to just wait it out and see if they can test the waters a little bit.
Yeah, they are for now. They're just... See, it always looks like they don't really have a plan. It looks like they're just looking around, waiting for somebody on Full Tilt to go aggressive and try and pick them off, but nobody's actually trying anything beyond spamming. I think they play the mental game, and they try and persuade Full Tilt that they're just going to sit there forever and leave it up to them to make a mistake. But they're not trying to force the mistake in this situation, which is what what annoys me about the Crowns playstyle when they push last, is that they're not trying to engineer themselves, force mistakes out of the other team. They just expect them to happen, so it takes a much longer for them. And Kaptain's actually been juggled in a little bit, takes a bit of damage. They're just spamming. Kaptain started going a little further in there, thinking about maybe trading the Ubers, seeing if he could get a better force out. They know that Ast is on sniper and Thalash has a sentry.
It's a very difficult situation right now for Full Tilt to try and break themselves out of it. Crowns, we know their playstyle all too well for anyone who follows the ETF2L circuit, but right there, and then Mike finds Kaptain. I think that was a sack attempt by him.
And look, they're instantly outside. Crowns, you know, in the next second, as soon as they saw that flick up on the kill feed, they're all outside, and this position ensures that there is no way that Full Tilt can push out from last. And Stark hiding in trash as well, just making sure that if they do, he'll be able to get there. Spudd is running the quickie bomb launcher as well, along with the pain train. You know, I'm not actually a big fan of this play anymore since they changed Badlands. The cap time, you can't really play the point as well as you could. Previously, you could run like a set execute into Badlands last, where you take the stickies off the point with a quickie bomb launcher, and you're able to get down. But at this point, I think if you run players under the point in a hope of capping it out quickly before the rest of Full Tilt can react, you can't do that anymore with the extended time. I'd be very disappointed in Full Tilt's defense if they allowed that to happen. But it doesn't really make that much difference for Spudd, because he's never going to be caught in a transition play with this weapon. They plan never to lose control of Spire.
Well, with only 6 minutes 40 seconds roughly on the clock until the round is actually reset, is that in the realms of possibility for Full Tilt, or are Crowns going to be the ones to send someone in? And Stark is the one, that one singular man. He's gone right behind the enemy lines, probably going to be die. No, he picks up Thalash. 1 HP.
He got a huge meat shot there onto Kos as well. That was really, really dangerous for them. I think they were just relying on Thalash there to get the kill, and they've done a bit of spam to the sentry as well, but it looks like Thalash probably going to respawn in time to fix it up. There's nobody else in a position. Kaptain was trying to get an angle onto it there from Toxic and did die. So that sentry gun is going to be repaired. For Crowns, again, one player down all the way outside. And I kind of don't get it as well, because there's no way that they're going to bait Full Tilt into a push with a single pick.
No.
So I'd almost like them to throw in another player in that situation and try and hold it 4v6 with the spawners coming in, because at that point Full Tilt are going to be more tempted to push out from last, and you're going to have you've still got a favorable fight in terms of position. You don't in terms of players, but they'll be back in the fray fairly shortly anyway. So I think they should really be going for 2 sacks whenever they lose somebody rather than just one.
Okay, Ast is on the spy class, and they did fire off one little rocket, giving away his positioning. At the same time, Starkey has off-classed to the sniper role, and now they are just waiting patiently for that singular pick-off.
I hope we're not going to see Ast running around with the Ambassador again and seeing if he can pop off heads all over the place. He is actually still on spy as well. He's switched back to his scout now. So maybe they've got something planned, or maybe they just want to spam Stark out of position whenever he comes in. That pick onto Spudd, though, could be what they need. If you want a solo pick, you either want Raymon down or Spudd if you're going to push out from last. And it looks like that is going to prompt the push out from Full Tilt, but is this just a bait?
I think it might be Sideshow. They're moving in. Silentes forward with the Uber. Can they do anything with it? Oh, that's the question. Drackk jumping behind them, just playing with his food a little bit now, as Raymon still has 100% Uber to work with. The point now being capped out, gets jumped by both the Crown soldiers. So really not going to be able to get anything from that. A lot of cap time achieved, but the point ultimately still remaining in control of Crowns. And now Full Tilt right back on the last point.
And something to do with the way the meta has developed between these two teams is that Full Tilt used to always try and punish these kind of situations by going for the back cap play. And Drackk has adapted it by always sitting on that, so they're actually pushing in 5v6 here, but they do still have the Uber. Players getting onto the point there. Crowns, Hafficool has fallen. Kaptain was still on the point, and he's died as well. This is the execution failures that often plague Crowns. Drackk is still in that bottom left-hand side, but he's really the only one alive or in the fight. Stark's going to back out all the way to choke in an effort to get a pick onto Kos or somebody like that as they push out. Really difficult to push here against a sniper, but Silentes is up onto him. Jumping around the corner. Can he get him with 2 rockets? No, not quite actually.
Just about missed
fails
it.
that second one.
Well, now Crowns are looking to contest this with this sniper. Starkey trying to put in a bit of work. Full Tilt look like they are going to be able to get the Spire. Kaptain now jumping right onto them in the stone grey bridge. The Uber has been forced off. Ali moving forward with the stickies. Mike just makes mincemeat of Hafficool in the end. And now Full Tilt, they have this 2-pick advantage. They're looking to move off it now through the valley area. Both scouts, Falash and Ast, making movements throughout this midpoint. Mike now jumps in, gets one rock onto Drackk. A pipe follows up as well. He's very, very low. Gonna have to back off, but Starkey watching vigilantly.
He hasn't really had an opportunity to see anyone. Full Tilt have actually played it really well so far at avoiding the sightlines while still applying pressure.
Yeah. And
there's been no situation where Raymon's had an Uber, so the rest of Crowns have had to hold back. But now everything's changed. Raymon has the Uber charge and Stark is on Sniper, so they're going to be trying to move their way forwards. But Koss is going to have it in time. Crowns could get caught out here.
Yeah, absolutely. Hafficool now making his way to the midpoint. Crowns have gained control of this housing area. In fact, Starkey is going to find that 1 kill onto Mike, which might be the opening that they were looking for. In fact, Full Tilt do not want to contest this just yet. Backing out, rolling round now. They're going to go in with the Uber, taking the fight straight to them.
And there's
the
backup going on
at the same time with Falash. This could be beautiful by them. They're trying to basically pincer them out here. Raymon getting
huge
caught
play
out
by
of position. Hafficool trying to take the 1v1, but Falash wins it. They've got the Spire, and with that, the players as well. Raymon just getting killed now. He's got a hefty respawn
Ali are
timer
going
on
to
him.
last as well. There's Drackk and Stark there. Drack's getting taken down. Silentes is on the point as well. Spawners are going to come in here. They're all flooding onto the point.
Wow. Full Tilt taking the first round away from Crowns. It was looking a bit dicey for them.
It really was. And look at that reaction. No reaction from them. Huge reaction from the crowd in front of us as well. I think they were happy to see Full Tilt roll that one all the way from their last. And they just played that one beautifully, didn't they? I mean, we were talking a little bit about how their execution often isn't the best and they occasionally make mistakes. Well, they didn't make a mistake in that round. They had their backs up against the wall and they had a really difficult push out as well, up against a sniper and then up against the Uber. And they just played that one to perfection, made Crown's slightly more defensive play style end up working out better for them.
Well, 12 minutes have passed so far. Only one round on the board. We see Full Tilt this time taking the aggression a little bit too far forward as Ali gets cleaned up in his own house area. Crowns look like they're in the driving seat as they've already picked up so many players. Falash and Ast the only survivors, and as I say that, Falash...
Oh, Falash!
Woo!
He's in.
Okay.
He manages to get Raymon there. That was all that Falash and Ast were going for at the end, and he saved that for his team. They're probably going to lose the Spire here as Crowns, Spudd and Stark flood forwards, making sure that they get Spire, because as soon as they get that, they're in a much better position. But Mike is going to jump out.
Wow.
Destroys both of the scouts there, actually, with direct. Spudd can't quite get onto him either as he escapes. Nice little play by Mike, and Spudd may get caught out. No, he's
very weak, very
just going to squeak out with 8 HP.
For Crowns, they've gathered up the troops, they've rallied them up, they're all holding on the midpoint now. It is a very slight Uber advantage going to the side of Full Tilt, not really enough to play off, so you might as well just consider it equal. And with a full sides of 6 aside currently, Full Tilt, they do have this 1 round advantage under their belts. So it's really Crowns that are really going to be feeling the pressure to try and make a play happen. Falash now getting a bit deep there in that housing area, seeing if he can spot off a kill. In fact, he's going to try and take the 1v1 against Stark. Backs off a little bit. Now the team moving in. They're going to try and take this to the best of their abilities. Uber's popped off now. Drackk is hiding around the corner. They have spotted him, but at this point, Raymon, now they're going to be coming in with the Uber. Crowns with the counter pop, seeing if they can get any players whatsoever. Now Drackk might be starting to move in with the spam. Full Tilt realise full well that they cannot take this fight, as they are at a major disadvantage, but Silentes and Falash hiding Sideshow. Yeah, they could make some magic happen.
They found Silentes, but Falash, I thought he was going to hide for the back cap. Have they still not seen him?
They haven't.
He came up and took a shot, and they still haven't seen him. He's going to go for the back cap, but in the meantime, Koss and Ale have died, but he's back on it now. That's going to pull everyone back. It's going to buy a bit of time for the spawners, but there's just too many players to deal with. He's given them the runaround. He's given them the runaround. What is this? He actually eats a pipe there, unfortunately, and isn't going to win the 1v2, but that was really intelligent play from Falash. He's giving them the wild goose chase, the Dukes.
Full Tilt now back on their own last point. All too familiar with this one in this game, at least. And now Starkey moving forward with the rest of his team leading the charge. It is a hefty Uber advantage on Raymon, as they did manage to pick up that kill onto Koss, unfortunately for Full Tilt, but the sentry gun is being built. Ali is hidden in that tubing area as well.
Yeah, and we saw WARHURYEAH really struggle to deal
did.
with that one. We'll see whether Crowns have the answer to it as they push in now.
Uber popped off, is going to be leading the charge. They need to bring down his central gun. In fact, it's going to be going down with no issues so far. Spudd, the one to do that, but Ali with the follow-up kills Haffy. Headshot onto Falash, I should say, getting a kill onto him. So this is 3 quick picks going away of Full Tilt. Now Crowns realize they cannot play this whatsoever. They're having to back off. And Full Tilt, I think, are going to be able to cap up this Spire.
Well, what you didn't see in that fray was that Stark just ran in through the bottom right-hand side from his perspective, came up top and 2-shot Koss just in the middle of it, just instantly. He didn't even blink and Koss was down. So they're fighting this one without heals and with a huge Uber disadvantage. And they're going to bleed a couple of players here. Drackk does go down along with Kaptain, so they traded both of their soldiers, but Ast has also fallen for Full Tilt. It won't really matter because I think they're still going to wait for the Uber charge. They're certainly not going to push this 4v3. That would be unlike Crowns, so they've got a bit of time to set up their defense still. But Raymon's on 80%, so this is going to be coming in within the next 5 seconds now.
That's right, they're just waiting for that magic number 100 on the Medigan.
And
they're going to be moving in with it right now. Yeah, here we go. Uber popped off onto Hafficool. The sentry gun still giving him a bit of trouble, but eventually the off-class is going to destroy. In the end, Hafficool now trying to play the point. He's so weak. Oh, Haffy! Goodness gracious me, man. Where did that aim come from? Brings down Ali with such finesse, just running rings around him. That was absolutely beautiful to see. But now Falash on the heavy, getting arrowed up, making it a bit difficult now for the Crowns guys to try and take this. But it's one man against the world. He does have a little bit of health left, but he's just getting spammed around the corner. Really, really hard position that he was in there. And Crowns, they take a round back. It's going to be 1-1 so far.
He bought so much time there for his team with Koss arrowing him, but as soon as they realized that Koss was giving in the arrows and keeping him alive forever there, it's so difficult to take down a heavy when they're being arrowed, actually. They had to take the heals out of the equation, managed to do that one, and came away with it. So they've now tied it all up at 1-1, and that was... It took a while there for Crowns to reply, but they've got it back to an even situation, and now they can feel a little more comfortable with it. Goodness me, that was nearly a beef rollout from Ali, but he manages to hold on. Spudd slightly earlier than him, playing the balcony rollout, and I want to see a lot more aggression from Full Tilt on this mid.
Well, already Crowns are trying to take the backwards position. Drackk moves in. He's got one rock onto course. He gets the second one as well, bringing the medic down. And that is going to be a lack of heals on the side of Full Tilt right now. And now Silentis goes for the counter side onto Raymon. Brilliant aggression coming out by them there. But Kaptain with the rocket brings down Mike, brings down Aston, follows it up with Ali as well. A quick little 3K for that guy right there. And that is a full wipe on the side of Full Tilt.
What you can see at the end of these fights is that when Full Tilt do go aggressive, they find their man almost every time. Or they have every time, actually. Yeah. Raymon has not survived the mid so far. And if they had chosen to do this at the beginning of the mid, if they choose to go aggressive at the beginning, they're not allowing Drackk to get in these positions where he's doing such excellent bombs onto the team. And their scouts are getting split up, so I think they lose a whole lot of cohesion when they're not playing aggressively as well. And it's crits on Raymon as well as they build this one up. It should be about even, actually, once they get to it, because Koss is also building with Ast there. Neither of the two scouts who are building going to kill themselves like the Bandman did earlier, I don't think, but the Kritzkrieg is actually going to be slower to build in the end than Koss's Uber. And in it comes Ali going forwards. Huge shot from Spudd. What a denial. That just saves him completely there. And the re-crit is going to come in. Look at this.
Going to be coming in with a crit. He picks up Ali. Can he get any follow-ups though? Kaptain is also making his move in, but just like that, as soon as Ali died, they scatter.
They do scatter, and there's a player behind as well. Drackk. Koss taking him down in the end there. He got behind them, and the rest of Crowns trying to follow it up, but they're not going to quite be there. Silentis is still behind the Crowns as well.
Yeah, Silentis just making life a bit difficult currently for the Crowns guys, making them run around a little bit. Starkey, no issues for him. Just 1-2s him in the end with the scattergun, and there we go. Mike getting a bit of information from his team, peeks around the corner. Still, the scoreline being 1-1 with 11 minutes remaining roughly. This is really all to play for, map number 1.
But the crits is live. They must realize by now that because Raymon was running the crits and they essentially used them at the same time, Raymon's going to have that crits a lot earlier. I don't understand why they're not getting in position earlier to use this. They know that Koss doesn't have it. They're just giving him time to get the Uber rather than using it aggressively. I think this is just like maximum defensive play coming out from Crowns because they want to force Koss to use the Uber into them because they have potentially the advantage. You know, if you're able to use your invulnerability, it should be crits.
They popped it off a bit earlier than anticipated, I think, and Kaptain. Oh my
That
goodness,
was
just
completely
as
accidental.
the Uber fades, he's going to be picking up Mike in the end. Celentes! Oh my goodness, turning up when it's needed. He brings down Raymon with a couple of rockets, and that's all they need now. Full tilt, moving in on them. Drackk now trying to get a kill onto Kos. Kos elegantly glides away, but it's not enough. Start comes out of nowhere, brings him down with a scattergun, but it's just Kaptain remaining now. Full tilt in full control. They're moving in on that Spire area. They want to try and capture it as quickly as possible, and they have the men to do it. Kaptain trying his hardest to really try and deny them off now. He's going to be trying to jump into them. Falash gets off one shot. Can they follow it up? Yes, indeed they can. So that's going to be the Spire going the way of Full Tilt.
Stark cannot be denied. The times where he goes in and goes for a play, he's got it every single time so far. I can't think of a time where he's actually been shut down by somebody. He got Celentes. He went in and got the Kos multiple times. He's on fire, as he is at every LAN. There are players on both of these teams whose LAN performance is above and beyond what they produce online, despite them all being excellent online as well. So, and Stark is one of those players. At the previous I-Series, he has always turned up and delivered monster performances. I don't expect this to be any different.
All right, now there's a slight advantage going the way of Full Tilt in the Uber-charge department, but not really enough to work off just yet as we see them maneuvering their way into this lobby area, seeing if they can get any kills. I think they spotted that there is a sentry gun, I believe. A lot of defensive off classes actually coming out by them, and this might be the Uber charge coming in. Ali trying to basically force it out a little bit earlier on. The Uber does get popped off, and Raymon just holding on for dear life. Ali though picks up Starkey, picks up Haffy with some excellent spam, and this is a much better Uber coming out by the Crowns guys, but they've lost two of their players. Ali's still alive. Celentes jumping forward, trying to basically deny them off. Everyone is weak on the side of Crowns. If they start to play the point now, this is going to be really difficult for the Crowns guys. And there we go. One more round for the Full Tilt guys, making it 2-1.
You can see there that Full Tilt starting to get in control. 2-1 in the lead now, but they had this advantage before. They went up 1-0, and Crowns were able to reply fairly quickly. Is Thalash sniping to mid? No, he's not. Okay. He keeps teasing me with this. He did it on Gully Watch against Crowns as well. I was very surprised if we were going to see that on Badlands. We almost never do. But we are now going to our fourth mid-fight. Every single one of these has gone the way of Crowns, despite Full Tilt being so amazing against WARHURYEAH on the mid-fights. Crowns have got it to another level with their adaptation. Celentes with the bombing, gets onto Raymon, juggles him up in the air, is able to get rid of him. And Drackk has been dealt with in the back lines, but Spudd and Stark picking up frags on their opposition. And Kos has been isolated, and this is going to be another one to Crowns. They're so excellent in their coordination across the point, and the way that they've set things up here. Positioning, so good for them.
Really, really well played mid-fights coming out by Crowns, and it's beautiful to see, to be honest. They do really coordinate incredibly well. Not just the soldiers, it's Starkey as well. Whenever he goes in, he's always got somebody to follow up on the damage that he does, or he's either following up on someone else's damage. So right now we see it, Mike trying to contest that Spire area, getting in a bit of damage to Kaptain. He does receive the arrow from Raymon, bringing him back up to full health, but looks like Full Tilt are going to be able to hold onto this Spire area for now, at least.
I like the aggressive defenses of the Spire from Full Tilt because it's what they have to do. If you lose a mid-fight and both of the medics go down, or even both of them survive, I think you have to try and defend Spire in this situation, because being in control of your second point gives you enormously more flexibility in how you approach team fights than if you're stuck on last. So again, we've seen this situation quite a number of times, and they've traded the midpoint in these transition plays on Badlands so far. We haven't really seen consistently failed attempts to initiate from either team, but most of the time it has been Full Tilt trying to Uber out from house or something like that, but it's Drackk in.
Oh, that was an incredible attempt there.
That's Kos. Squeaky bum time for Kos while he's up.
Very much
while he's up in the air, can't really control his movement. He's just got to grin and hope that Drackk isn't going to hit that shot.
Got brought down to 54 HP then, and from that attempt, and it was a lovely one at that, just jumping all the way around the corner. Now with that one pick, I think Full Tilt, they can't really play off it as Drackk has just respawned. We see Ali setting up that little sticky trap in that housing area. But right now, Full Tilt once again with this one round advantage, 6 minutes remaining, Uber on both these teams' side. It's Crowns who have to take the initiation.
They certainly look like they want to take the initiation as well.
Stark is moving in.
Stark taking the 1v1 there against the Lash, manages to win that one.
All right, now full tilt, playing a bit passive on this second Spire area. Starkey is still behind him. In fact, he's going to be taking a 1v1 against Mike and winning it. Really great aim coming out by him, but it's Salentas who finishes him off with a nice little rocket. And now Crowns look to play forward, trying to basically get control of this Spire area if they can. Raymon now very weak. Uber going to be popped off by both these teams, and it looks like Crowns with the better Uber for now and a better positioning. Salentas going to be trying to make some magic happen with the rockets firing down. Koss falls in the midst of all of it. And I think right now, you get out, you make a big play.
Salentas has slammed down the second part of that pincer, comes behind and gets Raymon, but Hafficool doing an amazing job here at cleaning up. Only Ali left, and it looks like Hafficool's got him in his sights. He takes the 1v1 against Ass, though, and Ass wins that one. Are they going to defend? It looks like Ali wants to do something. He's getting in onto Spudd.
So weak.
He's incredibly weak. Gets chip shot down there by Stark, who's up on Spire, taking control of it. The point swings over to be claimed by Crowns, and full tilt. They have to back up, and we're into our final 5 minutes of the first map of our best of 5.
I think it's fine for Ali to make little plays like that moving forward, because he knows that Crowns are not going to be moving on that demo man disadvantage. They like to always push really with the entirety of their team, and it looks like that's exactly what they're trying to do right now. Dry push coming in, both the soldiers seeing if they can get at least one pick moving into this. They don't want to waste any time whatsoever. Mike, the first one's going to be caught out. Ali's still waiting above the point. Going to be hard to take care of him there, as well as the sentry gun. Drackk finally does bring it down in the end, and now he might also fall as he tries to take the 1v1 against Ass at the same time. The leap forward by Kaptain brings down Koss, and that's going to be no medic whatsoever. Raymon helping his team to clean up. It's everyone down, pretty much. Mike and Ali, the only two survivors. They finally brought him down. It's all on Mike. Can he defend this? No, he cannot. And that is going to be another round going away of Crowns.
And they've figured out the way to approach this alley in the tube, which is the same thing that that Mix-Up had to discover at i52 as well, was that the best way to counter it is to take a long and sustained fight against the other team, where Spudd is able to output so much more damage than an absent ally, that in the end they win the overall fight, start trickling down the players from full tilt, and can eventually approach Ali when he's the last member remaining. So they've managed to adapt to this, and just shows the level of understanding within the team as well.
Well, this is it, mid-fight number 5 of map number 1. Only 3 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. We're going to see which team decides to try and take an advantage. Drackk moving forward onto Koss, gets off one rocket. Not going to get the follow-up, but at the same time, the fights are kicking off all over the place. As we see Mike trying to take this fight. Starkey is still behind him. Falash, however, finds Spudd, and that is 3 quick frags going away of full tilt. Stark is still waiting. They have spotted him. They know he's there. Salentas tries to meet him, but he is escaping now, and this is going to be the Spire, capped up by full tilt at least, as they do send Mike behind to try and find where Stark is creeping about. I think Mike's got eyes on him. He's going to be trying to take it, but it's a bit of an unfavorable matchup, and indeed Mike is incredibly weak. Starkey just about gets onto him now, but Asta's there to clean him up, and he does indeed. So full tilt this time in the lobby area. They want to move in with this, even though they have lost Mike. It looks like Ali wanted to Uber in. They might be just trying to find a pick off. Very aggressive. There we go. Uber's going to be popped off now. Hafficool with his air blast, really doing a number on there. Uber completely negating it in the end. And Raymond still holding on, 100% advantage to them now.
But if Crowns get baited out into a push here, then I think they're going to really struggle, because they don't have a pick. All they have is the Uber advantage to work off. And you know, that isn't their comfort zone anyway.
Yeah.
So they're going to really be a bit concerned about this one. I think they're going to leave someone there. He walks past Thalash in main. Hafficool just walked past Thalash as he was hiding. He's surely been spotted by that soldier, though, who will call
He's on Raymond, he gets the force!
Wow.
Brilliant
big play.
plays! Oh, wow. Just when he needed it as well. Stark will find Salentas, but Falash, I think he's going to escape with his life. Like a thief in the night, he's just running away, claiming his kill on the, well, it wasn't really a kill, it was just a force, but still, massive, massive play, and absolutely detrimental to Crowns' push.
Yeah, and they set themselves up with a 70% Uber advantage now, so not only do they have a huge Uber advantage, but they also have time to maybe even work a pick until it gets to about a 30% ad, and then they have to push.
Yeah.
I don't know whether they're just going to go straight in with it. Actually, Ale looks like he's chomping at the bit. He wants to go in on this left-hand side. Is he going to get a better exchange than he did previously? Hafficool doing an excellent job of being able to deny this Uber. It's unreal, but they take the sentry gun down as well. And so that is the sentry and Haffy dead. They need to be able to set this one up, as Silentis and Thalash have both fallen. Spudd still in the tube, and their execution nowhere near as well as good as Crowns was in the previous round.
Yeah, I think at this point, Full Tilt realise they can't really decide to make some plays. Ali is setting some pipes in, seeing if he can get lucky, maybe hit off a bit of damage for someone to follow up on, but ultimately they are going to be backing off from this. 1 minute remaining, Sideshow, and it's 2-all.
And Thalash is on Spy.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, it's almost guaranteed that Full Tilts are either going to win the map or we're going to be going to a golden cap.
To get spotted.
Seen?
Yeah, you got spam rockets coming out.
Did they actually spot him, or does he just think they spotted him? Often you spam into those situations. Oh yeah, Stark he's spy checking a little bit here. Yeah. Surely they know that there's one on the field. Thalash is going to be hard pressed to get anything done out of this one. What does he go for here? What's his play? This is so difficult for him. The Pyro is right next to him.
Moving in with the Uber.
There's no way he's going to be able to get this.
As they're saying that, yeah, they're going in. Maybe the distraction plays coming out by Thalash as he's just waiting for the right pick off. Raymon
great
pops
stuff
off his
from
Uber.
Mike and Silentis.
There we go. This is what we're looking for Full Tilt to try and take this. Only 11 seconds left. It's all against them.
Oh, they've done it. They've only gone and done it. Look at the reaction here from these guys.
Ooh. Ali turning up. My goodness. Sticky after sticky, pipe after pipe, and with 9 seconds remaining on the clock, that is going to be map number 1, going the way of Full Tilt.
Wow.
Goodness gracious me.
And that all came down to the other best way of dealing with a demo in the tube is that you take your Uber, ignore the opposing medic and pocket who are playing up there, and you take it directly onto the point, jump up, and get the insta-kill onto the demo, because there's no way that they're able to do that. And I know that the crowd were going wild for Full Tilt there. They've got all their signs as well. I've seen some really interesting ones, some really well-drawn ones as well. I think Uber Chain's been out in the crowd just like selling her wares off, just making ridiculous emotes and things. I'm sure if we get a crowd cam later on, you guys can show us all of the things that you've made. All of, you know, I saw one that said "Rip NATF2 with a grave." That's a bit too soon, guys. It's a bit too soon. Yeah. There's none about Australian TF2 though as well. You know, people are always surprised at how good the Aussies do.
There's a lot of dog memes though.
Dog memes. Yeah.
A lot of dog-based memes. Yeah.
But the real crux of this is that Full Tilt have set themselves up in an excellent manner for this first map in the best of 5. They've got that 1 map lead, and that's just all that they'd want to ask for. They got the early lead all of the time. They constantly made Crowns play on the back foot. They went up 1-0, Crowns drew level. They went up 2-1. Crowns again draw level, and then by the time it gets to the end of the map, Full Tilt are knocking on the door, and they get it with a really clutch play just at the end. So I think, you know, that they couldn't have played that more perfectly, and the first round again was so crucial, and I think this is what we're going to see throughout the best of 5 is just slugfests like that, where the teams are fighting so much over this first round. Just like, fighting tooth and nail over the early lead, because it makes such a difference to how Crowns play.
Yeah, and I mean, this next map that's going to be coming up is Gully Wash. I am very, very much interested to see what our analysts are going to have to say about this one.
Absolutely, because this one should be a cracker. Let's go over to our analysts with Getawhale there, and they can let us know what they think about the previous map as well.
Boy, that was great. All 3 of us were sitting here watching that the whole time from the desk, and it was hell of a game. I don't know why you guys are smiling.
I'm just smiling because of how enjoyable that game was. And I couldn't find any better way to enjoy it than with the 2 of you by my side.
Aw, that's sweet.
Getawhale.
Well, I don't like war. Reddit told me that. So, no, but certainly, I believe we'll be pulling up the logs here in a moment, perhaps.
I've got the logs here.
You've got it? War has them, but he doesn't have the magic controls to put it up on the screen.
I'll do it now.
There it is. Oh, wow, he did it. So again, Thalish playing every class in the game, which is really exciting. Oops, what was that?
Sorry, that was me.
What can we glean from these logs here as we have a look?
To be honest, there isn't really much for this particular section because everything was just so
fairly close. Yeah.
The game was very, very back and forth. I mean, anyone that did kind of underperformed, you know, it's not really something that you want to sort of hang on just because there being quite a few stalemate situations that just weren't able to make their mark. It's more of what team was able to actually sort of really make the real mark after the Ubers have exchanged. One thing that is quite interesting is that Crowns won pretty much all of the mids, which is just, well, I think they won, sorry, Full Tilt maybe won the last one?
They won the last
middle.
They didn't win a middle
Yeah,
for 26 minutes.
Yeah.
4 to 5.
Which is just absolutely ridiculous. I know it's a May that Crowns can't push, but they literally can't push last very well.
When you consider the fact that Full Tilt didn't win a middle until there was like 4 minutes left, but they were never actually behind in the game, that just shows you how well they were playing. Like, they were losing every initial advantage in the round, yet still coming back and getting into it. And like, we heard the casters talking about, you know, fighting hard for Spire, even though they knew they were losing those mid fights. They really came out and brought it to Crowns.
Yeah, that's what I really, really like, because obviously they know that if they allow Crowns to take Spire, that they may be there for a very long time. Whereas fighting them on Spire and taking the fight to them in like an open area where everything is a little bit better and it's not as stalematy, it's a lot better for Full Tilt to take that fight. So it was really, really well done by them.
Fantastic. Well, I'll tell you what, we're not going to waste any time here. We know your time is valuable on TFTV, so we're going to kick it back over to the boys. Sideshow and Bren with Map 2.
It is, and Map 2 is Gully Wash as well. And let's talk a little bit, Bren, about these two teams and the performances that they've had so far on Gully Wash. We'll start with Crowns when they dismantled WARHURYEAH.
Right, yeah. They really did a number on them. I think dismantle is an excellent word to use because they didn't really, it felt like they were completely out of control at all stages of the game, mid-fights, all the way up to last. So Crowns, you could definitely say this is probably one of their most comfortable maps with much certainty. But the interesting thing is I was speaking to a few members of the Full Tilt guys who were grabbing some lunch after the best of 3, and they were saying how Gully Wash, they're a bit comfortable on it facing against Crowns, mainly because they faced them so many times, they know how they play it, and they can sort of use that against them.
It's true, yeah. I think that they have a very good read on how Crowns play. I think they still struggle to actually counter it. There's a difference between knowing how they play and analyzing it, and actually being able to put the counters to their strategy and executing them properly. I think it's the latter part, the execution and formulating ideas of how to break it, that Full Tilt struggle with on Gully Wash, especially the push out from last. I mean, we talk about this every time we talk about Crowns, actually, but that's because it's such an important part of their game, is that they are able to hold on control of their 4th point. Even though they fail these last pushes, they never allow an opportunity for Full Tilt to push back out. And I think Full Tilt, they looked a little shaky doing that against WARHURYEAH as well. They had multiple times where they were on their last, they defended really well, and they weren't able to push quickly enough to get all the way behind. And I think we had a couple of instances where Free State was able to get behind and a back cap as well that happened. So I'm a little concerned for them again if they manage to get back on their last. The difference on Gully Wash is that, unlike Spire, it's really difficult to defend the second point if you lose mid. The points are really close together, and you're actually really far away from the point. The point is separated on its own little level, and there it is, the second point of Gully Wash, the last point, the dreaded last point of Gully Wash. But they are going live here with our second map in the grand final. It's Crowns v Full Tilt, and it's a tie.
Game over, let's go.
It's a
We're
tie.
going home.
We have a situation. No, the teams are just, they had a false start. One of the guys isn't ready just quite yet, but they're going to be getting done, they're going to be getting going, very shortly, because it seems like almost everybody is ready. Probably just waiting for 1 or 2 people.
Most likely, yeah. I mean, what are we talking about? Just Crowns just being an absolute dominant force of nature, wasn't it, on this map? It's a very particular one for them.
Yeah, I think the mids as well. It's going to be really interesting because you can't actually play in the mids as well as you can. Let's have a look at some of these signs as well that people have in the crowd.
I see a little
guy on the phone there as well. You calling your mum?
WARHURYEAH.
WARHURYEAH, yeah. We've got Team Meme, I think, as well. EU.
Teemo is Memo. I don't know.
Who knows?
Do it for Dashner, of course. Rest in peace.
But it does look like we're going to be going live very shortly here with our second map. And the mid-fights are going to be absolutely crucial. There's Getawhale strolling through. But the mid-fights, I think, are going to be incredibly crucial. We saw that when Full Tilt played against Froyotech had really excellent mids on Gully. They were losing all of the others, but on Gully Wash, they changed things up, and they were able to really make it happen.
Who do you think needs to really show up a little bit here on the side of Full Tilt to crack in this defense that Crowns are such capable of setting up?
Well, you know what? I have no idea, but what I do know is that currently we have a small technical issue with TF2, but the teams have gone live. So Crowns has won the first mid-fight. We are almost in there with the game. Apologies for this, but you haven't really missed that much. Full Tilt have managed to back off to their last. So we're going to be jumping into this game with only a minute gone, and Full Tilt already on their last point here. We're just getting into the game just about now with our second map of the grand final. Unfortunately, the game has crashed once again. Valve, please.
Yeah, a little bit of money, a little bit of developers sent our way. Be greatly appreciated. But we don't ask for much. We just ask to be fed. I'm getting paid in food vouchers, so.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
But in terms of how the game is currently going, Full Tilt still on their last. As the Crowns playstyle really fits nicely to the fact that they're not on camera because they're doing nothing. So it's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
They're literally doing nothing at the moment. They're not setting up any plays for themselves. They are literally just holding outside on Gully Wash second. So if you can picture that in your minds, you're watching something just as entertaining as we are for the moment.
Right. Yeah. Well, right now, yeah. As we've been mentioning, 100% Uber on both these teams' side. Not much really kicking off, and we have some technical issues that we're still trying to sort out.
Our game keeps crashing for some reason, so we'll try and get that with you, or possibly get in touch with the teams and ask them to stop. But for a moment, we'll go to a radio cast if anything interesting happens. But as said before, Crown's still just holding around in that lobby area. Has been just over 2 minutes, and the players from Crown's just slowly rotating. Stark's going in for a sack actually onto the sentry, gets obliterated there. So they're going to reset. And, it's very nice of them not to be doing anything while they're off camera.
It is very nice. I'm so glad that Crowns are a passive team.
It's lovely, isn't it?
It is. It truly is. Just to have a nice, calm, pleasant cast. We can just take our time, read a few books in the meantime. But
read a few books.
Yeah.
What books are you going to read? A Guide to Push.
A Guide to Pushing.
Pushing for Dummies.
Yeah. But right now, Crowns are more than happy to pause the game.
Yes, the game has been paused there. 3 minutes have been played, and we've got in touch with them, so the game has been paused. You literally haven't missed anything, though, guys, at home and in the crowd, because Crowns have just taken control of the mid, and they are looking to push last, and that is just about it. So we'll try and fix our technical issues as quickly as we possibly can. It's very strange. TF2's a game with a lot of weird intricacies in the ways that it crashes. Yeah. Sometimes they're utterly inexplicable. How can it have been going fine for this entire time, and then suddenly, whenever we want to enter the server, it crashes? I have no answers. I don't know whether anyone does.
Gaben blessed us.
Blessed us? Is that a blessing?
Valve never blesses anyone, to be honest. Let's be real here. We're just going to bash Valve the entire event. That's what's going to happen.
I don't think we are. We've got the in-game notifications as well for the tournament as well. We've seen them pop up.
Oh, yeah. No, they've been putting in work. Yeah, they've been putting in the work. It's good, actually, to see, because, they did it for the ESEA finals as well, didn't they?
Yeah, they did it for the ESEA grand finals as well, so that's always nice to see. Of course, matchmaking release as well. You don't get an experience like this in matchmaking, though.
Oh, no.
Not quite. Not quite.
By now, somebody would have abandoned, so...
you need you need some class limits if you want to be able to do that, I think. Who would have abandoned out of these teams? I think probably Stark is the most likely to abandon out of any of these people. Stark always abandons when I try and play with him. But then again, that might say more about me than it says about Stark, I think. Let's then talk a little bit about Gullywash and how these two teams are going to stylistically match up on the mid-fights, because we were talking about this just before the game went live, and I was having a chat with WARHURYEAH just after they'd been knocked out, and talking about how they'd adapted their Gullywash middles. And when talking to Paddy and Free State, he said, I made the change from playing underneath the whole time because teams were starting to cotton on to how he was playing.
Yeah.
And Paddy was always previously, before the game against Full Tilt, playing underneath and trying to go up, drop down repeatedly and seeing if he could make things happen from the floor area. And Full Tilt had realized that by looking over some of their demos and were playing a lot of people on the floor the same way that they did against Jasmine T. And Paddy had made the change already preemptively to play much more on the top. And so he wasn't sure. He was like, "Oh yeah, I made this change. I don't know whether it really worked." And so when I told him that he had already been read on the floor and had to make that change, he was like, "Oh, good." I thought that would be right. I made the right play. Yeah, I made the right play. So their gully mids were much better than their previous mid fights.
They were.
But Crowns so far have been just unstoppable. They on the mids. They set up so well in a defensive position that if you jump into them, there's so much distance between where you're trying to initiate from and where they're holding.
Yeah.
Especially on Badlands, where they were posting up on the balcony and on the Hoodoo with Hafficool, that if you bomb into them and land on slope, you're at a big height disadvantage and you're so far away from the rest of your team that they can't really capitalize on that. And also, the other thing about setting up in Valley on Badlands is that when you're pushed backwards from the aggressive play, you're not funneled into a choke. You're allowed a huge amount of breathing space in the Valley area, whereas with a map like Gullywash, here's a little spanning shot of our production area as well. You can see Mana and Getawhale there, and the guys working hard to fix the game. There's us as well. Hello. And our analyst desk, of course. So there's a shot for all of you guys who are wondering what the setup here looks like. And the players are over there as well. If you see that left banner just hanging from the ceiling, just underneath that is where Full Tilt are playing, and Crowns over just off screen to the left-hand side as well. There's where WARHURYEAH were, and here's the lovely VTV Vanilla TF2 shirt, which has all of the side names on from all of those people who were there at such previous I-Series lands, you know.
I see Enigma's name there. I see
Lang as well, and Byte, you know, all of these people. Some of them have joined us as well. That was from I58, that one, so it's there's a lot of players here with a lot of history.
Oh, my dog.
Oh, my dog. Paulson, you know, certainly he had to do something from the anonymous donation to say thank you.
Yeah.
But I think he went above and beyond. I think he actually quite likes it. I think we might see him go home and be dressed in a collar and with dog ears on anyway. There's a pan over to the CS crowd as well, which is
absolutely packed,
thriving, just like ours. Getawhale is conducting the crowd here. I'm not quite sure what the end result of that was or what he was aiming for, but certainly entertaining. I'd be interested to see, actually, from the crowd. Oh, we are joining the STV here, and hopefully the technical issues should be fixed. Just before that, though, the guys that's on the floor, I mean, go grab some chairs. Steal them from the Hearthstone guys, or steal them from the
I'm sure they don't need them.
No, but I'm interested to see from the crowd which of our viewers are supporting Crowns and Full Tilt. So
we're going to not pan to the crowd because we want to find out what this man has to say.
Clive. He's a stylish gentleman, isn't he? We're panning to...
Okay.
But if we take a look over at the crowd, we'll see if we can... I don't know where our cameraman is going. He's in love with Clive. I think that's the issue. Bones has got a budding romance going on there. Right, okay, because we have a domestic final here with two EU teams.
We're not going to ask them for their opinions. We're not going to ask them for their opinions.
Because
and it's going to be ready in about 20 seconds.
Because we're going back straight into the game. Yeah. we have finally fixed our issue. Who knows what it was? I mean, it's a ghost in the machine at this point.
Yeah.
But we are back live into the game with Crowns v Full Tilt. It's our second map. Just to remind you guys, 3 minutes have gone in the game, and so far, Crowns have won the mid-fight. They won it fairly convincingly. They took control of second off the back of that, and they haven't had an opportunity to push last yet. Stark went in, tried to sack. He died. He's come back. He's on sniper, and we are back into the game. The teams have just gone live again, and we've crashed again. Why, Bren? Why is it happening? Maybe we'll have to switch server or something like that. We'll see.
Potentially.
We're not the best placed to help with it. We're best placed here.
I honestly...
how much technical knowledge do you have, Bren?
I'm an idiot.
Are you?
I am an idiot.
Do you know what? I wouldn't have guessed that by looking at you.
Anyway.
But we've got Tapley at the back there, the man giant with Raptor on his shoulders. That was, yeah, he is. He's enormous, isn't he? Actually, something that we should do if they're in the crowd is have a comparison between TLR, Banny, and Paulson. Because those guys, they look so similar. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
They look similar, and they're all very good-looking gentlemen as well. But we are... So the situation at the moment is that Crowns and Full Tilt have gone live again, and what we're going to do is allow them to play out the round. And at that point, we're going to pause the game and fix the issue that we currently have. So we're going to bring you the action in the form of a radio cast just for this first round. I mean, if it ends up being a 0-0 game, we'll cast the whole thing, Bren. We're mad. We're going to do it. But at the moment, Full Tilt still on their last. Yeah. They're running Thalash on sniper. Ali just got picked actually by a sticky trap from Spudd as well. So Crowns might use this as an opportunity to push in. They still have Stark on sniper though, and he's trying to get in.
He's trying to get that sniper pick round the corner. I mean, as it stands right now, knowing Crowns are probably going to be here for about 30 minutes, but...
Yeah, well, he certainly could be. Is that Banny and Getawhale dancing in the background there as well? This is beautiful stuff. What's going on? Beautifully well choreographed, I think, between the two of them. But Full Tilt, they're still on last. They're stuck in this situation. And, you know, when they have a pause like this, after the first round, they'll have time to break. It'll be a break in momentum. So I think it'll almost mitigate whoever goes up early on.
Yeah.
So at the end result of this round, I think, will be slightly less important than the previous games because they'll have a chance to reset and kind of collect their thoughts a little bit. But having said that, at the moment, it's Mike and the rest of his team who have their backs up against the wall. But Crowns, you know, they still struggle to convert these last pushes.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that was unbelievable.
If you could see this, you'd be having fun. I'm telling you now.
The play of the world. Should we reenact it? We'll reenact it. Okay.
Right. So I'm Stark.
I want to be right. Okay. I'm Costa.
I'm in River.
Yeah. You're in Riverside. I'm healing up my team.
Okay.
You need to find a gun. Has anyone got a sniper rifle in the building?
Anybody?
No. You got a pen. You can throw a pen at my head. Look here. You can throw a pen at my head if you like. Pooh. Yeah. Headshot. Headshot. That's what happened. Essentially a full reenactment, and Crowns have taken the round off the back of that one as well. That was Kos with a full drop from a snipe from Riverside. That was what we were attempting to reenact there, but they have taken the round, and that means that we're going to pause. So having played just over 6 minutes of the map, Crowns up 1-0, but we're going to pause for a moment just to collect ourselves from a technical point of view. Make sure that we actually can bring you the rest of the game, because it would be devastating for us not to be able to.
DreamHack all over again.
It really is, isn't it? Why are they plagued?
Why does this always happen?
Why are they plagued?
Oh.
We're certainly not going to get kicked out of the venue. I've been here multiple nights until the early hours of the morning, so I know for a fact that this is 24-hour. So what we're going to do is we've got an issue. They've narrowed it down to one of our spectator plugins we think is the root of the problem. So what we're going to do is we're going to restart without that plugin alive on with our observer. So we're going to be spectating. The spectating might look slightly odd because obviously that plugin allows us to cycle very quickly to the player that we want to look at. So things might look slightly strange for the game. but I think it's a necessary compromise to get the rest of this map to you, and possibly in the downtime between the map as well, we'll take a look at the plugin and see what's gone wrong, because obviously it's been perfectly functional for the rest of it. So, you know, it must be working in some manner. I don't know. I don't have anywhere near enough expertise to be able to say that.
Yeah.
You're not an idiot, Bren. Stop putting yourself down.
Okay, thanks, Dan.
I really like your analysis. It's it's almost as good as Torrets. It's really good, Bren. It's really good.
Thank you.
Bren, what do you think Full Tilt have to do to get back into this game?
They have to kill people.
They have to kill people. I like it, Bren. I like it. Good work.
Thank you.
Good work.
Thanks.
But we are going to be unpausing soon. We've got back into the game. Again, apologies for the technical issues that we've been having. A little bit out of our control. It just happened all out of the blue there. It was very strange.
Bit odd.
But we are going to be going live with without that Observer plugin in just a second, so that we can bring you the second map in our best of 5 grand final between Full Tilt and Crowns. Just to give you a reminder of where the game is at as well. Just after 6 minutes of play, Crowns up 1-0. And do you think this reset has given them an opportunity to recollect how they're going to approach the game? How much do you think? How much do you think people can adapt while they're in the zone and purely focused on it?
It is very possible to just tunnel vision, isn't it?
It is.
Game when round after round, they just happen by so quickly. In fact, I was talking to Falash, and he was saying like, oh, that was a really intense game, and then he was like, no, you were holding last for 15 minutes. They don't realize that they're doing certain things, that time just passes so quickly. So it can be hard to get a grip on the current situation. So these kind of technical pauses, 100% going to be working against Crowns now. They're not going to have the momentum that they did have. It's going to take the wind out of their sails completely. And Full Tilt are given ample time to discuss what just went wrong in that game, what just went wrong in that round.
I think what they should look at in particular is the mid-fights, to be honest, because although our analyst desk were saying that, you know, despite being back, being down in terms of your initial advantage on the mid-fights, they did exactly the same thing to Froyo Tech, and Froyo had lost all of the mids, and yet they were still incredibly competitive as well. I think the mid-fights, if you're able to stabilize off the back of them, you can often win the game in the transitions instead. But against a team like Crowns, who's going to slowly grind you forwards all the time, or rather grind you backwards as they push forwards, winning the mid is one of the most crucial parts of the round, because if you lose control immediately and straight off the bat are on your last in every round, and on Gully Wash you have no opportunity to defend second if you lose mid. You are on last every single time. That it plays so perfectly into Crowns. So I wouldn't even bother, if I was Full Tilt, discussing how to push out from last, discussing any Uber trades, discussing like your last defenses. I would focus all of my attention on the mid fight and trying to make sure that you go up early in the round.
I mean, if you were in Full Tilt's position, I'm sure some of them have probably got their headsets off, so they might be able to hear us now. But I mean, if you were in their position, what would you switch up to help them on these mid fights?
I actually don't know in terms of Gully Wash, because we've only seen one mid so far. In terms of Badlands, what I would have liked to see them do is they knew where the players were going to set up. They knew that Hafficool was going to be on the Hoodoo and have Spudd on balcony. So what I would have liked to see them do is bomb straight in there. Hello. We are back into the game. It's Crowns eSport Club against Full Tilt. Crowns are 1-0 up, but they are 1-0 down in terms of maps. So if they are able to hold on to this lead on Gully Wash, then they'll bring the series to a tie at 1-1. But let's take a look at this mid-fight, which is going to be our second, but the first one that we've seen so far.
Absolutely. Spudd getting shot out of that direction pretty quickly from the spam rockets and the spam from Ali as well. Full Tilt doing a pretty good job so far, keeping Crowns locked in. In fact, Mike going to be claiming the first kill onto Kaptain Drackk, following it up with the counter kill onto Mike indeed. But a few members of Full Tilt are quite weak, but with those two picks onto Kaptain and Drackk, they're going to be happily rolling forward through this mid, capping up the mid. They didn't actually manage to pick Raymon, so they don't have the Uber advantage to work off, but still a much better showing compared to the first time.
Yeah, and a really nice denial of Drackk as well. Drackk plays a very important role for his team on the mid-fights, and Crowns are looking to contest this one from up top. Solentes dives in and is able to get the force out. Is he going to be able to trade as well? No, not quite. But in all of this, Thalash is still getting the cap up, and Ali bombs so far in. That's really over-aggressive play there from the Demoman of Full Tilt, but they're still being able to pick up a lot of kills.
Oh, they need to take care of him, and he's actually clocked Kos right in the side of the head, bringing down that medic at the same time. A lot of members of Crowns are currently falling. Raymon, last man left, is going for the sword play. It's not going to be enough, I don't think. He's on 12 HP. Ast is on last. He's dodging the crossbows, and that's going to be the round.
That's going to be it there. I thought Ast for a moment was just like tunnel visioning, like I have to get the kill.
Yeah.
I honestly thought for a moment that he was going to ignore the open last point to kill Raymon and like pad his stats. He's like, but I can improve my KD. No,
I can get a med pick.
But he didn't. In the end there, he did go and cap up the last point, and that was a real excellent showing from them. I know that they dived in really aggressively up top, and it looked like they weren't getting the better end of it after that. Ale died so quickly, but Crowns there being made to pay for their aggressive push into Gully Wash second there.
Yeah. A lot of damage coming out onto Spudd. Immediately double soldier aggression right onto the back of Solentes there. Now Kos is caught out of position. Drackk is right on him. He's not going to be able to miss those rockets up close, and he does claim the kill, and it's a complete wipe on the side of Full Tilt as Crowns have absolutely massacred them.
They certainly have. They ran through them like a truck on that mid-fight. Drackk was able to get in behind, and as we saw, you know, the reason that looked so strange from Drackk as well is because he wasn't giving Kos any opportunity to surf his rockets. He got right up in his face and made sure that he was shooting directly at Kos from a downwards perspective, so that Kos isn't able to use the blast as it hits his feet to sail away from him, which was really his only hope. So Drackk making sure that he executes on that one perfect.
This is it. Uber going to be popped in by Crowns, trying to take it forward. They're going to bring down Kos pretty much almost instantly, but he didn't have the Uber charge to contest it anyway. Sentry Gun also going to be going down, but at the same time, Mike and Solentes and Ali follow it up. Nice explosive damage by them, cleaning up the remaining Crowns members, but Drackk is currently hiding below the point. They've spotted him in the end. Ast is going to be trying to take that 1v1 now with the help of his team backing him up. Thalash is trying to basically get around that corner, but Drackk is eventually going to be falling to Solentes. So right now, Full Tilt in a better position than they once were, but Crowns ready to contest the second point again.
That's so good by Drackk as well, because he buys all the time that was needed for his team to be able to respawn and hold on to second. There's no way that Full Tilt were able to push out despite killing 4 members of Crowns, because they took so long to deal with Drackk, and Stark was around there as well. And I'm sure the call for him was just to buy as much time as possible, just to keep everyone from Full Tilt pinned on their last.
Ali at the moment just spamming some pipes through the door, just seeing what he can connect, what he can get. He's got stickies laid up on the doors as well, just in case, but Thalash and Sniper! That's what we like to see. A quick and easy pickup for him.
Turning that one up, because we really haven't seen as many great plays from Thalash on Sniper yet. He hasn't turned that on. Pardon the pun. He certainly did at that moment. He got the crucial pick when it was required for his team, and now Solentes has taken down the opposing Sniper of Stark, so that really opens things up for their Uber advantage to come in.
Moving forward, they've got 100% Uber. They're going to be looking to take this through the underside right now. Moving forward, I don't think Crowns suspect it. In fact, they do. Both soldiers jumping straight onto them, not popping it off just yet, but Kos has been cut off by the stickies. Ast finds Drackk in the midst of the confusion. Right now, this midpoint is going to get capped up by Full Tilt, and they're looking to steamroll it forward with the Uber charge advantage they've got, trying to cut off as many players as they potentially can. Solentes jumps forward, trying to cut them off. He's got so much damage into them in that riverside area.
They're
and now they're coming in. Here comes the Uber charge, strolling forward. Ali finds one. Astra to follow up onto Raymon, so that's going to be no Uber whatsoever now. Drackk trying to escape with his life. He just about surfs around the corner, and now Full Tilt are trying to basically salvage what they can from this situation, but they are absolutely slamming. As Sil picks up 2. Spudd, Stark, and Hafficool, the only survivors. It's looking like it's going their way, and indeed it is, as Full Tilt claim another round.
And really well executed there. That was fantastic performance from Full Tilt. They've looked a little sloppy in the beginning stages of this tournament with the way that they were pushing, and they had players slightly out of sync with each other, but that there was fantastic from them. The push in as they had players capping up second, the push in from Ale and Kos to be able to cut off Raymon, and the fact that they realized that they have to focus down individual targets and make sure that they're respawning by the time the cap onto fourth comes in, it was so important for them there.
Can just hear a crackling in my ear.
Yeah, lots and lots of crackling as they have the humiliation time crits, but it looks like we have gone to a short pause there for the two teams at the end of the round. Not quite sure, we haven't got word what the issue is at the moment, but it certainly is an issue on our end. The technical aspect is perfectly fine. Crowns have asked for the pause, we are told, but we don't quite know the reason. So I hope it's nothing too bad. I hope Hafficool hasn't contracted cholera or anything.
Tactical pause, no, got to slow it down, potentially.
I kind of doubt it. I don't think so. I think Crowns will just want to be in the zone. I think when you break things up like this, they're going to just want to get their teeth into it. They've got all the time in the world to talk through these things during their play because they don't have like a hyper-aggressive style. They've got all the time in the world to discuss how they want to do pushes, whether they need to alter anything on the mid-fight. So I don't think that that'll have been in any way a tactical pause to discuss something. Probably someone's peripherals playing up for a moment.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be mid-fight number 4 of the match so far. The teams are going to start to roll out as we are going to be watching Ali on this one. Now, Full Tilt, they did claim the last round, but are they going to be able to do it again? And our Crown's going to strike back. This is one of their favorite maps to play on. We're going to see if they can make the magic happen as they are moving through, and pretty much all of Full Tilt playing from that valley side area. Drackk getting pretty much initiated on by Mike. He's going to be winning that fight with the help of Ast. But he does get cleaned up pretty quickly by Stark in the end, so it's still a 1-for-1 trade as it stands now. Celentes moving into the back lines is getting absolutely run down by Stark, who does find the kill at the same time as that, as Kos finds Hafficool, and this looks like a clean sweep so far for Full Tilt. Raymon getting chased down. The kill binds in the end as he doesn't want to waste any time before getting back to his team.
Absolutely there. Full Tilt look amazing on that mid. They've made the alterations, the adaptations that they need. They know that if they focus down Drackk early on in the mid, then he doesn't get any position to be able to reinitiate onto them later. Mike puts himself on Drackk duty as he sees him jump up on the top left. He doesn't even really care whether he trades the kill at that point, although he could have been saved by Kos's arrow. He was calling out for it, but unfortunately it was just a moment too late. But it really doesn't matter that he trades the kill there, because Drackk is the more crucial player for the overall mid-fight for Crowns.
But there we are, they're moving in with the Uber charge. They've already picked up the sentry gun, claiming Hafficool's life as well. And right now the point is going to start to be played. Spudd does manage to find Celentes with that sticky trap. Falash now trying to make some work happen. Mike jumps into the fray. He's found Raymon. Now it's a 2v3, and it's just Drackk left alive. One man. What can he do against the might of Full Tilt right now as Mike has the heals on him? And they're going to claim that third round for Full Tilt. This is absolutely impeccable by them, to be honest.
Yeah, look at that, the slightest of smiles from Ass, just barely tickling the corner of his mouth. That basically means he's ecstatic. I don't think I've ever seen him that happy before.
He's an emotionless man. He only shows emotion when it counts.
He actually is really emotional, though, as a player. He gets really fired up by the crowd and by the rest of his team. He doesn't really show it, but he definitely shows it in the way that he plays. And they can tell, like the rest of the team have talked about it, and they can really tell the difference in performance when Ast is fired up.
Well, right now we see them trying to basically play this on each other side. Drackk is hiding around the corner, so this might be detrimental to Full Tilt right now. And we see Celentes claiming the first, claims the second one as well, as Hafficool and Kaptain going to be falling. Ali finishes up Spudd. Drackk now trying to basically kill at least one person. He actually has found Kos. So that's a great pickup for him, and it's going to stave off this aggression that Full Tilt are going to be sending their way. But it's really only a consolation prize at the end of the day, as Full Tilt are claiming so much territory. And look at where Mike is.
Yeah, Mike's already really deep. He's in the lower area, and I don't think they've spotted him. There is a tiny window down there into the lower, so he is visible on the map, and Stark has spotted him out, actually. They're taking a 1v1 there. Mike attempting to jump out, but gets caught by Drackk and Stark. So that play not going to come to anything, and Crowns up on their last, but this is a disastrous situation for the beginning of the map for Crowns. To be down 3-1 on what is probably their best map with half of the map gone is not good for them. This is well out of their comfort zone on Gully Wash. They prefer to be, if not in the lead, then at least incredibly close or tied to extend a 2-round advantage over them with half the map left. Starts to take it out of their comfort zone. And we see another pause. I hope this isn't a long-standing issue from the Crowns guys, and I hope that it hasn't actually affected the game so far. And
it would be
none of them appear to be, lagging out of the game or having issues with their mouse or anything. We haven't seen any evidence of that so far, but there's obviously something going on here, but it's very, very small. Kaidus bids farewell, Cruel World. Apparently they've killed their coach. That must be what the pause was for. Oh, right. Okay, so we've just got word that the issue with Crowns is actually that they're actually sat opposite the Gamers Origin Overwatch team.
Yeah.
And apparently they're being ridiculously loud. And, Crowns, they're quiet guys. They just want to sit there.
They want their peace and quiet,
Yeah, they want their clear communication. And there's some guys behind them as well that are watching. They don't like it. But it's LAN. It's the LAN atmosphere. And all of the teams have to deal with that. It's fair enough to politely ask them to step back, which I'm sure Crowns have done. But at the end of the day, you have to deal with these kind of issues because it's a LAN event. There's people around. There's people spectating. There's other people playing games and making noise.
Absolutely. Right now, Full Tilt in control. Still 15 minutes and about 30 seconds remaining on the clock. And it's currently Full Tilt with that 3-1 lead. Now, as it stands, Crowns are just really turtled up on this last. And I think at this point, I mean, Full Tilt is just going to be happy to just sit and watch as Crowns really struggle to decide what to do with themselves.
Well, Stark is currently on Spy, but he's just checking things. He wants to know probably whether they are running a sniper or a spy.
Yeah.
He might even try and check crits. But they know that for now, Kos is on the medigun, and they'll have spotted out that Thalash is on sniper as he comes in. But he's the only player in lobby. The rest of his team, no support. If Stark just runs down Thalash, he's dead.
There we are. I think it's
incredibly low risk here from Full Tilt.
Absolutely.
They've gone full Crowns mode.
Yeah, they're just baiting in, trying to basically make Crowns push into them off that one pick off. Stark has managed to wiggle his way behind them.
Yeah, this is the issue though. When Full Tilt do it, their execution of it isn't as good. They haven't been able to lock off every entrance. They don't even know that Stark is behind, I don't think.
Thalash knows. Look at him.
Does he? Yes, he does.
Yeah,
he realizes that Stark's
aware.
behind. He thought that Stark was going to take him in the 1v1 there, but instead, I think he's going to go for something a little more subtle than just a straight-up deathmatch fight with the scout. Thalash knows
Mike's
that he's
hiding
there.
as well. Mike's going to be able to get a drop on him. Stark just about backpedals in the nick of time there. So they do realize he is there. As this is happening, Full Tilt just happy to hold on to the second. Stark causing a bit of distraction issues for them.
Yeah, they're actually perfectly fine in this situation.
Yeah.
Like they're perfectly fine to drag the time down as Stark tries to make something happen. The rest of Crowns just have to wait for his word. Oh, that's unreal. It's really crazy, like how Stark's able to do these things. That's a 1v1 against Mike as well, and Kaptain comes in, but he's not able to do anything. He was just hoping there that with Mike away and the rest of them just focused on the guy harrying them from the flank, that they'd be able to do something. But now with that one pick advantage, it looks like Full Tilt want to push.
Right now, it's
This isn't how you Crowns it up.
Yeah, this is not how you Crowns it up. You've got your safe lead. This is where you set down boot camp and read some bedtime stories.
Build a tent.
Yeah, set up your tent, why not? But right now, Full Tilt, it looked like they wanted to push, but right now, no, they're back on second.
Yeah, and I think at some point, Crowns are just going to carry on going for these low-risk plays, but Full Tilt are going to get bored doing it. This isn't their play style. It's not what they're comfortable with. Like, they think it's the right play to make, which is why they're making it, but it's not the play that any of their players would naturally make.
Yeah.
So I think eventually they're going to crack and go and do something, or they're going to crack and like fail to hold an entrance, and somebody like Stark or Kaptain is actually going to make it work.
Now Stark is
They don't
on
have the
Spy,
discipline.
so this could be potential. But again, another quite low-risk play. There's only the one player going in. There's no distractions being made. He's just waiting for that as Cloak and Dagger in Viswatch to really charge up. Now he's just going to be waiting around the corner. He's got eyes on Kos. So he has the
Koss doesn't
targets
look
in
like
his
he
sight.
has any idea that there's a spy around.
Yeah.
And with Kaptain prodding from up top, it looks like that's the distraction that Stark wants to go for here.
Here we go. He's moving in for the kill now. Not choosing to uncloak just yet. Waiting for his team to potentially back up. And now Koss, he has jumped across the gap. And Starkey is just going to be waiting.
Oh, what is going on here?
He's just role-playing as a CCTV camera. He's fine there. Let's just leave him alone.
Well, with two of those players going in there from full tilt, they had that double sack going. Crowns can't push off the back of it because Stark's in there. They might send somebody in to distract as Stark goes. He uncloaks now, Bren.
This is it. This is the play, but Koss is cottoned onto it. And the response is there by his team, as asked. One fell swoop is going to be bringing him down. Kaptain tried to go for the spamming play, trying to basically cause a bit of distraction, maybe even pick off Koss in the end. But ultimately, off the back of that full tilt, looked like they want to go full steam ahead, moving into this lobby area.
Koss has an auto-heal script, which means that he always heals spies when they come towards him. If they're the only player in sight, he has to deliberately stop himself from doing that. So that's why you see these strange situations where Koss is healing the spy despite desperately trying not to get backstabbed by him.
As it stands, full tilt, they're just really spamming them out. They realise that Starkey has just respawned, and it's going to be a trade in the end. Stark and Salentes exchanging lives. Bit of a blood pact going on there.
And with 4 minutes 10 left in the round timer here, I think both teams are going to be fairly happy to see the round timer expire. It's a really strange situation in 5CPTF2 where you can get these situations where full tilt, they're going to wait for the round timer to go down and try for this like last-ditch effort. They are perfectly happy taking the time down, given that they're 3-1 up. And for Crowns, when it gets down to 4 minutes, they're actually feeling reasonably okay with resetting to mid anyway, because then they've got 7 minutes remaining to pick up 2 rounds, and they're going straight into a mid fight. So that's also quite doable, and potentially more doable than pushing out from last with no evident advantage. So we could see a recycling of quite a few of these attempts. Oh my goodness!
Spotted.
Yeah, Thalash jumped over Drack's head there. Oh no, it was actually Kaptain who had the blip. And he's going to just come up onto the point, and nobody's looking. They know he's there. Kaptain spotted him in the end. He shot a rocket towards him.
Why are they not checking this?
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Maybe they didn't. Maybe Thalash was just spamming it. But now he's going to come in onto the point, and Mike sacked in as well. That's going to bring a lot of players down there as Ale also prods his way in. But Ale is a little too far forward. Surely going to get caught by the engineer of Hafficool, who gets him with the pistol in the end. And now here it is. Full tilt got baited into making a bit of a triple sack play, and this could open it up for Crowns to push out with only 2.5 minutes left on the round timer.
They have 4 on a point. They're looking to contest this now. Kaptain making his movements. Mike is hitting some lovely rockets onto him now. That's going to be the pistol coming out as well. No Uber exchange. Crowns Raymon finally going to be popping off his pretty much at the same time as Koss. Falash getting chased down by Starkey, who does have the Uber charge on him. It's a hard 1v1 to take. Can he survive any longer? He's got his team to back him up. Mike is chasing him down. And Crowns getting the worst end of this in the end.
Yeah, you could say that it was really kind of even in the end, and it's going to reset back to a fairly similar situation. And now with 2 minutes left, it's very unlikely that Crowns are going to try anything to be able to push out from this one. The question is, what do they do? And here we go. It's coming in with an arrow build. That's what they're doing. Mike hurting himself up over on that rock as the arrows fly in from Koss. So they're building up this advantage. It's only 10% at the moment, but every time Koss gets an arrow off, it's an extra 10% advantage. So he's got himself up to 95% now, as Raymon is only on 70. They've engineered themselves 30% here as they go in for with Ast through main.
This is it. They're leading the Uber charge in. They spot the sentry. It's only a level 1 though, so it's not doing a lot of work. Spudd still really just waiting behind the point. Ali finds the kill onto Starkey. This could be the beginning of the end for Crowns right now. Spudd trying his hardest. Kaptain and Drackk also bring down Koss and Falash. Mikey doing his hardest. He's actually managed to pick up 2 kills now, and it's 3v3 as it stands. Mike! Goodness gracious me, man. Where's he pulling his rockets out from? He is unreal.
And
what was that?
And the full tilt play there, just absolute perfection.
Oh, wow.
Like, that's a play that none of the other teams are doing at this LAN event. None of the other teams have practiced that kind of execution where you're arrow building outside and engineer yourself an advantage. I love it. Very creative. And Crowns didn't have an answer for it, but full tilt out Crowns in that situation, and you see the reasons why teams have started to adopt this really defensive play style on Gullywash, because it's so difficult to push out from last.
Right now, this is a mid-fight, and it's pretty much critical that Crowns secure this one from full tilt. They're already 3 rounds down. Can they do it? They do find the first kill onto Ast at least, and now a few players weak. Falash finds Hafficool, Spudd falling as well. Kaptain now gets the return kill onto Mike. The bomb in, coming in from them. They have managed to find Drackk, but a lot of players down. Ali, one of the lone survivors on 5 HP, is probably going to be going down. Falash running down Raymon, at least trying to pick up that 1 kill. Not going to be doable just yet. So Crowns once again showing a bit of signs of life, but I really did not expect this game to go this way.
No, I didn't whatsoever. They are 4-1 in the lead here, full tilt, over their opponents' Crowns. Both of these teams from Europe. Normally, Crowns are the ones who get the better end of them. We've seen them fight before at LAN, and it was ridiculously close. And at the moment, full tilt starting to pull ahead. They're already 1 map up in this best-of-5 grand final. Despite Crowns getting both of the map bans due to them coming through the upper bracket, they utterly smashed them in the upper bracket when they met before. Beat them 5-0 and then 6-1. But Crowns on the back foot here, looking to Uber in and come back into this map.
The Sentry's done so much work to bring as many of them down as possible. Silentes finds Kaptain. Ast also finding a kill somewhere in there, but a back coming out by Starkey. It needs to be met head on. Ast trying to take this 1v1. Stark might actually win it now. Kos trying to heal him up, but now Crowns, this could be the potential to move in off this, but they are just backing all the way out. They don't feel comfortable trying to take a fight, even though Starkey created a lot of space there, and we are seeing a pause.
Another pause. Maybe the French players are screaming again. I actually don't know what the issue is. I assume it's Crowns again. It may not be. Oh, it's full tilt actually this time who asked for the pause, so interesting. Maybe Matt CV punched someone in the face, you know, in a repeat of previous events. But at the moment, they're looking really dominant in this game, and for Crowns to come back in and draw it level at 4-4, they would have to get 3 2-minute rounds immediately, and that's a really tough ask for any team, but especially for Crowns who don't have that really hyper-aggressive, really fast playstyle.
It is only roughly around 5 minutes, I think. Oh, a bit more than that, isn't it? As it has been ticking down.
It's just over 6.
Just over 6. So 6 minutes remaining for Crowns to secure 3 rounds if they want to try and bring it back to a golden cap. Definitely doable. We've seen it before. The question is, how do you even execute this? How do you even go about making these sorts of plays, especially when full tilt looks so comfortable, just really holding on to these last points. It does look like they're in the process of trying to make a push out into the second area. Maybe they can capitalize off that. Maybe they can exploit some sort of weakness that we haven't spotted yet.
I think if Crowns want the best opportunity possible to push into last, at the moment they've got an Uber disadvantage, and I don't think full tilt are going to push out. So for starters, they need to have their Uber up before they do anything. So that's going to be a bit of a delay anyway. And then once they get themselves into that position, I think they should just go for a full commit straight in. Because if they play the same style that they are at the moment, where they're trying to create an advantage before they take the Uber trade and the push, then they're just going to take the time away, and it's going to be devastating for them in the long run. So I think the intelligent play here for Crowns would be to scrap your normal play style and commit to an Uber trade and then a repush as if it was the dying moments of a round, and really just go all out. And I think they're going to have way more success overall. And if they fail and they end up losing something like 6-1, they probably weren't going to win the map anyway by playing this slow style. And if anything, you know, you draw it a slightly more level at 4-2 or 4-3, but they're not going to be able to get back into it by playing the same style. They need to change something up. And I think just full commits into last is what this team is missing normally.
I mean, it is really difficult to do, though. You say they need to do a 180 on their play style and play, turn away from it, but it is ingrained in them. They've honed this, like, they've really, it's like a homebrew style that they've developed themselves.
And they are the best. It should be stated as well that they are the best in the world at being able to utterly hold teams out of areas. The reason why you don't see on Badlands full tilt just walking over them in the same way that they did to WARHURYEAH on those mid-fights is because Crowns have the best disciplined style, but it does hurt them. It's not the best way to play TF2, in that it's not the best in every situation. It's a very good way of playing TF2, especially if you get an early lead in a game. But if you structure your whole team around that disciplined, regimented style, then this is the exact situation that you don't want to find yourself in, because it's the absolute counter to how you play.
Right now, waiting for... Do we have any more information about what's going on with Full Tilt as well?
Full Tilt have managed to tilt themselves into oblivion, and at the moment the player that's furthest left on their team is a good few meters higher than the one on the right, who they've fallen into the ground. I think... we have actually gone live again. Yeah. We have gone live again with the game, so with 6 minutes left on the map timer, Full Tilt find themselves just pushing out of last.
They're going to get this second point pretty much with no contestation as of yet. Crowns really, as you mentioned, need to do a 180, but it looks like Full Tilt want to take the fight straight to them. Kaptain is running through that choke point, but Ali is locking him out, and now here comes the pincer movement as they're coming from under. At the same time, Falash might be in a little bit of trouble here. These are two picks that have gone their way as Ali and Mike have fallen. The Uber charge being popped by Koss just in the nick of time. It was brought very low, and Starkey will pay with his life. So these are three picks, and Raymon just killed Silentes.
Oh my god, Silentes had Raymon in a 1v1, and Raymon was incredible. He was duking and dodging around. He surfed a rocket away. He hit 3 arrows and eventually took him down. That was a huge play from Raymon, because what Crowns did there was they tried to rotate them through Big Door, and they essentially left Raymon and just assumed that he would die, and everybody else rotated through that Big Door, and they were just trying to get the backhand. They thought, right, okay, screw it, we don't need Raymon, we'll just try and take this fight, and they're assuming that he dies, but he wins the 1v1 against the pocket of Full Tilt, and now they have an Uber advantage anyway.
Right now they're moving in, that's exactly right. They've got about 20% advantage. Drackk has fallen, however, Falash claiming his life in the end now. A lot of spam coming out from that upper area. Crowns are going to be able to secure it. The jump in by Silentes brought Kaptain down to double digits of HP, but wasn't enough to end his life in the end. With 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, Crowns really got to get a move on now, and Full Tilt, they have the Uber charge to defend this.
Yeah, this is getting ridiculous for Crowns. They absolutely have to go, because if they take longer and longer in this current round, they make it really even harder for themselves in the later ones, and Kaptain's going to lead the Uber in. They are committing to this one, Bren.
Absolutely, and it's going to be an Uber popped by Koss as well, as they're looking to basically chase out as many members of Crowns as they possibly can. Kaptain just about escapes with his life. The heavy pickup by Ast as well, putting in a lot of work, but now Crowns looking for round number 2 as they're pushing from the Riverside area. A sentry gun absolutely obliterating Kaptain. He still hasn't paid with his life in the end, but Silentes finally claims the kill, and this looks like a failed push by Crowns as they are 3 down, 4 down. Raymon just trying to escape with his life. Spudd picking up that pack, but I don't think he's going to get out alive out of this one. He did get the arrow from Raymon though, and he might be able to make some magic happen. No, not quite, as he does get taken down. So Raymon trying to save his life to the very ends of the earth there. He did manage to escape, so it is going to be equal Ubers, but Sideshow, 3 minutes 30 left.
I think they need some literal magic to be able to win here. They're just going to commit to a push around choke though anyway, and see what they can get done. There's 3.5 minutes left. It is still possible, but they would have to roll things forward.
They're just slowly being choked out right now. Kaptain does manage to find Falash. That might be one pick that they do need, but right at this point, you need to play off this. You cannot be waiting around. They're healing up. They've got the Uber in about 20% time, whereas Koss already has it. The heavy as well. They're really turtling up here, Full Tilt. They've got the heavy off class on Ast, moving in, just really trying to keep them out, but they've gone into the underside area right now. Kaptain, he might have just juked his way around all of them. They're collapsing onto them here with the Uber charge being exchanged by both of them. Spudd trying to basically get in a bit of damage, but there's 3 of the Crowns members just not taking part in this fight in the slightest. Drackk, he jumps in. A cutesy little play. The cap is still, they need to jump onto it right now. Kaptain now moving in. Could this be a round on the board for them? I think it is.
Well, this could be the beginning of a most ridiculous comeback here. 2.5 minutes left. If they do this, Full Tilt are going to be devastated as well. I don't know whether they'd be able to come back from it.
2 minutes, 37 seconds. That is what I've got on my screen. And 2 rounds that Crowns need to claim to be able to equalize it in this situation. Now the rollouts begin. This is where the pressure is completely on Crowns. Once again, they need to recreate some of that magic they just did in that round.
Do you know what though? I think the pressure is actually on Full Tilt. They'll be feeling it way more than Crowns will. Crowns at the moment, I'll also almost think of it as a lost map, that they have no, you know, all they can do is just go for it.
And look at that, immediately, the passive positioning by Full Tilt. They don't even want to contest this. Ali might get caught out as well. He's just trying to get out of some brilliant arrows by Koss, keeping him alive in the end, but the instant pick-off where Mike got basically latered there by a scout, immediately Full Tilt just playing so passive, and this this is dangerous right now. Crowns, they're rolling deep in. They are determined to try and equalize this if they potentially can. Full Tilt need to do all of, they need to try so hard to pull out the stops. Uben charge going to be popped off by both these teams. Now the second point has been capped. Drackk making his way into the underside area. The point's starting to be played a little bit here as we've seen him running rings around him. Hafficool!
Destroying
that is some movement if I've ever seen it.
Drackk just coming up now around the back. Kaptain and Drackk on the point. Both get killed by Mike, though, and it's only Spudd and Raymon. If they're able to hold on to this one, it is going to be the nail in the coffin. Raymon on the back cap here against 3.
It cannot be done.
It cannot be done. And that is it. That is the nail in the coffin there, surely, because they have 20 seconds and they would have to convert the whole round within 14 seconds now and then take another minute afterwards. It's not doable for Crowns in that position, but my God, did they have me worried there. I thought we were going to see it. And I'm sure they had Full Tilt rattled as well.
It would have been ridiculous to see.
That was really close, though.
Yeah.
And that was such a ridiculous situation for them. And it's way out of their comfort zone, and they came really, really close to being able to do it. Yeah. They would have also had to convert a minute-and-a-half round at the end, but I think at that point, you do it. At that point, Full Tilt are going to be so rattled that they're so close to losing, they'll throw it, and they'll end up losing.
I think you are correct in saying that right now. Just waiting for the final few seconds to count down.
Yeah,
I think the teams, they realise it's over.
They do. They certainly realise it's over, and that means that Full Tilt have gone up 2-0 in the series so far. That is unbelievable, actually, because as we go into our next map, they're going to be on a match point. They're going to be on tournament point. That is utterly ridiculous for them because they got slammed in the upper bracket when these two teams met. Yeah. They have had to crawl back through Jasmine T, through Froyotech, and now to beat Crowns in potentially straight maps
that's mad.
Would be utterly
it's unheard
ridiculous.
of. No, I don't think you find me one person who predicted that, and I'll shake their hand.
Yeah, well, the next map that we'll be going into is Snakewater, and to be honest, that's a map that Full Tilt favored themselves on in this matchup, but I don't know whether it'll play out like that. I think we may be falling into the old taking each other's maps situation, but we'll see. Our analysts think of this one because Getawhale, Admirable, and War are ready to break it down for us.
Dragging through piles and piles of archival footage of Insomnia to see if it's ever been done before, clawing their way up from the lower bracket to win the whole thing, but Full Tilt, they're almost there. As the casters mentioned, they have one more map to go. The next map coming up is going to be Snakewater. The idea of favorited maps is out the window, as we've said to death. What are your thoughts? James, you're here. I get to talk to you all weekend. Give me your thoughts on that one. Hey, good to meet you.
Loving your work.
Fantastic. Like looking in the mirror. But tell me, give me your thoughts.
Is this because my head's so shiny, or because I like you?
Physically, yes, yeah. Give me your thoughts on Full Tilt on that one. How in the hell are they doing this? Especially just, I mean, all I can think of is group stages where we were afraid yesterday they were almost eliminated by some teams that we never heard of before.
Well, you know, there's been this kind of narrative over the last few ETF12 seasons about how Gully Wash is like the home map for Crowns. They played under different names in the past, but they really shut down and infuriated this Full Tilt team. Slinty's even going off in one grand final interview, super salty, but they come back here today and they showed us some new tools. You know, you see Thalash at one point pushing out from last up top as sniper, something I think he stole directly from Yui from their game yesterday against Jasmine T. Worked well for them. Also, just the fact that Koss was holding on to some of his Ubers, like they pushed second to middle, went drop down. And I think, you know, a lot of Crown's holds and strategies are just based off the fact that they're probably going to pop under this pressure, but Koss refused. They rolled on to last, got around there as well. But then, of course, like the big hype moment spotted by Sideshow, he was talking about it. About the arrow building, kind of a new technology. It's been in the game for quite a while, but no one's really been using it. And to bring it out here on the biggest stage in TF2 right now. And what was so crazy about that push is they were totally beefing it. They were messing it up. They were going in there with this huge Uber advantage. They lost 3 immediately, and then Mike came up huge. So that's the other weapon in their arsenal they have now, the Mike factor. Yeah, Mike is a god, is what I've been seeing in Twitch chat. War, I know you got thoughts on that last map. Give it to me.
I have multiple thoughts. I just found it quite amusing how Full Tilt were playing Crowns at their own game. Like at a few moments, they didn't really want to be sort of like very passive, but they did it anyway. That's not how they played, and it didn't really stick with it for that long, but I do like how they did that because that is just sort of like a to Crowns, because that's what they do. They did it previously against Full Tilt. It wasn't the last season, the one before, where Sideshow died multiple times trying to sort of like create something. And just sort of seeing them completely defeat that playstyle. To be honest, like, Crowns are really, really, really predictable. And it happens over and over again where Start goes behind, we go Spy, we go Sniper, and they just try and wait for that pick with him and Drackk to try and go in and create an opportunity. It's not happening, so they need to come up with something different. Snakewater is a sort of like a different map. I don't really, despite how Full Tilt seem to prefer it, I don't really think it is theirs. Like, in some ways, it's I feel like it's just too sort of slow pace for them. But yeah, unless Crown sort of change something, do something new, they're just gonna fall flat again.
Fall flat. We have the logs to look at, the lags. We have the logs to look at here. Pardon me. And let's have a look here. I notice, wow, who's that guy in the stats there? Kaidus, never heard of him. Stark leading the way, 21 frags. Of course, you talked about the off-classing Spy and Sniper, those pick classes. Anything jump out to us here, lads?
I am looking down at the bottom here, you know, we'll look to point the finger of blame. Hafficool goes 9 for 6 for 12, does 129 damage per minute there. I know it was a low damaging game.
Look at Ast.
Quite passive.
Look at Ast, 17, only 7 deaths.
Yeah, he was really, really good. But, I mean, again, because the map had so much downtime, like, the poor stats for individuals doesn't really sort of say much. If it was like a very, very heavy, like, very, very quick scoring game, then Hafficool's stats would probably be like a lot more telling.
Yep.
But because they spent quite a large time just holding and being on defensive, and the rounds happened in like a relatively quick succession. I don't know if we can just take a look at the round timers and stuff, like mid captures. But there is one where the first one was 12 minutes. And then following that, you've got them that are between about 2 minutes on average. The fifth one was 10 minutes, the next one was 9 minutes. So there's a lot of downtime where nothing really happened. And when the rounds did sort of add up, they were very, very quick. So it's not really enough for you to have your, make your mark.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see it there. Look at some of the numbers. I'm hearing tactics in my ear. Are we going to have a look at...
I'm going to show my artistic skills.
Wow, we got more of this. We got the telestrator out.
Yeah, that's right, everybody. I have got a mouse. I believe this is Paulson's, so I am quite erect as I hold this in my grasp.
Gross.
404s, never mind. It's disgusting. Get it away from me. Admiral, you take it.
Get your new mouse.
Go on, Lim.
No matter, anyway, I've made my mark in it, so 404, if you're listening, please don't use this again. Oh, God. This is embarrassing. One thing that I wanted to sort of like use this for is the defensive setup that these teams have been using. Quite often you'll see like this whole incredibly passive and default combo sitting on top of the Spire. The Downman will normally be on the floor or actually up there with him, just so then they can just split the heals, because if you're having like an Uber trade come out, one of the really, really sort of annoying thing to do is to actually sort of split your heals up. And the main thing with this is that if the blue team come out from the top, you're going to see it like ages ago. So everybody in that team can just change the position. Again, big door, they're at a disadvantage in height. You can see it from ages away as well. And going out for Remain is also the same again. It's so obvious that this is why these teams do it, and this is why it's so slow. Because like these sort of points, trying to push out onto like this high ground is just absolutely ridiculous. Valve, please fix. There is just one quick one that I wanted to show as well.
Sure.
If you give me a moment.
Oh, that's something else. That's different.
Wow, that's a website, that is. I wonder what that would take you to if you were to...
Do you think it's a website?
I don't know.
GG.
Maybe people should just take it into the browser. But
even the production team is thrilled by this.
Yeah, they are. I just couldn't wait to get that plug out. I'm done, David. I've had my bit.
Wow. New, really sticking to the gag all weekend long. Well, I
never gets old.
I believe we're... it sounds like we're getting most players in server right now. Confirmed. Denied. Only Crowns. Well, okay.
Yeah, so this map is Snakewater, isn't it? 100%.
Yeah, it is
Snake.
Snake.
It to be like a different one.
Have you been looking at your analytics, War? Is it even working?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
Okay.
There isn't just hilarious jokes that I'm going to reuse over and over again. We do have actual original content.
Okay.
But I think on this map is going to be quite difficult. And the reason being, if I refer back to last season, when they played on this map, it was also another snooze fest. And the reason being is the Thalash and Stark sniping joust.
Yeah.
These two on this map, I really don't like it when they do it, because it's a very negative way to sort of play, because you're just literally basing your entire map setup on just getting a pick on one person. If that happens, it's going to be miserable to watch. But I'm hoping that they sort of don't rely on such a things, because I mean, at the moment, Crowns need to win. They need to take this map by storm.
Yep.
They've shown that at the moment, the passive style that they've been using against Full Tilt isn't working. So to actually play it again and to keep on doing it is just, I don't think it's going to end well for them.
James, last thoughts before we toss it back over?
It is definitely interesting that even on
give us, and I mean, you can give us as many thoughts as you want.
Oh man, I've got a lot of thoughts rattling around in here. But going back to Gully Wash.
Yep.
Just talking about the story of the rounds there. Like this time, Crowns actually did manage to win the first round, which is their whole game plan, or at least not to lose it, to maintain control.
Right.
Then they lost 4 rounds back to back there. It seems, like you say, their passive playstyle isn't working, but like none of the things they've practiced are working. They're just coming undone. And then when it was like 8 minutes left, they had an uber advantage push. They go in blind, like a total elementary mistake, into last, didn't even check for the gun.
Yeah.
They lead with their scouts, get demolished. We had a long pause in between that, and the very next push they had with an advantage, they go in again and do the same thing. They push blind, like they're just crumbling a little bit there, even though they have a 7th man telling them what to do.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
It is a case of they need to come up with something new, and again, they've been doing the same thing for 2 seasons.
Yeah.
So I guess they were having the whole, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But now it's broken. They need to fix it.
They're going to be in trouble. I mean, they want to fight for first place. I guess it's fortunate, really, that they're running the same game plan and they've made it. I'm thinking of our prize pool. We haven't looked at that in a while. Obviously, we've got 2 TBDs there, which I'm told stands for to be decided. Cool. Now, somebody said that it was determined, so that really just threw me for a total loop. Third place team, of course, is Froyatech. You saw that if you were with us earlier today, 1,450 pounds sterling. Second and first place, of course, still that big chunk of the 8,500-pound prize pool. 4,250 to the winner, and so certainly both of these teams, Full Tilt and Crowns, want to fight for their place. They want to see their logo in that top sort of square there, that top quadrant.
I've got some prize pool analysis here, you know, some
prize pool analysis?
Information unknown to people.
Now, what is that?
Because Froyatech didn't actually make their fundraiser goal, Banny ended up paying for the travel, accommodation, all that stuff. So the players had to pay him back out their prize money. Since they didn't finish first, as I'm sure they were intending to, this could end up being a losing trip for the Americans. You know, they might be going home penniless.
I mean, I think Grant will just do another hoodie drive or something, you know, and just that'll be fine. You know,
They'll just do another
Sell some hoodies.
Indiegogo fundraiser to raise funds. So then, you know, did we ever pay Salamanca back actually?
We're just hoping he forgets, man.
Yeah.
Don't bring it up, dude.
I was actually thinking like, maybe we should work on our debts to others first before we sorted out Banny.
Yeah.
We love you, Sal.
We do love you, Sal. Tell you what, let's have a look and see where. I mean, we're coming up on the map. We're still just getting all the players in server. You know, just out of nowhere, this just came to me from just in my own mind. Why don't we have a look at some of the head-to-heads? I know that we're looking at the medics here. We've got Koss, Raymon. Koss was giving me a hard time before. When I was a fresh caster in ETF2L, I called him Chaos a lot, apparently.
Professor Chaos.
Yeah. No, that's different. But we have a look at the numbers here. One thing that kind of stands out a lot, well, 2 things that stand out. Of course, Koss been running all those crits, especially versus Raymon, who hasn't really touched it.
I still want this number to be verified. I still don't believe that he ran crits 60 times over the tournament so far.
Yeah?
There may
60?
have been a double log.
Might have been a double log.
That means that, yeah, that still doesn't seem right.
Like he does.
The logs never lie. Are you calling Gentleman John a liar?
I can't because he's my dad.
Bigger than you, yeah. Yes.
I don't want to like unpick the whole logs fetish we have going on here, but you know, sometimes the stats may be inaccurate. Just throwing it out there, guys.
You're full of
Apart
something.
from when I'm involved in them.
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
They're unflappable.
Well, I mean, both medics have had a spectacular tournament, haven't they? Raymon, the wily
Raymon's
veteran.
done a lot better than what I thought. I thought he was going to be very, very sort of nervous and make a lot of mistakes, because that was the reason why he was kicked out of the Epsilon team that he was a part of. He was very, very nervous most of the time, and mainly because Hiss the Snake tried to sort of get him out.
Yep.
Backfired and he got kicked himself. But he's performed very, very well this LAN. I've been impressed. As Sideshow is pointing out, he took a 1v1 against Sil.
Yeah.
And won.
He did. That's like... It's one of the top moments. That was a big moment for the last one.
That's like mirroring kind of.
Yeah, hashtag. Yeah, rest in peace. We could look at perhaps one more. I'm thinking maybe the demos, perhaps. Been looking at Spudd a little bit. We're going to see here how he stacks up in terms of numbers. There he is against Ali. Two demos that, I mean, even if we weren't looking here at the numbers, pretty evenly matched overall. They've both been really holding their own. Ali having a real strong LAN, and Spudd has been really kind of turning it on as well. I think... I mean, how about on that previous map, though? Who would you give the edge to on that? Not huge factors in the match, but... Yeah,
I agree. They weren't really... I think this is the problem when both these teams play, because they sort of seem to be at like a slugfest of... they do seem to be quite like head-to-head. It's slim margins between the two, and it's not very good for a Derman to make their mark because they're so crucial.
Yeah.
The team just wants to sort of like play very regimented, take every point as it is, so they don't have many opportunities to do flashy plays. But having said that, Ali on Badlands was really good. I think he managed to like properly turn around like a last push by himself by getting like about 3 or 4 frags. So he was doing very well. In the last map, I don't think there was really anything amazing that I could pick out, if I'm honest.
Stereotype with Ali, some people say they're like, he's trying to make the big plays and the frag movie plays and stuff, but he's been very disciplined,
That's
James.
What matters, though.
It is. Well, yeah, of course.
If you lose, no.
Well, I'm not asking the demo, man. James?
Yeah, he does definitely have this reputation, but like...
He's disciplined, though.
Every time he's played at LAN, he's shown a progression in his game.
Yeah.
And I really feel like the growth of Ali, like that whole Nard over the last season, 3 Remax Summer, and to this point is one of the most exciting stories of LAN.
Yeah.
Like,
he's growing up.
Totally right. Last game, their stats were poor because the nature of the game. Yeah. They didn't really have that big an impact, but Spudd has just been micromanaged by Kaidus, told what to do.
Yeah.
And he's kind of turned him into a different demo man. Like, everyone's trying to play to the Kaidus system, whereas Ali he's got free will, man. He can do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Those players, you know, they can't think for themselves, but Kaidus can't think for his team.
When there's so many noisy French Overwatch players shouting
that
very
would
loudly.
isn't it? I mean, Classic Mix-Up managed to survive when Coleman was lurching over.
He broke Seagull's arm and he went on to play.
He was still fine, you know. But they're just like, I bet it's just sort of, you know, shouting some sort of French expletives, but they're just like, oh, guys, keep it down, please.
Never forget. By the way, if you guys are wondering about Coleman, he lost like about 3 stone. He looks great.
Yeah.
He really does. I'm not kidding around. Guys, you know, work out, does great things. You should see his thighs. Easy for me to say. How many we got in server?
I believe it's 10.
Waiting on 2 more players. Are casters ready to fill a bit of time? Boys, what do you think? It's kind of like a union thing. They can only do their specific job, and if they want to do other stuff, they're not allowed to do that unless they speak to the union rep.
Has anybody checked out the expedition?
No, we should go do that now. We have a roaming camera. Maybe we could go.
I mean, that's what we need. We need
war.
We need eXtine. Best friends.
Oh yeah.
To like go around, go up to little kids with a microphone, go yow.
Yeah.
And they just watch them. Like I went there. Syndicate has a really big queue.
Yeah.
Filled with like kids and their parents, probably trying to get the money back from the skins that he rigged. So you know.
Heyo.
That's probably what they're there for.
WARHURYEAH's views are his own and not representative of teamfortress.tv.
Sorry.
Yeah. Just take all the kids buying PS4 games and stick a microphone in their face. We'll tell you what.
Make this man go away.
i58, come to Insomnia. It's fantastic. We do have Bren and Sideshow now. I'm told that they are prepared. We are getting ready. We're on the 3rd map. It could possibly be it. And so with the potential call that you'll be hearing in frag videos for the next year, we got Sideshow. We got Bren. Take it away.
And we're on potentially, as Getawhale was saying, that our last map of the entire tournament. This could be it. It would be ridiculous for Full Tilt to come back all the way through the lower bracket after being knocked down in the round 2, I believe, of the upper bracket almost instantly by Crowns and come back, defeat Jasmine T, defeat WARHURYEAH. Having said that, in utterly nail-biting fashion, and then have their most dominant performance in the grand final. That would be insane. And I think Crowns are going to be able to gather themselves on Snakewater. We've seen it from these guys at in previous lands or in previous encounters online, that they don't give up and they know how to adapt themselves if they're allowed a little bit of breathing room. And I think, having come on to Snakewater here, which we're just about to go live into right now, they'll be feeling good. I think their mids again are going to be excellent.
And this is it. This is going to be map number 3 of Full Tilt versus Crowns.
Our grand final.
Oh yeah. And everything on the line for Crowns right now. Full Tilt match point, tournament point for first place. They win this, they win the entire thing. And we're going to see Spudd now rolling out, trying to meet them head on. Drackk as well. He's rolling out, trying to basically get into that upper position right now. Full Tilt taking the high ground. Spamming them out from above. Drackk just waiting patiently in the sidelines. Salentes, he jumps forward. Raymon in a bit of trouble there. Mike secures the first medic pick. Koss still healthy for now. Nobody's really jumping on him, and it looks like Crowns. My goodness, that's not what you want to see if you're a Crowns fanboy right now. They've been really destroyed on this mid. 6 down. Full Tilt showing no signs of slowing down, Sideshow.
Yeah, they really didn't do a good job of denying Mike there as he came up. Raymon had already caught a load of damage though, and that mid certainly didn't go the way that Crowns wanted it to. I expected them to be slightly better at being able to deny the soldiers. If they put early damage onto Mike and Salentes, then I think they're going to be in a much better position to be able to deny those bombs, because they were excellent against WARHURYEAH on in the mid fights of this map. With that double soldier aggression, it's crucial that they have to counter that, and Ale and As go forward and get eaten by the level 2 sentry gun from Hafficool. Salentes is doing what he can to get kills onto Drackk, but Drack's escaped, and he's right behind Ale, and they're going to be able to clean everyone up here. This push did not get executed in the way they wanted it to. Costas managed just to squeak out with his life.
That is impressive.
But a huge advantage here for Raymon.
Yeah, that was, I'm not too sure how that happened. Okay, Full Tilt have apparently, I've received word from my sideman here. You always acknowledge David. Why am I not allowed to acknowledge you? Give me the sheet, I can read it. Took away from me.
This is top tier analysis.
I've only one map on Snakewater versus Zenex.
Okay. That's a nice little tidbit, Bren. I'm glad you remembered that from all of your analysis. That was brilliant. Yeah, so they've only won one map on Snakewater, despite coming into it and feeling like they're fairly strong on it. And when they played against Crowns in the group stages, they felt like Crowns certainly felt like the map favored them more. Yeah. So they drew in that fixture. It was incredibly close. And yeah, Crowns felt like the map favored Full Tilt, but they were still able to drag a draw out of it. And as you said, Bren, they have only won one instance of Snakewater across the entirety of this tournament, and that was against Zenex, who they were able to beat. It was a close game actually between Zenex and Full Tilt after they lost on product. And the reason for this technical pause is that Crowns Mumble has died. So they're going to hop into a different mumble. There's Crowns there with Tom from Comfortably Spanked just sat behind Hafficool's head. There's our crowd as well for the grand finals with 7v6. You know, we were actually talking last night as well about the play style of Kaidus when he used to play, and he was nothing like he calls for his team. Do you remember Kaidus?
He was mad.
He's a mad dog. He was insane.
He would just jump in.
Yeah, he used to create the most ridiculous frag clips just by going pedal to the metal in every situation. Yeah. He used to do the fanciest stuff, but his play style and the way that he likes to play the class and gets personal enjoyment out of isn't compatible with what he thinks is the best way to play TF2 as a team and have structure as a team. So, you know, maybe he just got bored with it as well and thought, some other poor soul can fill in my job, my role within the team rather than being flashy. And as Admirable was saying, Ale doesn't have that problem where he gets penned into a role. He can really do what he wants. Yeah. It does often lead to him getting caught out of position, trying to take too much onto his plate. But that's about the only thing that I can bring up as a fault of Ali, actually. He's had a really, really good LAN.
Yeah.
He's just been caught out of position by trying to take too much onto his plate a few times, I think. And actually, when they played against Crowns previously, Ali was saying to me that he was trying to main call a bit too much in the game, and the rest of Crowns, you know, Ali's the kind of guy where he does have some good insight into the game some of the time, but he's not one of the main callers for Full Tilt. And he wasn't being respected in their game, apparently, which led to them being completely on tilt for the game against Xenex as well. But none of those issues appear to be plaguing them, nor any issues now plaguing Crowns either, because we are back into the game. Crowns on a different mumble, and 28 minutes remaining still with the score at 0-0, and Crowns moving in.
Absolutely, Kaptain trying to take the high ground there. Celentes! Goodness gracious me, explosive
Ridiculous.
start off the bat, brings down Raymon. Now Kos, if he just stays alive, this is going to be a very, very big advantage that they can play off. Kaptain has wiggled his way behind the enemy lines of Full Tilt right now, and he may be able to get a play off, but Mike has spotted him, and he's going to be shooting him straight out the sky like an anti-air machine gun.
Yeah, Kos gets harassed down there, though, by Stark, who manages to funnel him onto a stray sticky that was on the ground. So, having picked up the medic, Full Tilt decide this is our opportunity to go aggressive. Before Raymon is there to dish out heals to the rest of Crowns, we can try and get some territory off the back of this. So I like that decision. Really well played by them to get as much ground as possible. But Crowns now, I think, are going to start edging forwards now that they have the heals, and the spawners were slightly closer for them. But I don't think they've quite spotted Mike, who's up here hiding. And he might easily be able to get onto Raymon.
He's hiding around, he spotted Raymon, gets one rocket. Can he hit the second? Very minor, great surf by Raymon, and he's just about evaded it. Ali now moving in, trying to go for the kill, but no, it's too late. They fed in so many players. Kos has fallen, Ali's fallen, Mike's fallen.
He's not a man, he's a slippery eel. Raymon just jukes and dodges away, dives onto the health kit, picks it up, surfs another rocket away, and I thought that was a guaranteed pick there, but Mike has been evaded along with all of the rest of their team. A bit of a questionable decision that once Mike was unable to pick him up, they went for that play. I think that was a mistake from them. Once they realized that Mike wasn't able to quickly kill Raymon, I think that's an opportunity to back out and hold mid. But now Crowns punish them for that mistake, give them a full wipe, and they're going to be heading forwards now, pushing second themselves with a large Uber advantage.
Yeah, that's right. Full Tilt just trying to hold on for dear life on this second point. They do not have the Uber to defend with. Ali finds the kill onto Starkey at least. That's going to make things a little bit easier, but there's still the Uber charge to worry about now as Crowns begin their assault onto this second point. Slowly but surely, just trying to spam them out, and one quick pipe from Spudd. Oh my goodness, yeah. This is absolutely critical plays coming out by them. Kaptain finishes up Celentes as well. 3 picks for Crowns.
You can feel them starting to get into it as well here, Bren. You can see them building up momentum and feeling more and more confident the more team fights that they're winning on this map, and they absolutely have to, and they're coming in, streaming onto the point. Hafficool getting cap time as well. Kos dives in, blocks it. He's not going to be able to get Source here, surely. And that is the first round on the board there for Crowns. Everybody from that team visibly pumped by the fact that they've been able to go up early here on Snakewater. The crucial first round has been secured for Crowns, but now they need to hold on. And Full Tilt, they've done it before to be able to claw themselves back from these situations, but there seems to be a new level of determination here from the Crowns team.
They feel revitalized as they are rolling out into this second mid-fight of the game. 25 minutes remaining. Crowns looking to claw it back potentially. Still, this is a very, very big game for them. The pressure is going to be on most definitely. And now Ali trying to get on those early stickies if he possibly can. Mikey has launched himself forward, trying to get off a few of those rockets. Drackk as well. He leaps in straight onto the back lines, trying to go for Ali now. He's had a second change of nature there. He might be able to pick up Falash as well. No, he's just going to get brought down. But at the same time, Drackk and Starkey have been absolutely destroying the rest of Full Tilt. So they are having to back out with Kos, however. So they are going to have the Uber to defend with. But another mid lost.
Another mid lost, and they're going to get the forward sponsor of those players. Spudd, although I don't understand what Spudd was doing there, actually, because the rest of his team had all gone through grass, and that's a very atypical play from him because he always follows his team in these pushes into second. It's always Drackk who covers the alternate flank just on his own, and Full Tilt want to take this one with the single pick that they've got onto the demo. Hafficool's been juggled up in the air. It's surely not going to escape. A sticky finds the pocket scout of Crowns, and as the Ubers are traded and things start to settle down, it's just a scout that's been traded for either team. So Crowns retain control of middle here, and they're still in the lead, 1-0, but things got dicey for a moment there.
Well, now Full Tilt, they've got a bit of breathing room here still. 1 round down, remember, so they really need to be making the moves here, but it is equal Ubers as it stands. 6 players on either side. And it's really just a waiting game at this point, seeing if you can capitalize off the enemy's mistakes.
Yeah, that's the name of the game at this point on Snakewater.
Yeah.
But Crowns are going to try and minimize their mistakes to absolute 0. And at this point, where they're controlling mid, it's going to be very low-risk plays like Stark on Spy.
Yeah. We've seen this a few times this tournament so far. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
He got a ridiculous play onto one of the teams when they were all posted up on Spire.
Yeah. It was absolutely nuts, but he's just getting a bit of information for his team as it stands, and now Falash is...
Oh, he's going back to change to sniper, I think. Yeah. So Stark realizes there's one less player on the field. He's in.
Going in.
He's on behind.
This is it! The drop! Koss! Going down!
Unbelievable stuff there.
And he escapes! What in God's name was that? It surfs around, he's still alive, and now his team are going to start to try and play off that completely. Raymon now is being left behind by his team, but they're trying to work their way in. Mike, very, very weak on that side. Crowns have wiggled their way into the second point. They still have the Uber. Can they make anything happen here? Kaptain spots Mike, brings him down with hardly any problems.
Yeah, what a brilliant play by Stark there, sneaking his way in, realizing that Thalash had gone behind and the rest of the team didn't quite understand what was going on, and he's still on Spy. He's behind the oil tanker, comes in and takes down Ast. Ridiculous. This man is so important for his team, the playmaker, and he is certainly delivering.
Absolutely. Now it's the heavy Falash trying his hardest. There's only 2 players remaining for full tilt. It's pretty much nigh impossible as Ali is left to fend against 4 of them. And that's going to be round number 2 going away of Crowns, as they definitely do not want to go out with a whimper.
And 3 kills there for Stark on his single life for Spy. Undetected, manages to slink away after dropping Koss and setting that whole situation up for his team. And then the pick onto Ast is absolutely crucial there. It's set up the offense to come in and not have to worry about a thing. It was just a pleasant stroll in the park for the rest of their team because Heavy of Ast taken out of the equation so quickly.
All right, now this is going to be mid-fight number 3 this time. Full tilt, they need to change something if they want to try and come back from this deficit of rounds that they are slowly accruing right now. The high ground being taken by Mike, getting in a few spam rockets. Lentes, he's leaping forward now, seeing if he can get onto the back lines of anyone but Drackk at the same time has managed to find Ali. And oh my goodness.
What on earth was going on there? In the meantime, though, the rest of Crowns are flooded across the point, picking up kills left, right, and center. Spudd has fallen, but Ast. Koss is being chased. Oh, he missed that one, actually. He's going to pay with his life there. If he'd managed to get the saw, there was the potential for him to be saved along with Ast, but just not quite registering that hit. Slightly missed him. And at the end of it, I think Kaptain did a good job there, tangling with Mike in the mid-fight to make sure he didn't have an impact.
All right, now I think Crowns are really, really doing an excellent job of playing these mid-fights really well. I don't know if it's the slight pause in between, the lack of motivation, or the fact that they're basically against the wall right now.
I think that may be it, yeah.
They need to really put the pressure on full tilt a little bit here to try and come back from it. And it looks like they're going to be going in from this right-hand side right now. The leap in by the soldiers. Kaptain has done a lot of denial already. The Widowmaker coming out on the side of full tilt as they're trying to basically keep them out. Lentes has found Raymon. That's going to be a drop, and that is critical in this push. Crowns realize they cannot play over this any longer. They have to start exiting from this last point now. Drackk does find Falash in the end, but full tilt.
I have no idea how that mistake came in from Raymon. Lentes must have bombed from some unseen angle and been able to get 2 quick rockets off onto him, or perhaps he was already weak and a single direct did the job. I didn't quite catch that, but the end result is the same either way. Koss has the crits and they're looking to push out. Haffy in a position to back cap as well though, and is still going to look up as he exits through this door. And is Ali going to be able to get off a successful crit?
Now he's baited the stick, he's out, he's going to be jumped by Kaptain. Kaptain just about gets the kill. Drackk follows it up as well, getting Mike 2
back
picks.
to last.
And back to last. Wow, Crowns are definitely going to push off this now, but there's no Uber charge to work with, so this crit streak could still be popped off. It could still be absolutely excellent for them. Crowns now slowly but surely trying to work their way in. Spudd and Kaptain. Kaptain launching himself forward, trying to get onto Koss. Lentes just saves him in a nick of time, and now spam coming out by Spudd. Sticky traps all over the place.
Oh, that was so close. Koss almost dropped to those pieces of spam that just came in afterwards. Kaptain must have called all of his damage and known exactly how weak Koss really was. And Drackk tried to follow it up, so did Spudd, but Koss evaded them just ever so slightly as he snuck into the resup area there and replenished his health. He's still got that crit streak, but Raymon now has an uber charge, so this is going to lead to a very interesting dynamic. I have no idea what the correct decision is here for Full Tilt on the defense, and I have no idea really what either team is going to opt to do, because they have a variety of options, but Stark goes in again, trying to force it. Well, not really force it, but just trying to kill Koss. And it's always easier to get the pop out of somebody than actually kill them when they're running the crit streak, because they're almost forced just to hold on to it anyway. So those situations where they might get scared are removed.
Right now, Full Tilt moving in there, trying to find a position to pop off this crit streak. Here it goes, Ali. He gets off one, but the Uber gets popped off. He does find Kaptain, however. But right now, their only focus is trying to get out alive in this area, as the Uber charge is basically running them down on the side of Crowns. And as it stands, 2 players lost on the side of Crowns. They don't want to push this up anymore. This is really their type of game that they like to play at this point. They've got this round advantage. They don't want to take any risky plays, but I think Full Tilt, they need to swap something up, but it is difficult to push out of this Snake Water last.
Yeah, I think they should have had a crit streak advantage there if they'd been building. They will have one. It'll be slight. I think you have to go for it. At some point, Crowns are going to commit to a fight if they get a pick, and or if a bad crits comes in, and they're going to be able to take this round. It seems almost inevitable that they'll be able to do it eventually. It's all up to Ali.
There they go. Ali's popped it off. He's found Spudd. Can he get any more? The Stickies are coming out. Can they get the follow-up? That is the question. Stickies flying absolutely everywhere in the end, but Falash does find Drackk. But again, 2 picks on either side this time. Koss is going to fall, as well as Ali. Now Crowns, this could be opportunity to breathe, but Mike, the saving grace of the team, he finds Raymon in the end, and that is going to halt this aggression for now. But Hafficool making the move onto the last point, 1v1ing against Ast. Kaptain, he moves in. It's all on Silentes. He hits off the rocket.
Done it!
Just in the nick of time. Unbelievable. Saving it for his team.
What an unbelievable clutch there from Silentes. Comes in, all 3 of the players that were contesting, he killed. A 1v3 to save last there from Silentes, and the man has turned up, absolutely.
Well, this is it, Full Tilt moving in. They realise they've got some... Whoa, okay, where did that come from? Raymon going down. Mike with a follow-up onto Drackk. These are picks that you cannot afford to give up, Crowns, right now. They've already lost enough players, and now they're going to be forced to hold on the midpoint because of that.
Yeah, they've lost their stranglehold on this current round. They are still 2-0 up, so they won't be feeling the pressure too badly. They've got the ability to be able to recover from this situation, and Full Tilt aren't cracking the hammer down just yet. They have a 70% Uber advantage, but they're still fairly slow to capitalize on the momentum that they gained from killing Raymon just there and 1 other player. If they'd been slightly faster, they might have already been able to get into their face, but just now going to be moving their way forwards. And now they have to come up with a reasonably good Uber advantage push and avoid Stark, who's on Sniper, and he's so good.
He's trying to get that angle onto at least one of these players. Kaptain falling very, very weak as well. Drackk trying to support him, but Mike, he claims the kill before claiming his own life in the end. Now Starkey on Sniper still. Just about missing these shots. They are being run down, however, so these are 2 very big picks. Kaptain's not up for another 10 seconds. Drackk for 17. Full Tilt, they want to play off this. The sentry gun's still not built up, I should say, now as Silentes. He's claimed their shutter door area. Crowns trying to basically maneuver their way around the Uber. Is going to be popped off. Raymon, he's so close to having it, only 4%. He's being forced to go into the spawn right now. He does finally get it, but this could be the saving grace for his team. Full Tilt, if they play this correctly, they could still do this with proper positioning and clever practice.
Yeah, if they're able to collapse on it now, the point is so close to being capped. Everybody from Crowns is going to have to go in, and the fact that the cap time is like that is going to prompt Full Tilt to commit to this one. There's only Stark left alive to delay the point for Kaptain and Hafficool. They're coming into it. Koss is attempting to do what he can, but it's all up to Ali.
It's going to be very, very difficult. One demo man against the world. He's trying to aim for it, but it's not going to be working out, unfortunately, for him.
Silentes is in position to go for this one in terms, like, as a back cap, however, and that was really well played by Crowns, actually, that they were able to hold on to that, because 2 different spawn waves came in for them there.
All right, now 14 minutes 30 seconds remaining. Still, there's 2-0 lead currently on the side of Crowns, and They're just trying to build up the Uber as fast as possible. Arrow building as well, it's worth noting. And this is where they start to accrue this big Uber advantage very, very, very quickly. See, you're looking at that, there's already 10%.
Yeah, it starts to creep away at the very end there. I think it's only going to be something like a 20% add. I don't think it's going to be enough. They might think it's enough, though.
Okay.
By losing Thalash, this could be disastrous for Full Tilt.
They're moving in. They're just trying to get the force onto Raymon. They do finally pop it, but a Sentry Gun has given them all sorts of hassle. Spudd finds Mike with the end of his pill at the end of the day, but still, right now, Full Tilt trying to basically maneuver their way around. Raymon just about evades the rockets and the explosives of Ali. So right now, Crowns, they're in a very stable position. Going to be recapping up the second point. Full Tilt not really in the position to contest it, but Thalash on Spy.
Yeah, they didn't execute that arrow build anywhere near as clinically as they needed to have the Uber advantage to push into last, and they had Thalash on Sniper. So I don't agree with the timing for that play, and the execution was slightly poor. But now Thalash again on a playmaking class is going to be hanging around here, waiting for his opportunity.
Right. Putis coming into our ears there. I don't know if anybody else heard that, but right now, Crown still holding on to this Thalash, waiting for their one opportunity.
The double spy.
Is this not happening, is it?
It
is, yes.
This is really happening. And he's going to know. He's playing as a CCTV camera, as you said, so he's spotted out that Stark is on Spy. So Full Tilt know that Stark is on Spy, but Stark doesn't know that Thalash is on Spy. And they're not going to expect both teams to be running it at the same time. So Full Tilt have a great opportunity here. Surely they're not going to allow Stark in. Thalash must have seen him. They're not checking behind them.
Thalash uncloaks, going in for Raymon. He might be able to get it onto the jump. Just about misses it. Raymon just about escapes with his life. And now Starkey trying to creep his way up. Surely they must be knowing this. He's healing Starkey. He's going for the kill. They must realize this. Now he misses the backstab. And Ali just saves Silentus' life away from the backstab in the end. Now Full Tilt looking to move off that. They realize Thalash is up in another 3 seconds. This is an opportunity that they cannot afford to give up with only 12 minutes remaining. Moving in, Raymond going to be popping off the Uber. Koss still has his, milking it quite well there. Now they're going to be moving in, trying to pick up any kills they can. Kaptain does find one onto Mike at least. Now they're losing players quite a lot here actually. Thalash does find a quick 2K onto Kaptain and Hafficool, but ultimately the player advantage in the way, or in the hands of Crowns.
Yeah, it's only the Pocket and the Medic remaining here, and Koss is being hunted down by Stark. There's somebody else bombing in as well there. Drackk picks up the kill, and they just couldn't get out of that one fast enough. And this map, Crowns have really turned it on. Yeah. They look great in all of their transitions, really. The spy play didn't work for them, but it didn't work for Thalash either. They've managed to get themselves off their own last after a failed attempt, and now they're slowly grinding out on this third round.
As it stands, this is Crowns' favourite way to play the game. At the end of the day, they're just going to slowly but surely try and choke out the life of Full Tilt as they are really being pressured all the way back here. We see Mike going in, trying to go for an attempt there onto Drackk, just about misses it, as well as that Thalash falling in that lobby area. And now 2 picks for Crowns. They'd be mental not to play off this right now, Sideshow, as they're moving in with 100% Uber.
They certainly would, and their push into last is normally fairly clinical. Hafficool's going to be leading it forwards. Kaptain as well. They've isolated Silentus and going to take him down. And there goes Ast, and there's only 2 players remaining here, Ale and Koss. And it's going to be 3-0 here to Crowns in the 3rd map of our grand final. And they're 2-0 down in terms of maps, so they absolutely have to win this one to keep their tournament dreams alive, to keep their dreams of coming first. They won their way through the upper bracket, currently undefeated in terms of the bracket stage. They only lost once in the groups as well. So that's a dominant performance so far, but they haven't been able to replicate it on the first 2 maps of this grand final. Yeah. So far, so good, though, on Snakewater.
Ali now rolling out, trying to get in that early sticky spam damage. Going to be trying to create an opening for his team. A bit of this spam. Mike, he's launched himself forward, but been absolutely decimated in the process. Silentus goes for the follow-up onto Raymon. Brilliant surf by him, just to escape the rockets in the nick of time. Now, Full Tilt hemorrhaging these players, currently 3 down. It might be 4 as Ali struggling to escape on absolutely no half cost, just about evades the rockets, but now is going to be chased down by both the scouts on Crowns. Hafficool and Stark, they want this kill Are they going to be able to get it? Koss is currently trapped, and Stark finds it. The follow-up kills are there, but at the end of the day, you've just lost your medic that late into the fight. That's going to be detrimental.
Yeah, that's devastating there for Full Tilt. Celentes, if he can manage to equalize this one, I don't even know what happened there. But he wasn't able to pick up Raymon anyway. Fell down to about 30 health, but just couldn't finish that kill. Ast possibly bleeding in as well.
Yeah.
They know that they have to get the Uber out of Raymond, but at this point, you're bleeding far too many players and you've got absolutely no success. So, Crowns in a perfect position here to make this one 4-0. We could see a dominant third map from them.
Falash on heavy now as Crowns start to try and move their way in. Mike just about escapes with his life on a sliver of HP there. Still Falash on heavy doing a decent amount of deny to Uber. Finally going to be coming out by Crowns now as they look to try and take this any way they possibly can. Drackk also jumping into the fray. Mike finds Hafficool, but at the same time the kills are going absolutely everywhere. Raymond falls. There's no medic now for Crowns as Drackk. He's trying to get onto the back lines. He's found one kill. Can he find Koss? No! Koss claims to kill, but is it too late? He's trying to contest it. But Starkey wins it in the end, and it is really, really crushing now. Full Tilt feeling the effects of Crowns when they're really starting to turn it around.
Yeah, they're feeling the pressure now because they're 4-0 down in this game, and the time is ticking as well. It is really running out. There's less than 9 minutes left in this map. And even though there are quite a number of rounds on the board, they have all gone the way of Crowns. It's a huge hill to climb in order to get back into this map. They might even be thinking just to sack it and focus on Granary and Process, which are the maps after this one. But for the moment, Crowns look like they're turning it around, and the mental game is certainly going to be in their favor.
Once again, Full Tilt, they need to try and make some changes. Mike, he's jumping into Raymond, but he's been focused down so much. Raymond's positioning just really far too superior as he just surfs away with the speed and elegance of an African gazelle. But right now, Drackk trying to take this 1v1. Spudd also following it up by picking up Ali, and this is really, really crushing for Full Tilt. Koss is trying to escape with his life. I don't think it's going to be doable as Hafficool, he brings out the taunt. Oh, goodness gracious me. Full Tilt, I think you are right in saying that after this point, this crushing defeat, you just got to forget it and move on to the next map at this point. I mean, it is still doable if you want to go there.
It's still doable, but it would require so much focus and determination that you would be devastated when you weren't able to do it. So, in a sense, you get a better end of the mental game if you give up on this map. But for the moment, Crowns coming in, they just want to absolutely slam it home. This could be a 5-0 win difference defeat here. Full Tilt are starting to get back into it here.
This fight, this never fight. Now it's Starkey, a 1v3. He finds one. Ast with the follow-up does finally secure it for his team. That could have gone a very different way just then, but right now,
Koss deciding to take the killing into his own hands there.
Yeah.
You know, it's a good map for medic deathmatch on that last point.
It really is.
It is.
It really is.
We've seen it from Harblue. I've seen it lots of times. Same clip, but lots of times.
Now Crowns moving in through the green area right now. Celentes gets airshot and chipped away in the sky. Losing players all day long right now. 3 down currently. It looks like they're going to be losing Falash as well if they're not careful about it. Hafficool claims that kill. And this is an absolute collapse onto them. Right now, I think this might just be curtains. Raymond is built up 60% advantage. There's players on Crowns already on last. There's Drackk. He wants to claim this map and
this
get it out of the way.
is going to be it. That is going to be the third map there, going the way of Crowns Esports Club. Hafficool breathes a sigh of relief as Drackk rubs the back of his head, and a smile from Spudd. They've certainly got the mental edge going into it, but I think Full Tilt did what I said. That they, as soon as they went down 4-0, or possibly even just before that, they'd almost given up on Snakewater. They realized it wasn't going their way. They have another 2 maps. All they need to do is win 1 of the 2. So I think they won't be feeling too bad on themselves. I think if they put their all into a comeback, if they had tried to come back and were getting close or had frustrated themselves by, I think it would have drained them a bit more. But as it was, you know, win difference, it was over fairly quickly. And they'll be moving on to the next map, which is Granary. Now, interestingly, the last map is Process. We haven't seen Process the whole tournament, Bren. We haven't seen Reckoner once. I don't think, unless I've forgotten, we've seen Process once.
I think I might have seen Process.
Well, maybe in the group stages, because it was in the groups. But in terms of teams picking it and it being played out in the tournament bracket, I can't remember it being seen once.
And I mean, Full Tilt, not exactly comfortable in process either, so ideally they want to end it up pretty quickly.
Yeah, they do.
With Granary, ideally, but
this one could go all the way.
Absolutely, yeah.
But to talk about the map that we have just seen on Snakewater, let's send it over to our analysts and see what they have to say.
Well, we got a lot to say. Thank you very much. We had some sense that Full Tilt were going to beef Snakewater because that's what they do, to put it in a real blunt way. Is that not correct, boys?
Well, they do hold the record for the longest failed defense on last, that 9 to 10 minute one we saw yesterday, but I really have to echo the sentiments of the casters there that they probably had just given up after 3-0, 10, 12 minutes left, because yesterday Mike said in the game earlier in the bracket where they did play Crowns and lost like 5-1, 6-1, that the score wasn't really representative. They just kind of knew they were going to lose, and they threw it, they went full tilt. So I fully believe that they're just going to reset here next map, where I don't really think they're going to be tilted at all. They're just like, okay, let's go. 2 more chances to take it.
Yeah, as they were saying, it would have been wrong to sort of really try and push it out and put their all into it, because if it hadn't worked out, you would have just sort of been pissed off or just sort of constantly trying to overturn a situation that seems unlikely. And obviously they've not won a game of Snakewater this LAN, so there's no point again on even bothering to try. They can give up that map, so it's not a big deal for them. I do think that if they don't take Granary, they're going to struggle on process.
Because we talked about, momentum. We'll see if that momentum pays off. Guess what? We're starting up real quick. It's Granary, boys.
Certainly seem to want to get into it here. It's our fourth map is going to be Granary, as they said. So are you echoing their sentiments that they have to take it on Granary?
Absolutely. I mean, I said it beforehand, process being a map that I think the Full Tilt guys would rather really not play at all. If they can nip it in the bud, so to speak, on CP Granary, starting it out, that's very much what they'd like to do. And as we see this now, it's going to be interesting to see, especially with such powerful, high-impact soldiers on the side of Full Tilt.
Absolutely. I think they have the soldier advantage in this one. Mike and Salentes have been on fire the entire LAN, so we'll see if they can come up with a performance here as we do go live to our first mid. This is the fourth map of our TF2 Grand Final at i58. It's Crowns v Full Tilt, and the current score in terms of maps is 2-1 to Full Tilt. If they take this one, they are the victors.
Both teams opting for that high ground balcony push. As it stands, Salentes now leaping forward, trying to see if he can get eyes on, get a few rockets, maybe a bit of damage, but right now Crowns are looking to push them forward right the way back. Everyone is weak so far. Hafficool finally is going to be the first blood in this engagement. Kaptain also follows up with a kill on Falash, but right now 2 players down for Crowns as it's all going all over the place, causing a bit of trouble as Stark does claim it. So that's going to be no heals for Full Tilt, but as I say that, everyone is down. Raymon, the only
Raymon in a
survivor.
1v1 again, but this time Salentes wins it, and he pulls out the taunt just to make sure that he reminds Raymon that normally it's the soldiers who win the 1v1s.
Yeah, that is the norm generally, unless I've been watching a different game my entire time of watching TF2, but as I see
I don't think you have, Bren.
Okay.
That'd be very odd.
Thank you for confirming. Thank you for confirming. But Kos, he's up. He's building up the Uber. It's a sizable advantage, only about 20% actually. Maybe not enough to work off, but we will soon see if they can do something with it. Crowns still trying to hold on to the second position right now. They're trying to contest them off as they are jumping forward with their soldiers. Not a lot of cap time going away of Full Tilt right now. Crowns have got a pretty strong foothold currently in this section of the map, but Full Tilt just happy to build up their Uber, and it is very, very sizable now. Crowns have not been building theirs.
No, they haven't at all. I don't know whether they'll realize they have such a large advantage actually. They might be looking to engage off this one. They are. They're pushing in through the garage. They might catch Crowns completely unawares.
Oh! Spudd with the sticky trap finishes up Kos. See you later. +2s in the chat, please. That is going to be absolutely critical in defending this now. Salentes, he is hiding around the corner. Mike on Drackk did manage to find that 1 kill, but as it stands, Crowns strike back.
Yeah, Crowns strike back, and Mike and Drackk traded in that lunchbox area, and that allowed Thalash to get in behind without anybody seeing him. Stark knows, though. Stark knows what's up, and now it's a 1v1 for this second point. You'd normally favor Stark in these situations, but Thalash seems to be getting a decent end of it, but it is Stark who comes out on top, pistoling him down as both of the scouts fall to different players there from Full Tilt, and they are now holding their own second.
At the same time, right now, Crowns pushing into this yard area. Sticky traps on the shutter door. They might be aware of this. In fact, it is a common sticky trap location. But Ali has moved them. He's relocated them for now in the lunchbox area as they do try and basically hold off this aggression for now. Haffy and Stark starting to make their move into the map. A lot of spam being exchanged. It is quite choky in this section of the map. Can't afford to lose any players unnecessarily right now, and it looks like the Ubers are going to be popped out by Crowns. Koss still holding on to his for now. In fact, he doesn't actually have it. He's only about 5% away, so he's been kited all the way back. Second point actually going to be capped off by Crowns now, but here they go. Here is the re-engagement by Full Tilt as they look to move in with the Uber charge. Leading it in is Ast, and let's see if he can kill Spudd now. He's just got to hit these few shots, but Spudd looks like hot on his heels, and I think he's bitten off a bit more than he can chew right now. Oh my goodness, Drackk almost picking off Koss as well at the same time.
That was amazing from Koss. That was absolutely amazing from Koss. The dodging there to keep himself alive on about 20 health and evaded everything. That was a huge play.
Well, as I say that now, Full Tilt moving in. They're going to be rocket jumping into the fray. Starkey might be in a bit of trouble. No! He's going to be winning the 1v1. Falash on Ast. Oh, going to be able to bring him down in the end. However, Salente paying of his life as well as Drackk just catches the tail end of him. And Full Tilt, they're going to be trying to hold on to this right now, but the player advantage from Crowns is a bit too much. They realise this, trying to back out, but there is potential to catch up a few stragglers as Hafficool is moving on to Ali. Decides against it in the end, but right now, Full Tilt and Crowns a very back and forth game, Sideshow.
They certainly are. I'm interested to see whether Thalash is going to go through drop down and see if he can get a back cap in onto last. He's making his way, sorry, not onto last, onto middle. Surely somebody's going to be watching that. It's normally Drackk. He sits there forever watching drop down. But if he times it correctly, it looks like that's what they're going to go for. They have Mike in there as well. Crowns are very, very good at not forgetting about drop down. A lot of teams just leave it unguarded, and it can be a really interesting avenue to get behind, but Drackk and Stark making sure they recognize the threat very quickly, and so far they're keeping their eyes on it, and actually Mike and Thalash have moved away from that area.
As it stands right now, Crowns looking to gain a foothold into this second positioning, still 0-0 as it stands, with 24 minutes remaining on the clock. Full Tilt just really exchanging that spam out. Ali sending a few pipes their way. Sticky trap does get spotted. Ali's going to launch it away with one of his stickies, and stickies are going to get cleared, so nobody's going to be falling prey to that anytime soon.
And yesterday we saw Full Tilt play against Jasmine T on Granary, and they managed to just grind out this 1-0 victory over them. And their play there was very regimented and very disciplined, but they were also playing against a team who positions themselves in a slightly different way, so they'll have to make these small adaptations. And at the moment, one of those adaptations that I'd like to see is the control of Lunchbox by the soldiers. Zaka always holds it from the window area that Mike is currently holding it from, whereas Drackk holds it much more aggressively, and it looks like Crowns prodded into Lunchbox there to see if they could pick off anyone who was holding forwards, because it's quite isolated. It's very difficult for you to get out if you get caught there, and they didn't find anybody at all. So now Full Tilt, they've managed to avoid one play that Crowns were potentially setting up. We'll see what Crowns go for next.
At this point, it is just waiting for one side to slip up over the other. Crowns looked like they wanted to go for a little bit of a play here and there, but as Salentes peeks that corner, Spudd is going to start to maneuver his way in alongside Kaptain. Kaptain starting to be played on this point as it stands. Halash is still holding that lunchbox side, but no casualties on either side. Looks like Crowns are still just happy to just play this very, very passively, very, very safely, in fact.
Yeah, they're taking it super safe. I mean, one of the things you could do in this situation is take Salentes and try and have a solo Uber, or maybe even Ale, and see if you can get them to flash onto all four of their players on the left-hand side, and use that to get out all the way through the left. But it's really risky. If it goes wrong, or if Raymon just decides that he's not going to pop and instead he's just going to drop one of his players, maybe even two, then you can find yourself in a terrible situation. So that's why we don't see the Uber trades as often from these top teams, especially the top European teams. It's because there's so many unknown quantities, Bren.
There's those words again, but this time it's going to be Kaptain who's going to be falling first. But is this the bait player? Crowns trying to force a fight in favourable conditions with better positioning right now. They are holding quite far back, is understandable. Drackk has to get an arrow there to get healed up. As I say, that Salentes peeking that shutter door. Spudd sticky trap does get spotted, so he's not going to be able to claim that kill at least. Once again, it looks like Kaptain has just respawned, so he is going to be returning back to this yard area. But now, 5 minutes, 40 seconds until the round is about to reset, give or take. It's still 0-0 to either side.
It is, and you got to come up with something creative here if you're Crowns, because you really don't want it to reset to the round timer. You absolutely have to make a move, but it's a bit of a difficult nut to crack. I think they may just end up exchanging Ubers at some point and seeing if they can then really quickly make their way through Lunchbox or make their way through Garage and catch a player on the flank undefended.
Yeah.
Or they could put Stark on Spy.
That's exactly the play they're going to go in. They love this Stark on Spy play. And I can understand why, because he has been turning up every now and then, getting the crucial pickoffs they do need.
This is something psychic from Mike. He's spamming corners already, just as Stark's gone. It's the teams have played each other so often that they know the kind of situations and they know the kind of timings that the opposing team uses for their spy plays or their general off classes. And so I think they have some suspicion here that Stark's involved.
He has successfully infiltrated himself in. Right now, full tilt. He seemed none the wiser. They were spamming out a few angles every now and then, but as it stands, once again, we're just going to see Stark just waiting for that one time to strike, that one opportunity. Crowns might go for a distraction play with Kaptain, sending them in, but
replays are disabled on this server. Stark has also been disabled there as well as he gets taken down. He had managed to infiltrate, but I think they were too suspicious already.
Yeah, and with that being said, that one pick, full tilt, looks like they are getting a bit impatient. They're going to be trying to play this in through that Lunchbox side, popping off the Uber. Raymon finally concedes and does pop his own as well, so this is going to be an Uber versus Uber trade. Right now it looks like Crowns have the better positioning. Silentez going for the kill onto Drackk. Just about gets out of it. In fact, he is going to claim the kill as well as Silentez craters in the end, but right now, one pick on the side of Crowns, and it's going to be really, really hard to try and work this one out. Falash now trying to take these fights in the flanking area. Crowns looking to slowly siege their way in onto this second point. Kaptain and Drackk, they find 2 kills. This might be what they need. Ali, however, does counter up, finding 2 more. There's a lot of cap time going away already, Sideshow.
Yeah, it is, and Mike's down, too weak to really contest the point there. He falls. There's only 3 players left alive from full tilt. It was a really nice play by Thalash, actually, to be able to trade that kill onto Drackk, but the rest of his team has to back up onto last here and try and fight with their backs against the wall.
As it stands, full tilt. They have the defensive off classes, Ast on heavy, Falash on sniper, pretty standard on Granary from what we've seen of full tilt.
Yeah, really standard. They like running this. They'll occasionally put an engineer behind the fence or something like that as well. Something that I'm a bit concerned about with full tilt's defense of Granary last, though, is that Mike and Silentez will prod just a little too far, delve a little too deep into the upper areas. And if they get stuck in these window rooms, like the area that Silentez is currently in now, oh, he's just backed out actually, but the area up top, if they prod in and there's somebody waiting, they're going to get eaten alive. Drackk delivers a big side of beef with that jump.
Well, Starkey is going to get the counter frag at least onto Falash, but Mike follows it up with a kill onto him just in the nick of time. 2 picks. Is it enough for full tilt to work off? I think they think so, as they're starting to recuperate their losses and move in, but they have spotted a sticky trap. Spudd not going to be able to claim anyone with that one anytime soon right now. Moving in, Mike has made his way behind them as well, so he might be able to get this kill, but he's playing 2v1 as it stands. Spudd finds a kill onto Silentez, still on the second point, so right now they're trying to force their way in. In fact, Raymon
Costs dropped.
Oh my goodness, there we go. The Uber's popped off. The drop on top of that means that this might just be curtains for full tilt. This might be the first round going the way of Crowns. Ali trying his hardest to keep them off. Falash in the back lines is going to get picked up as well. Silentez just respawns, trying to contest this. Is it doable? It's all on Ali. No. Crowns, they secure a round against them, and they have gained the first foothold as it stands.
And they'll be loving the situation that they're currently in, because Granary is one of those. I mean, we just saw it there with that push into second. The round time, it got down to, what, 4 minutes, something like that. So there was 6 minutes just bled off the clock, and there was nothing that full tilt could do about it. And they're going to be trying to put themselves in positions like that again and again. And that's going to be worrying now for full tilt, because that's not where you want to be against a team with the playstyle of Crowns. They have to come out strong on this mid-fight.
Well, Ali going to be rolling out on that balcony side once again. Seeing if he can get off that early sticky area, trying to deny them off. Spudd has dropped down. He's going to be picking up that pack as well. Right now, neither side really wants to take the initiation by jumping in just yet, but I think we will see it fairly shortly. Salenta's trying to counter Kaptain. Kaptain just serves away in the nick of time now. Drackk jumping forward. He's got some rockets off, but it's going to be Ast who finds the first kill. Can they get any more? That is the question. Kaptain leaping forward onto Kos. Hits off a few rockets. Kos is so weak. Just about to get out. Hafficool trying to run him down. He's got to take a 2v1 though to get through to Kos. It's not going to be doable just yet, but my God, he is lucky to get out of that one alive, but it was an excellent serve by Kos.
Yeah, again, a really amazing play to keep himself alive there. It's so difficult to stay alive on Granary as a medic, but they got caught in the corner. They got caught in the corner. Drackk jumped up. He did a ton of damage, even though Ast managed to pick him up as the first kill of the mid. And that really set them up for the return bomb by Kaptain, the push across the point. And Crowns never looked like they were distracted or had to deal with anything other than thinking about their own aggression.
Full tilt now. They are at a 1-round disadvantage, holding on their side of second point.
This is where 6 minutes were bled off the clock last time, and Crowns eventually managed to grind out the capture.
This is tough.
This is really tough for Full Tilt. What do they try? They could try, as I said, putting a solo Uber in when the rest of Crowns are all gathered around that top area. They're actually going for a hold with Kos on the top and Mike there along with Salentes, and they're going to be trying to put in as much spam as possible. Mike catches Kaptain with 2 really precise rockets actually, and then piles a bit of damage into Spudd. They're probably going to want to move off this because Crowns are not going to give them many opportunities here.
Falash moving in through the Z area, trying to take this 1v1 against Drackk. Drackk realizes he has to jump away now. Kaptain just about to respawn. Here we go. Raymon is actually going to be popping off the Uber. Kos also popping off his. They want to try to meet this head on, but Kos has flashed a lot of times. Ali found Hafficool in the midst of all this right now, and there's a lot of rockets coming out onto Spudd. Is he going to escape with his life?
He got an arrow there. He's just taken another from Raymon, and that's really made it perfect for his team. Those arrows deliver so much healing, and Al's been juggled as well. 1 HP is going to fall. That sets them up. Crowns are going to want to push off that one.
And this is it, yeah, Crowns with those 2 picks. You'd be mad not to play off that one right now, as they're starting to maneuver their way into the second point. Maybe getting out a little bit of spam here. Spudd trying to secure and lock off that shutter door now. Crowns, they do have a slight Uber advantage of about 15%, but it's not enough to play off. You'd have to be absolutely rapid to try and make something out of that. Kos does have the Uber to defend last with, as well as a sentry gun by Falash being built. But in this scenario, 1-0 down, 14 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the positive is that there's still half of the map remaining. Yeah. So if you play patiently, you stay tight, eventually you're probably going to be fine. But if you try and do things that are really aggressive or foolhardy without properly preparing for them, then you're likely to go 2-0 down. So that's why Full Tilt are going to be tentative and very safe in the ways that they push out from Granary last.
Starkey getting a bit aggressive there in that upper area, taking a lot of spam. In fact, very, very weak. Almost died there to the rocket spam at the end as well. Dropped to a single digit of health, but right now, Full Tilt just looking for that single opportunity. It could be anything. Could be a demo pick, could be a soldier pick. Just anything to help sort of alleviate this stalemating scenario that they are currently facing.
And maybe something like a spy from last is what you need to do in this situation. We see a sniper on the field from Ast as well. And there's a sack in here as Drackk goes forward.
Stark's going to be on him though. This could be difficult. Okay, Ast turning up when it's needed there then.
Railgun.
Yeah, absolutely. But now 2 picks. I think that's what Full Tilt were looking for. Now they're going to start to try and assault this head on the team. Slowly but surely trying to meet up with Ali. Now Ali put in some decent sticky denial.
Hello, here comes a banner. Yes, I didn't even spot this, but here comes a banner from Salentes. I think that was the buff banner. Was it the Contra? I don't even know, but they're experimenting with other things to try and break this hold. And that's a really interesting one. I wish I caught that a little earlier. I didn't see what banner he was actually using, but I saw the glow effect around all of the players. So he was certainly using something there.
Oh, Kaptain. Just like that, Kos paying with his life. 100 to 0 and almost instantly. And now Crowns, they picked up 3 players. It's all up to Solentes, Aston, Ali to try and hold off this aggression of Crowns. Raymon, he has the Uber. They're going to be moving in off this right now. Koss has just respawned, so they are going to have heals, but this is going to be so tough for them right now. Hafficool trying to run them down. Starkey finds the first kill. Ali just trying to counter it up. Raymon's finally pops off the Uber now. They're trying to focus down Koss, but at the same time, salvaging this is going to be so difficult. So many members on the point. They're jumping in. Is this going to be doable? Aston Falash at the same time trying to make something happen. Kaptain now jumping onto the point. Are they going to be able to do this? This is so tough, and finally Crowns take it from them. Absolutely grinding it out. 2-0 is the scoreline, and you've got to be worried right now if you're full tilt.
You absolutely do, but I think we're going to see some more of the banner usage, because when we're stuck in stalemates like these that Crowns are going to try and create, that is one of the best answers. Now, I think they were running the Conjurer, actually, from looking back at it, but they had a yellow glow around them, so I'm not sure whether that was a bug on my end or whether I'm mistaken, but it'll certainly be interesting to see whether they opt for that strategy again.
This is it, going to be mid-fight number 3. Full tilt really want to take this by storm. There's only 11 minutes, 40 seconds remaining right now. Once again, Crowns just holding very patiently, just waiting for this one opportune moment to jump in. Stark now taking out 1v1 against Ali, does bring him down before paying with his own life now. Falash also moving across the point. Kaptain, he's leaped in right onto them, getting off some solid rockets, but now this might be where it turns. 2 picks on either side make it a third, as they are getting these picks slowly but surely. Koss now caught in the corner. He might actually fall here. His team just saves him in the nick of time. Now Falash trying to take this 1v1 against Spudd. Raymon's arrows can't save you this time, and now Raymon going for a last-ditch effort. This is going to be a mid-fight 1. Falash batters him down with his little sword.
The 3-rune blade there, that's a classic Clockwork strategy, just to get in their face and slam them with that. Stark is hiding on the left-hand side, though, and this is the kind of thing that Stark does to you all the time, is that you just don't expect him to be pushed up this far forwards, and Full Tilt may get caught with their pants down here because they're on the second point and they don't have a clue that he's there. And nobody's checking there either. They've all gone the other way.
I mean, he's going to be going for the back cap surely at some point, or maybe
I think he's going for the force on Koss.
It's doable. He's worked his way in now. I don't think they realise this.
He has to cross the point here, though, if he wants to get onto them. And he's just going to start the back cap. He's going to draw them back as the Uber comes in from Koss.
They're moving in with it right now. Someone is dealing with him on the back lines at the same time. Ali putting in a lot of work there, just trying to get in the damage. He's finished up another one, and this could be a round going away. This is it, Full Tilt on the comeback. They bring a round under their belts. The back cap play by Starkey not working out how they wanted to there, but this is promising so far.
Yeah, it is. I'm a little confused as to what happened with the back cap there, because he went for it and Falash went to challenge him, and instead of taking the 1v1 and potentially winning it, savoring it for his team, Stark backed off, hoping that he would drag further players from Full Tilt back towards him. But that didn't work at all. Full Tilt was super committed into that push, just determined to put a round on the board, and that was the end result for them. 2-1, 10 minutes left in this map. Goodness me, Bren, this is close between these two teams.
It's going all out right now, isn't it? Truly. Ali trying to get in that early sticky bomb damage. Rockets being exchanged. Everyone taking a little bit of spam damage, but no one really taking initiative to move forward. Spudd might be able to get some damage on Kaptain, actually hitting a fat rocket onto Falash. Falash having to drop all the way back right now. And members of Full Tilt getting a little bit weak. In fact, Mike going to be the first one to die there. Solentes having to wiggle his way around here. And it might be Koss in trouble as he is completely caught out here. Solentes is trying his hardest to do this, but this fight is all over the place as it stands. Spudd on no health at all. These shots that are being hit, it's absolutely unreal. But finally, this fight has gone on for so long. The Ubers are going to be exchanged by both these teams, but I think it's Crowns now who are going to be coming out on top, as they do have the player advantage.
And Stark is behind them as well, and they have no idea. There's no chance that Koss is going to be able to escape this one, and Solentes dies as well. It would almost be better for them if they had died immediately after forcing Raymon. They would have been able to respawn much sooner. The Uber would have been wasted as well, but as of now, Koss and Solentes still not on the field, and Crowns are moving in. They want to make this one 3-1.
They're trying their hardest. Right now, the spam's coming out. The Sentry Gun is only level 1. It's doing a bit of denial as it stands. Spudd picks up 2. Mike and Ali going to be falling, and that is another round very, very quickly that Crowns are securing, and that's going to make it 3-1 now.
And now the pace is starting to heat up between these two teams. You can feel the fact that the mids are having more of an impact, and Crowns have adapted because that previous one went the way of Full Tilt. They just made some little changes to how they were using their soldiers, sat them a little more passively, made sure that they were baiting the Full Tilt scouts to take defensive positions as well, and slowly ground out the mid win. We'll see what they opt for this time into our 5th mid fight, and that last round took a minute and a half, so less and less time here for Full Tilt to come back.
Spudd moving forward, getting off a lot of early damage actually all the way around the map. A lot of people weak on the side of Full Tilt. Not really in a position to make any plays, but Drackk is moving forward onto Kos. Is going to pay with his life there. Silentes secures that one. And now the spam by Ali into this corner chokehold. Are they going to be able to get these kills that they so wish? But Falash going to be falling to Haffy. And Silentes almost dying as well. He does get the arrow, so he's going to be back up to half health. But Crowns, they almost got a 2-for-1 out of that one, and they're going to be moving into this yard area now, Sideshow. Yeah, they are. They really want to take this one as far forwards as they possibly can. I think we might even see an Uber trade here, because they realize that although the time, you know, they still have 7.5 minutes, but the pace of this game so far, that isn't really enough to get 2 rounds on the board. So they, or it's only just enough to get 2 rounds on the board. So they really have to increase the level of play, the speed at which they're making these pushes, and the speed at which they're creating engagements for the team. Moving across the point now, Full Tilt trying to basically force out this engagement by Crowns. A lot of spam by Spudd. It's really fending them off for the time being at least, but right now Full Tilt realise the time is against them with about 7 minutes remaining on the clock. They've got 2 rounds to catch up. Kaptain might be the first kill. In fact, no, Spudd does find Mike, and there we go. Starkey finds Ast as well, stopping this push in its tracks almost instantly. Now they're going to be holding quite passively in this yard area, while Crowns are getting the big flank all the way around them.
They are. Hafficool has gone behind in a bit of an unusual play as the Ubers are traded in yard. He's going to come behind and find Ali. He gets taken out instantly. Leave it to Stark, my man. Leave it to Stark. But he has been the only player to fall from Crowns as things stabilize a little bit with 5v5. But Crowns have managed to retain control of yard there, or rather regain control of yard. And that is not the way that Full Tilt want the map to be going.
Well, Crowns, they are in control of the map. 6 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. 2-round advantage to them. And Full Tilt, they really do not want to let this go to the 5th and final map, which is going to be Process if it does go to it.
Yeah, I think Process is completely unknown. It's probably not going to favor Full Tilt. They're going to want to get this one done. Silentes bombing in. He's juggled up Raymon. Raymon had no opportunity to surf that. If Silentes had hit the shot, he would have dropped, but he couldn't. He just couldn't find the right angle onto him. Missed the shot. It flew past his head, and Raymon survives.
Now, once again, all 6 players up on either side. 100% Uber as well, so a few more of those plays, they might be able to get something out of it, but time is ticking down. 5 minutes, 34 left. And it's really Crowns just happy to just hold on into the yard area, just setting up a decent defense. They are going to eat a little bit of spam from Silentes here and there, but probably enough to play off. And in this situation, what would you like to see, Sideshow? Maybe a few off classes or some split pushes? I don't really know.
I'd like to see them try a dry push in from the choke, and if it starts to go badly, they just turn it into a sack from one of their soldiers. You can get a fairly easy entry over there. Spudd's focusing most of his attention over to the ramp room. So if they distract a little bit in ramp room, force a bit of the spam to come out over there, quickly rotate over to choke, and start pushing that through slowly, then they can either get a lot of room for one of their soldiers to get a deep jump onto Raymon, or they can just execute the push itself.
It's really coming down to the wire now as it stands, where Falash just waiting for that one golden opportunity. Here we go. Uber's going to be exchanged. They're going to be trying to force out Raymon. Raymon finally going to be popping his Uber off. Getting a much better one at that. And now Ali might just be caught out of position here. There we go. Starkey is going to bring him down with a quick little shot off the scattergun. But Crowns, are they just not going to play off this at all now? Are they just trying to basically bait out this push by Full Tilt, even though they are a player down?
Yeah, they are. They're just making the time run down. There's only 4 minutes left for them to get 2, but in comes the banner. Here we go. The Conjurer is popped, and that gives them a speed boost, and they get health back for all of the damage that they do, but they can't find a team fight at all. The Kaptain is still behind, and they haven't found him either. They backed up to try and deal with the player that they had missed, but they don't really know where he is, and he's still just hiding there.
He's found his way onto the second. Oh my goodness, and there we go. Ast finds the kill onto Kaptain as well as that Mike onto Stark. So that was all happening around the midpoint area.
Yeah, Kaptain there just watched as Koss was delivered into his arms, backed off into him, and was able to take that kill there onto Full Tilt's medic. So it's Crits Creek time. They have to amp up the level of play. They have to increase the pace. And as Thalash is in behind and Alid desperately tries to get a bit of cap time, they're looking to pinch these guys from Crowns, and they have been rewarded with an Uber Force.
Yeah, popping over there just to save Spudd. I think it's a fair trade-off there. Don't want to be losing your demo man in those critical situations. Now the Crits Creek is about 50% done. Not quite cooked up just yet, and now Crowns, they realize what's going on. They're going to be backing off all the way onto the second point. Just trying to starve them off a little bit, the spamming.
Yeah, they backed all the way off to last, and I don't think that they realize there's a crits coming in here. If Al is able to deliver the money shot sticky from wherever he goes from, this is going to be a pivotal moment.
All on him. He's going to be moving in now. The Crits Creek is ready, charging up the sticky. He's going to be trying to see if he can find anyone at all. Here comes the Crits Creek now. Not really connecting onto too many yet, but he's really just sending them in at the same time. Thalash onto Raymon. He finds the kill. Can they get their follow-up, though? That is the question. Hafficool is trying very, very hard, and oh my goodness, the heavy pickup. Absolutely tearing them to pieces.
Doing a huge amount of work, and it's only Mike and Ast that are alive at the end of that one. And the focus fire from Full Tilt was awful as soon as they got the pick onto Raymond. They didn't bunch up afterwards and play the fact that they had heals. They didn't take position on Pipe. They got distracted by Kaptain, but only 2 players dealt with him, and he stayed alive during the fight. So I think the execution on that push was pretty awful, apart from Thalash being able to get in onto Raymond, which does set them up for another very fast opportunity to come straight back into this. But now they know what's happening. Now they know that the crits is going to come in.
They're going to be popping it in. They need to try and make something happen here. There's only 2 minutes remaining. Sentry Gun is going to get brought down. Crit Stick is going absolutely everywhere. Spudd is finally going to be going down, at least in the end. But now Starkey on Pyro going to be doing his darnest to deny them off. And it's not even necessary, as Crowns are really just piece by piece focusing down the exact right players at the right time. And now Koss, he runs in. I think he realizes it's all over. 1 minute, 30 seconds. It's not enough to try and secure these 2 rounds now.
No, it really isn't, unless there's a miracle within the next 20 seconds and suddenly Crowns all decide to run in and feed, then it's going to be Crowns that draw this series up level to 2-2. And Full Tilt came out of the gates looking so strong. They were delivering on Snakewater and Badlands, but sorry, not Snakewater, on Gullywash and Badlands, of course. And for Crowns to recover from that and come back and draw the series level at 2-2, and it comes all down to this final map, which absolutely will not be cancelled with us being kicked out of the venue. It's ridiculous for both teams, but especially Full Tilt. They'll feel like opportunities have been thrown away and missed with these last 2 games on Snakewater and Granary. It's going to be so hard for them not to be thinking about Snake and Granary as they go forwards onto Process, and I don't think they've prepared at all for Process. So this is rough for Full Tilt. Crowns are looking stronger and stronger with every growing second. They're feeding off the energy that Full Tilt are bleeding into them.
And I think really, if you're in Full Tilt's position right now, you cannot let this get you. In the final moments of the game, 5 seconds remaining, another round is secured.
So the final score there is going to be 4-1. Essentially, it was a 3-1 game, and really, it could have gone down to the wire, but Crowns' excellent discipline there was able just to completely shut them out when there was only about 10 minutes remaining. So that was certainly a close one with both of those teams, but it was close, but Crowns were always looking like the better team on Granary. They looked like the team that was in control, and despite the, I feel like the Contra play really could have worked, but they didn't look like they had practiced it enough. They didn't look like they knew just when to execute it. They didn't look like they had a clear-cut plan with it. And you absolutely have to, because it's a huge tool that Silentes had taken the time to build up, and then they have this massive advantage that Crowns have no way of answering. It's not like an Uber that you can build yourself or an off-class that you can focus down or whatever. It's just you have this mass ability on your team to move faster, to regain health, and they didn't use it to its full extent. They just kind of threw it away in a couple of situations. It didn't help them whatsoever.
Yeah.
But that's my limited breakdown of how Granary went. But for Getawhale and Admirable and War, we'll hand it over to you guys.
I respect what Sideshow thinks. He should be on the desk. Let's bring him over. What's going on there, James?
I am building a house of cards.
Okay, is that an analogy or you're just bored?
It is an analogy.
Okay, let's get into the analogy. What is it? Wow, odd
That's
shot.
Crowns. I was Crowns in that situation. That house of cards was full.
Was Crowns? Okay.
House
This is all
of
planned.
protection.
Yeah. We are coming to a 5th map. We've had a situation like this before.
Have we?
Yeah. These two teams. Well, Sideshow already said it that this time we're going to play them. We're going to play it all the way through this final.
I don't know, man. I've heard that before.
Well, yeah, you're going to come over and you're going to tell us to get out.
Sideshow was asking earlier, had Process been played already? Thought it hadn't, but me and War were pretty sure that that was a map that Crowns previously slammed. Full
Group
tilt
stages,
on,
though,
in the group
correct?
Stages. It's
Yeah,
either
yeah.
5-1 or 6-1.
Yeah.
Not in the group stages, no.
Pretty
Full
ominous.
Tilt didn't lose in the group stages.
Or the bracket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why it's going to be a scary situation, because Process is a map that they've got stomped on. It's going to be really difficult, I feel, for Full Tilt. I was hoping, like, I wasn't going to be that bothered if they had lost Granary, but they were not dictating the pace of the game at all. And that's the problem. They're going back to old habits where they just let Crowns play the way that they want to, and just completely turtle up. It's kind of disappointing to see that. And I think the main thing is that the mids were very, very poor and uninspiring. I felt like they didn't really seem like they had a clue as to what their objective was. There wasn't sort of like, okay, we're going to go left side and then, you know, go across onto, or like maybe take catwalk control, take top control or anything like that. It just seemed to be like, let's DM and maybe win. And that does work, but Crowns are, you know, seemingly like the team that are more sort of teamwork focused than anything else.
I'm going to pull up the logs here. Give me a second. Here we go. We'll have a look at these. No, certainly, that seems to be the theme that keeps coming up is playing their game. Wow, look at that. Stark again. What's going on with the off-classers being sort of the stars, the heroes? Well, not the only heroes, but a lot of these off-classers, guys like Stark and Thalish, having real fun time. Not so much Thalish that time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite sure, like, if we can see the frag counts on those off classes, but they don't seem to be sort of working, and again, they are becoming incredibly predictable. Obviously, it's easy for me to say that. I mean, Crowns have just won, but
we saw Mike just at the perfect time just start checking every corner, every spot.
It's like though. I mean, I'm pretty sure you just uncloak behind him. Like you can hear the uncloak. Like,
and they're listening for it. They're not
Exactly,
stupid. These are their top level teams. Can we pull up the medic stats, because boy oh boy, I just kept watching Koss that time. It seemed like Koss just. Is he having the hardest time of any player on that particular map? I mean, he's had 8 deaths, but they were big. I don't know how many drops it was.
They were struggling in the mid fights, and it was because Crowns were taking this kind of passive situation. Sometimes they were focusing the soldiers, sometimes the scouts. But if you like watch the team health, it was always against Full Tilt right from the beginning of middle. Yet they always stayed in to try and fight. Like they just didn't back out, which probably would have saved them a few rounds.
Yeah, they exchanged mids there. We can see frag difference enormous. Damage pretty similar, pretty close, but I mean, it's the frags that count. And that's been kind of the story all the way through. A lot of these matches, we've seen one team turning the frags and the other not.
I mean, we were saying about the mid fights, but Full Tilt won most of the mids, so we are completely wrong.
Well,
is there anybody in the crowd that could be a panelist? Because I don't think we should
the best
be
and
here.
brightest.
Yeah, people that pay attention. But
3 drops. Can we get the med stats that I asked for, please, David? 3 drops by Koss there. Not his best effort by any means. And to me, I mean, that was I know it's not actually the whole story, but for me, that was huge. Was it not?
I mean, it's sort of like a kind of a frustrating thing, I'd imagine, for Koss if you do drop, and you know, given the circumstances, drops aren't necessarily your fault. Sometimes I feel like you are pressured to just sort of drop the Uber because you know, been put into a situation that shouldn't really happen.
Sure. You don't have an Uber there if you stay alive.
Yeah, interestingly enough, as well as the crits usage, it was kind of upsetting to see Ali in the situation where, you know, it's the dying moments.
Yeah.
If he was to kill 6 people with crits, he would be
It'll
the
be
hero,
fine.
and you know, they would win the round. But then he obviously just sort of, ultimately, it's all sparkles and shine, but in the end, nothing happens. Much like my love life.
Much like you're posting. We see really the story here that the mid fights, as we mentioned, it was great for Full Tilt, but elsewhere on the map, all crowns completely.
Yeah.
And so we are moving on to the CP process, which, as we said, I mean, we saw it in group stages a little bit, but since group stages, it's been pretty much all just Gully, Snake, Badlands for most of the teams, certainly these two. So a bit of a wild card map, and
there's going to be a lot of sniper play.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
That's what I'm kind of not looking forward to.
Yeah. How about spy plays process?
Wowzers. Maybe.
We do it in NA.
It's
sometimes.
It's going to be too predictable. I don't see why they would do it now, because it's just something that they constantly do. I mean,
you don't think they'll try to change it up a little bit? You think they're really that stubborn that they're just playbook only, playbook?
Maybe they'll pull out a surprise and go attack an engineer.
Yeah.
To really sort of throw a
Stark
spanner.
he's feeling himself on spy. Like, it was that. What was the third map that he started to come back on? It was he had a spree of spy plays, and ever since then, he's been playing it, but not been that effective.
I don't know, but it's like, the thing is that if they do play snipers a lot as well, which I think would be probably the more likely outcome, I would say that whoever's sniper's going to be performing better and most consistently could probably win the game. So if they do, it depends which one will act better under the pressure, because it is going to be a lot of pressure now.
We're going to go ahead and toss it over soon, but before we do that, let me just ask, I mean, is Full Tilt going to be able to get it back together? Do you feel they've kind of slipped here now a little bit, and Crown's got a little bit of momentum? This is the last map. We're crowning a champion after this map. Is Full Tilt still in this?
I think they've lost it, man.
Yeah.
I think they've still got it. I think it depends on how they. It depends on how they address it. If they sort of look at the fact that they won the first 2 maps by playing their own style, and, you know, actually taking the fight to crowns, then I think they will. It just depends whether or not the players together can sort of rally themselves and go, lads, we can do it.
Can we have a look at crowns, maybe? Let me see if I can pull it up. There we go. Boy, they look
emotionless. Like,
yeah, beautiful.
Yeah.
They're not doing anything. What's in that ice cold thing is what I'm looking to know.
Probably nothing, or a head.
Yeah, I couldn't think of something quick enough there, could you, Chris?
I think it's the scalps of previous players.
Okay. Well, let's have a look perhaps at...
laughing at that joke.
Yeah, well, listen. Can we have a look at Full Tilt? No one there.
Oh.
So
well,
I guess they're not still in it. They've gone.
This is a good look into their casual setting, seeing what their preparation is.
There's Stalash sitting down.
Nice.
He's taking it seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they just got up and left their PCs with about a minute left on the clock because nobody was moving for the last round.
That wouldn't surprise me. The problem with, I think, TF2 now is that there's a lot of dead time, which where quite often nothing will really happen. And there's no point on sort of, you know, playing down the time when, you know, you're just wasting your own time, so to speak. There's like no GG out function where you can just go, we don't want to play anymore, next map. Like, you just have to keep on getting pounded until the timer reaches 0.
But Crowns were super keen to get that last round.
They
wanted to make it 4-1. Like,
yeah. Put that in our screenshot logs.
But really, you know, it was a 3-1 game. I mean, the only thing that seemed to work for Full Tilt was just to give up the round and come back and try and win a middle, and they did. And were able to roll off that one. But another long, drawn-out game. I feel like that's going to favour Crowns. I'm just
free balling here.
I'm a Full Tilt fanboy, but I feel like Crowns have got this in the bag. It's their series to lose right now.
I feel like I'm emotionally invested in Full Tilt because they did seek to me for advice. I say they did. It was just one person, and they had no choice because I had an alcohol. So they didn't get a say in the matter, but I gave them a piece of my mind. And also, MG Michael has picked a mouse based on my own recommendation, which you can find at WARHURYEAH.gg. So if they lose, I can only say it's my fault.
We're still waiting on all the Full Tilt players. I mean, maybe there's some secret sort of thing that they're doing. They're picking out the secret playbook. They all had to go and insert their keys in the safe at the same time or something like that and take it out.
Just nicotine addicts. It's like the ritual to go out and smoke and talk some trash.
They're putting laxatives in the drinks of the Crowns players.
Ooh, now there you go.
Sneaky.
Haven't done that before. WARHURYEAH. Look at that.
I agree.
Get knocked out of the tournament early, you can just write memes on a piece of paper and
Woo! Ouch.
that's it. I never played TF2, so I'm not sure what that even is. You know, do we feel like there's room, though, for any crazy, wacky plays? I mean, I'm pretty much jesting there when I say that they're pulling out weird secret plays, but...
Maybe the conch. I think it would
we saw that
fare quite well because of the move speed buff. Like, is it move speed buff? I can't remember. Yeah.
Yep.
So...
It's a more wide open map. There's maybe a little...
you can close the gaps a little bit more with it, so that would be pretty good. I'm not 100... I mean, that's quite good to sort of like break stalemates, but I'd like him to sort of use it maybe aggressively and do a lot of non-uber pushes. I mean, Sideshow was saying on the granary about how when the full tilt was holding mid, you know, they could go up for a non-uber push, just try and create something in this dead time, because at the moment, you know, that you're just... you know, running down your own clock and it's not in your favor. So if they sort of approach it, as I've always been saying, just aggressively in the manner that they can play, they have, I feel, the better DM players. It's just that they haven't been taking fights that favor them.
I felt they actually didn't really utilize Syl enough on Granary. Like, there was a couple of situations where they were full tilt holding second, trying to fend off the pressure from third. And Syl was out there doing damage. He'd kind of traded Ubers and then he was going in again. And he was doing damage, like isolating players.
Yeah.
And there was just no follow-up. If someone had been there, they could have got those Spudd picks, things like that. They just needed to believe a little bit and still give them the heals after the Ubers and you know, have the follow-up there, really.
I think it is the map. It does make it very difficult for you to really create space enough for your team because of like all the narrow choke areas. If you're not going to take out the Dare Man pretty much instantly, Spudd was pretty good on that map, and it was just because as he wasn't getting immediately pressured, he can just block off anybody else that's trying to follow up on Syl. But this map, it would be harder to do that. So maybe it could work out in Full Tilt's favor in that way.
Well, I just saw Bren put away his thesaurus. I think it's time to go. CP process. We got Bren and Sideshow. Take it away, boys.
Hide it, Bren. You've already brought out the African gazelle. I don't think it can get much higher than that.
To be honest.
Although I don't know what can you look up in the thesaurus for African gazelle? They're two nouns. They don't really have synonyms.
Continent mammal.
Bren, you know earlier when you said you were an idiot and I told you were wrong? I take it back.
Okay.
Right. Let's get started though, Bren. This is our final map of the TF2 Grand Final. It's Crowns v Full Tilt, and it all comes down to this CP process. It really hasn't been seen between these two teams for a long time, and it hasn't been seen in this tournament pretty much at all. So this one's going to be really interesting to see how it goes down. The winner of this single map is going to be your victor for the entirety of i58 as we go live with our first mid. And Ali immediately failing his rollout, requiring an arrow there from Kos. They're going to be setting up on this mid fight, and it's crucial that they play around this high ground.
You're going to be seeing some huge plays now. Full Tilt looking to basically rotate around and try and take the fight still. Leaping forward, trying to get the rockets on there at the same time. Drackk is on the back lines of Kos. Kos so weak in the end, but they do manage to bring him down, giving him a one-pick advantage. Make it a second one as Kaptain. He's going to be claiming his own life. This is it. Full Tilt getting 3 very quick picks, and now Crowns on the back foot. Listen to that crowd. You can tell they're definitely not biased at all, but
a crowd can't be biased, Bren. They just choose who they want to choose, and it's the people's favorites. It really is.
Yeah.
They love an underdog story, but also some of the players from Full Tilt, I think, have just kind of captured people's hearts in the way that they play. Very flashy play style from mostly the soldiers and Ale, but they'll have to make some magic happen on this map if they want to come out with a victory, because so far they've let it slip. They had that 2-0 map lead, and now it's at 2-2. So this is their last chance to take the tournament. And they're going to be set up here with equal Ubers on both teams. Stark was on Sniper there, and he is absolutely deadly when he picks up the defensive Sniper here. He gets into some crazy angles, and you've got to respect him.
right now it's just still going to be running the Scout class. He was thinking about Sniper. was thinking about heavy as well at some point, but now they're just going to be swapping off. Now full tilt look like they want to try and go in. Raymon's arrow is going to be keeping Kaptain up to full health. He's not going to be able to claim his life just yet. Now Falash looks like he wants to try and make an attempt at that shutter door area, but Spudd just peeks around the corner, scares him off for now. And here we go, Mike, he's leaped into the fray from what it looks like, but it's going to be Sill. He's going to be the first casualty. And now Mike, he needs to try and get out alive. A lot of members of Crowns are currently still trying to basically chase him down, but this may be the bait here. They may be trying to force Crowns into a fight, try and mop up after them. Silentes up in another 3 seconds time. So he is going to be a happy little chappy, but Stark on Sniper. He managed to pick up Koss with the body shot. They were just peeking through that shutter door, and he just about found the angle as well.
That's unreal. I mean, I said that you have to respect him. He finds all of these angles and sightlines and just knows exactly how to abuse them. Beautiful play by him, but there's still a lot to do here from Crowns if they want to push out from last with only an Uber advantage, and Kossa switch over to Kritzkrieg as well, so he's going to have that up fairly shortly. But for Crowns, it's all about being able to push out, and Thalash and Mike are going behind as well. There's a sentry to deal with here, and Thalash gets utterly destroyed, just mown down.
Yeah, looks
and
like
Mike also dealt with.
Full tilt. It was a cutesy little play there, splitting up a little bit here, but now they're going to be starting to move their way across. They need to try and salvage whatever they can. Koss just holding right far back on this midpoint so far. Crowns taking all the room they potentially can. We're still in the early moments of this last map of the i58 Grand Finals.
This isn't online, Bren. We're not going ETF2L. No, it's not ETF2L. It's certainly not ESEA as well. RIP and ATF2. But it is i58, and these two teams have proven that they're the best of the crop so far. But we still don't know really how to separate them. In comes Spudd, and in comes Kaptain, leading this Uber as far forward as they possibly can. It's Thalash who gets caught, but the rest of the team manages to sail out here. And now they're in.
Krieg being popped off. Ali finds one. Can he get the follow-up? Here's where the magic's about to begin. Drackk spamming him out from above, and now Hafficool's actually on last. Mike is trying to basically meet him head on, but he's going to be making the call now. Haffy dodging and juking, very weak. Ast finally claims the kill, but now Crowns are looking to move their way all the way onto here. Mike and Ast.
Big plays from Ast. Big plays from Ast so far there. He's got 3 kills so far in the cleanup. And as Raymon attempts to escape through the choke point, he got juggled up by a rocket there. If the follow-up was good, Mike would have been able to take him out, but he just had too much speed on his bomb and sailed around the corner before he could deliver that rocket.
Right now, Crowns still looking to try and contest this second Spire area if they so can. Kaptain, he jumps in, trying to get a few rockets off, putting in a little bit of damage, but not quite enough for his team to play off. Kaptain might actually fall here, and there we go. Uber's going to be forced out already. Kritzkrieg popped out at the same time, and I think right now this is so difficult for Full Tilt. They've already lost 2 of their players, Ali and Koss. They're not going to have a demo man to defend us last now, Sideshow.
No, they're not, and that was a bit of a poor decision there to try and crits in at the same time. All of the players are going to be invulnerable, so the best thing to do in that situation would be to back out to Last and try it for a repush. But now their backs are up against the wall. Last is on heavy, but he's not going to be able to block the point. It's only Ali who's there. It's not going to be enough. It's too little, too late. And Crowns take the first round after 5 minutes of our last map of i58. No matter what, this is going to be finished, and we will have a winner, Bren.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, mid-fight number 2. About to kick off. 25 minutes in this map to go, and really there can only be one winner at this point for that £4,250 for first place. Second place claiming just under half that, I believe, but right now Ali is leaping in. Once again, a failed rollout by him, having to wait for the arrow, and that is detrimental to these mids in a certain sense, because he cannot lock off that upper area. Crowns now making their move, trying to basically maneuver their way in through that single point. Kaptain is hiding around the corner. He's going to be leaping in across now. Gets off one rock onto Falash. Starkey very weak as well. At the same time, nobody's fallen so far on either side. Both just really trying to take any fight they possibly can. Kaptain's still very weak. Ast might be wanting to go for it. And I think Crowns, they realised this fight was starting to go a little bit unfavourable, and they have chosen to back off and see if they can salvage whatever they can from that second point.
Wow, that was so weird. I think the communication is beginning to break down for Full Tilt, actually, because as players started to back off there and ask for arrows from Koss, he kept missing them, or they kept dodging, or something weird was going on there because he wasn't able to deliver the heals properly, and it was a little bit lucky for them, actually, that Crowns decided to disengage.
Yeah, they popped off the Uber in the end there, but it's going to be Crowns getting off the much better one at that. Ast just about forced it in the nick of time there, but they've lost 3 of their players now. Full Tilt in a very, very sticky situation. having to contest this with hardly any players to work with. They aren't going to be able to hold this second. They are building as fast as possible. Falash whacking himself away with his little sword there. Kaptain now leaping in, trying to get that first kill onto him. Brilliant shot coming out by Mike there to deny them off, and a second one onto Starkey. This could be what they were looking for. Raymon now is on the back lines, being caught out of position potentially here, as Hafficool just about backs off Raymon. Arrows him in the end. Spudd finishing off Falash, but it's a 3v4 scenario as Full Tilt look to try and take their advantage, take the small advantage that they have accrued even further into this game.
Stark and Kaptain, though, have got the forward spawn, so Crowns probably want to fight this one. Spudd's going to rotate around the rock as Kaptain bombs in. Great shot by Solentes to completely deny him, but Raymon immediately heals him up with an arrow. Raymon's actually taken a ton of damage. I don't know whether they realize he's on 70 health. Costs now on half, dropping down even lower, down to 40 health, forced to pop off the Uber. They've got the pocket from Crowns already, and Spudd's isolated. Has to have the Uber popped onto him. Hafficool denies Solentes, though, and they're going to be able to hold on to mid here. Are they going to be able to push it forward? I'm not really sure, but they're certainly got to try.
They've lost two of their players, though, Solentes and Mike. Two soldiers, very high impact players currently missing from the Full Tilt lineup as it stands, and yeah, they're going to have to back off all the way onto second, try and hold it from here, but this is not the situation you need to be in. Maybe take a page out of Jasmine T's book, play a bit of more aggressiveness. I really don't know, but right now they need to start to come up with something.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to opt across the course of the map for the Kritzkrieg a couple more times to try and control the flow of the game a bit. They just have to be careful that they're not playing it directly into an Uber from Raymon.
No.
But for the moment, they are on their normal medigun. And Thalash is building up a sentry at the same time as Ast is on scout. So Crowns are 1-0 in the lead here, and they're looking to slow it down. There's 22 minutes just under that remaining. And Stark is on Spy, and he's come out, and they're looking for a big pick. He's had a few huge plays, actually, on Spy this tournament. And Koss has dropped a couple times as well and been a little vulnerable. So this certainly could work out for them. I like the idea of it.
Yep.
They haven't used it too many times that it's become obvious, but they've certainly used it to its full potential so far.
Starkey moving in. Sentry gun placement has been spotted. And I think at this point right now, Falash needs to be careful. Starkey is just waiting for this prime opportunity. Crowns might want to go for the distraction play at the same time. Send someone flying in. Ast on Sniper. He's trying to get an angle in that lobby area, trying to go for the pick, but not quite working out. Now Starkey's still waiting very, very patiently. He's got eyes on Koss. I think that's really what he's looking for.
There's potential here for him to try and use the teleporter in some way as well.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking how he would be able to do it. I think it might actually end up just hurting him. If he runs onto the teleporter, trying to get a good position or a good line onto Koss, he might end up accidentally taking it and being spirited away, but in he comes, Bren.
Going in for it, and he's got the backstab in the nick of time. The sentry gun is going to finish him up, but at the end of the day, Crowns, that's what they came here for. That single pick on Koss is going to open up a whole world of pain right now for Full Tilt as they look to work their way into this lobby area right now. Kaptain leading the charge as well as that. The Uber charge not going to be popped off just yet. Heavy off classes, sentry gun's going to be brought down. Ast trying his hardest to bring him down, but pretty much the entirety of Crowns just maneuvering around. Raymon!
Oh my God, Thalash, the
Absolutely
savior.
Incredible.
The savior of the team there, and now it just comes down to a 4v4 fight, and Crowns, they really have to commit. They already have players in. Spudd and Hafficool are surely going to fall no matter what. Spudd escapes with his life somehow on single digits of health, but what a play from Thalash.
That is what they needed. They were up against the wall right then. Now the Cap starting to trying to basically take control of this Spire if they potentially can. Hafficool and Kaptain putting in a lot of denial. In fact, Starkey finds Ali somewhere as well. And now the Spire is looking more like a death trap, to be honest with you, as they pick up player after player. Koss falls, Mike falls. Only two players remaining now, Ast and Solentes. And it's not looking good in the slightest.
And these spawns aren't going to come in time either. 1 second on the spawn for Thalash and Ale, but they still have to buy another 5-10 seconds. This is a huge ask for both of them.
Yeah.
And with Thalash on heavy, unable to block the point there, it's going to be 2-0 so far for Crowns. 20 minutes almost still remain here, though. There is time for Full Tilt to start the comeback. They've done it before, but they absolutely need to get themselves in gear. This is it. This is their last chance for both of these teams, but Full Tilt find themselves on the ropes early on in this map.
Absolutely, right now we see them rolling out. Hafficool on Spy. Not too sure what's going on there. He has switched back to Scout. Ali does manage to hit his rollout this time. He's going to get that med pack. Let's see if it does make a difference. Mike also going for the fast Roma rollout. Now Crowns, they are playing it once again the exact same way they played the other mid fights. Quite passively around. Kaptain now leaping forward straight into the back lines. Ali might be caught out of position here. No, the response from the team is there. They are there to defend him, but the heals are quite bad so far. Kaptain now leaping onto course. Is he going to be able to hit that? Oh my goodness, that was incredibly clutch there. Ali just about finished him up. And there we go, Mike.
And he
delivering
gets
the goods.
Hafficool.
Kaptain though, Drackk is on the back lines. And he's found course. My God, plays after plays. Medics going down all over the place. That was looking pretty good so far for Full Tilt, but then Drackk just pulls it out of the bag time and time again.
Yeah, it's incredible what they're able to achieve there, because Ale and Raymon, they have huge targets painted on their back, and Kos had managed to squeak away from Kaptain in his first attempt to pick up the Full Tilt medic, but he couldn't evade both of the soldiers. Full Tilt take control of the mid, but they have a slight Uber disadvantage. It's actually about 25%, so it certainly would be enough for Crowns if they wanted to push off of it. They're not the kind of team to normally do something like that, and I don't think they'll know that they have that significant an Uber advantage.
No.
Instead, it's probably up to Full Tilt to make a move. They have to try and claw back the 2-0 deficit they find themselves staring at.
Kaptain is hitting some absolutely fat rockets, I'll be honest with you. He
Yeah.
is really playing quite well. And it's a bit of a detriment now. I mean, Full Tilt, it looked like they want to try and attempt this now. Through this choke point, they have the Uber charge to work with. Celentes leading the charge a little bit. He leaps forward. Crowns realise what is up, and they are going to start to rotate, I should say. But Kaptain gets munched in the process. That's one pick for them now. Kos realises that they are running a sniper. Starkey cannot move around that corner, but Celentes cleans him up nice and quickly. And now
Starting to build momentum here, Bren.
This is absolutely correct. Now this could be the beginning of a comeback.
Drackk might get caught as well. He's having to fall back. And as the Ubers are in for both teams, they get exchanged.
Moving in, yeah. Uber's going to be exchanged. Going to see which way they can decide to take this Crowns. Look like they've got the superior positioning as it stands. Drackk jumps in. Ast finishes up one. Falash with the follow-up. Spudd and Hafficool do get the other ones, and now the point's going to start to get played. Ast is pretty much all on him. Ast and Kos versus Hafficool and Raymon.
Mike's in as
joining
well.
in from the side. Are they going to be able to get this? Raymon versus the world. He's trying his hardest. And there we go. Full Tilt secure around and stop the bleeding for now.
And there's the reaction from the team as well. Just as it happened moments ago, the crowd electric. I think I know which team these guys want to win. It appears to be the crowd backing Full Tilt. They want the underdog story, but it's certainly a comeback for them here. They are beginning to get back into this one. 2-1. Half of the map has been spent now, though. And there's only 15 minutes left on the clock. Mike and Ale again earlier to the mid. Stark this time rolling out through PC as the teams begin to set up. But where's the initiation going to come in? Celentes jumps up top, just slightly. Deep bomb from Kaptain now. Taking a ton of damage, is going to get taken down at the same time as Spudd. Drackk up top eats a pipe as well from Ale, and it looks like Full Tilt in control. Kos as well is well protected this time. Nobody in anywhere near the English medic for Full Tilt, and they're going to be able to move this one forwards. Ale, he's so far forward, and yeah, he really did. He's hitting a lot of shots here for his team.
And it's that damage that's piling up, that instant burst damage, almost like when you just hit a pipe. Instantly, that 100 damage can be the difference between winning these mid-fights at the end of the day, and the spam really is paying off in the end, and we see them now. They do have 100% Uber on both these teams' sides, but as it stands, 15 minutes remaining. I think Full Tilt are going to be reasonably pleased with the positioning that they are currently in, even though they do have this round deficit. But it's not over just yet, as Spudd has picked up Mike. The sack attempt just about failing there.
They really have to watch out for Stark now, though, because last time they were in this situation,
Starkey.
How does he not die to that sticky trap as well? I guess Alo just wasn't peeking that entrance for the moment. But look, he gets so much room around and gets all of these opportunities. Full Tilt should really be holding more aggressively to keep him out. But on process, when you hold that aggressively, you end up just peeking the sniper angles again and again. So you're caught between a rock and a hard place. You're not able to properly spam out the sniper without putting yourselves in danger and putting your medic in danger. So it's really difficult to deal with. And start going back to sniper there after just checking. And he will know that Thalash is on the opposing sniper, staring down the barrel of the scopes at each other. Well, not currently, but they will be at some point. And there they go, they meet each other, but a headshot not ringing out for either team. Thalash has taken a lot more damage there, though. He's going to back up towards heals, but perhaps now they'll have more of an idea of where Crowns is.
One headshot onto Stark, brings him very, very low. Slenta's trying to move in off that. He's very, very weak. He's going to pick up that health pack. Now, the attacking offense from Crowns, trying to basically bring as many of them down as possible. A lot of shots almost being hit here, connected from either side. I'm getting flashbacks to DreamHack Summer. I feel like this is a very, very similar situation to what we were experiencing when they were playing Process then.
Oh yeah, well, War said it in the analysis just before the game that he thought it would come down to a lot of sniper v sniper, and
there we go. Starky
Stark
finds the kill onto Thalash.
And when you're in that kind of situation, all that does is allow Stark to go for a more aggressive pick. It's not something that Crowns can push off. It's not something that they're going to do anything with other than allow Stark to push really aggressive, because it doesn't matter if he dies in that situation. But Thalash is going to come back on sniper, and they can just keep doing this forever, really, until he gets the pick that he needs.
The Spencer pick there. Quite a large...
it is. That's not quite the pick that they're looking for, though.
Lentas does bomb in, trying to basically get some damage in if possible.
Ooh, he saw a glimpse of him there, but also had to react to Drack's rocket, which was thrown in his face. Couldn't do two at once and was caught in two mines. Ended up eating the rocket and dying. So now with two picks, Crowns, what do you go for here? They look like they want to poke and prod, see if they can get something done. But as Selentes and Thalash come back on here, they're
careful. He's at that shutter. He has spotted him. I do realise he is there. But still 100% Uber on both these teams' sides, just waiting for that one pick off. That's all they need. Thalash and Sniper now. Peeking around the corner, and might be able to pick up Drackk, who is close by, but rocket spam is really doing a number on him.
Yeah, and if you're Full Tilt, what you really want here is control of lobby, because it gives Thalash so many more angles. But Full Tilt have always been a team that struggle to hold lobby against Crowns. They really don't feel comfortable in there. They feel penned in, and it's really easy to get collapsed upon or for people to get picked off. So they're very tentative to take lobby in a lot of these situations, whereas Crowns
coming in, headshot onto Kaptain. Mike looks like he wants to try and play from the side there. He's going to be spamming in a few rockets. Not really anybody keeping him in check there at that shutter side area. Thalash is getting very, very aggressive. Kaptain might be falling here. The sack attempt by them. That is one pick. Can they do anything with it? I think they are. They're going to be moving in straight away. Sentry gun needs to be focused down if they can do it, but Selentes is just doing it alone. They finally do bring it down, but the Uber pretty much entirely wasted trying to get that sentry down, and Raymon has popped it off. He's got a much better one at that.
Thalash missing shot after shot there, unable to really deliver. Ali's gone down. He's just not hitting them at the moment. You know, he only needs to execute one of them, really. A one big pick will set his team up. It's not like he needs to be like Flippy level or jukebox hitting headshots all over the place, although he has had glimpses of that kind of form.
Yeah.
But all he needs is one play to set it up for his team. Not sure quite what's going on there with Selentes.
Well, as it stands, Thalash still on sniper. They are just waiting patiently for this one singular pick-off.
Yeah, and I like the patient play so far by Full Tilt, because they haven't put themselves in situations where Crowns can punish it. It's been very low risk, but Thalash needs to deliver. He's had a few situations. I like the fact that they're also continuing to exchange Ubers, even though they are playing this low risk style, because
this could be an opening here.
Yeah, if they get a single pick with Thalash now, it doesn't matter what it is, they can push because the Ubers are out of the situation. So I really like this slightly more aggressive low risk play.
Starkey is also running sniper, might be trying to get that one pick off. Trying to peek around that corner right now.
See, look how open you are when you're in lobby as well, to Stark, who goes down there. And this could open the floodgates. Full Tilt really might want to commit onto this one. They're moving in. Selentes misses a bit of damage there, though. And there's a player really weak just around the side. Thalash not able to hit the headshot on 60 health as well. Down to 9.
Weak.
Oh.
Full Tilt on the back foot a little bit here. Everyone's weak. The heal is just not quite there.
Yeah, Thalash not going to push on 9 HP. He's no idiot.
Excellent reference.
Reference game on point.
But right now, 9 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. And it's Starkey still on that sniper, and exactly as War said, sniper duels abound. Trying to get a single pick-off. In fact, Thalash a little bit too deep there. He's going to get picked up by Kaptain, but now Starkey, look at this aggression by him. He's moving all the way in. Just misses the shot. That was incredibly close, a 1-for-1 trade.
I mean, that's the kind of thing that Stark can do all the time. It's so difficult to keep a lockdown on all of the entrances on Process, and Thalash doesn't have that same kind of opportunity. You can hold all of them from there.
They're moving in with the Ubers now, exchanged by both these teams. Crowns want to try and take this any way they potentially can. The Uber has faded for both of them, however, and a sentry gun did go down.
Initiation as well from Silentes.
Mike as well on the side here. They're trying their hardest. Drackk is very weak. They are going to pick up at least the sentry gun. And now they need to start to focus down some of these players. Mike is so weak. Kaptain down to half health. Thalash trying his hardest. Drackk putting in a lot of work with his rockets. In fact, he has cleaned up almost everyone now. Kos is potentially going to fall here. Thalash just trying to escort him like the VIP. Starkey hot on his tail. Is he going to be able to get him?
The president has left the building. Kos is not going to be able to be chased down. He gets out at the speed of a scout. But Crowns, they've managed to escape the stranglehold. The grip has been slackened just for a moment, and they'll be able to get it out here onto mid, and they look like they're getting the better end of this team fight as well for the moment. Silentes, if he doesn't go down, they might be able to still fight it, but here comes the Uber.
Now here we are, Kos, he's got the Uber ready to pop it in. Silentes falling very weak, there we go, that's going to prompt it. Now Crowns in a bit of a bad position, look at this, Ali! Ali with the 2K, leaps forward. My goodness, and Spudd finishes himself off. Mike gets the follow-up before Starkey kills it. That is 5 down.
They have to roll this forward, though, all the way to last. It has to be. It doesn't even matter Hafficool, although he does lose that 1v1, but they have to be quick off the back of this one.
Right now.
I feel like they should already be entering almost, and they're trying to move it in, but I think they've left it too long. These spawns are going to come up in 1 second.
Everyone is up. Ali's trying his hardest to get this denial off, but Starkey on heavy now coming around the corner. I think it might be a little bit too late. The heavy pickup has just absolutely demolished them here. In fact, yeah, Ali's going to be paying with his life there.
And now they've lost 2 players who are crucial to be able to punish. A Crown's going to try and push out on this. I feel like they probably could. There's only Mike in a position to put spam on them if they try and enter.
And moving in, working their way across. Points slowly but surely getting capped up. Kaptain trying his hardest. Now here's the Uber now, coming out by Kos. Just about trying to pick up any player they can. Raymon falls. 1 medic down, and now that could be the opening of the floodgates as they're moving in. Hafficool just trying to run around rings. Sark needs to be brought down here.
Oh, this is perfect though from Hafficool to go behind, and full tilt. They didn't have a clue what to do, but there's only Stark remaining.
Silentes, he just needs to hit these rockets for Stark. He just mows them down.
But Hafficool got the cap on Spire as well, so they had to go back. They weren't able to commit to it, and full tilt there got picked apart. The play from Haffy saved his team. Really intelligent play to go behind for that back cap in that situation and make sure that you split them up. The rest of Full Tilt didn't know whether to commit or go back. In hindsight, they really should have just committed with Aston Thalash. They would have been able to overwhelm the players who were forwards and would have probably been able to take the round there and make it 2-2. But they still have an Uber advantage, so they'll be looking to push with this one.
Yeah, they popped it off pretty early on, trying to bring down Spudd. They might actually get it. Indeed, they do. Sentry gun falls as well.
They need to play the point.
Now they're starting to play the point. A lot of spam damage coming in. Order soldiers jumping in. Drackk is so weak. Both the scouts still remain. Silentes is jumping in. Haffy's down, and that's it. The equalisation. Full Tilt take it to 2-all. 5 minutes, 21 seconds remaining. Look at that emotion.
They know what they've just done. They have managed to claw back a 2-0 deficit on a map that they're really not that comfortable on against a team that punishes that kind of play incredibly hard. And now the game is essentially anyone's with 5 minutes remaining. Unbelievable, Bren. This is the last 5 minutes of the grand final of the i58 TF2 tournament between Crowns and Full Tilt, and anyone could take it.
This could go absolutely anyway, as you've already mentioned, Mike taking control of those upper crates areas.
Are they not coming into mid? Are they just staying here? I think Ale put so much spam and area control onto them. It took them a long time.
He's moved in, but they've managed to get the first kill anyway. The counter sacks are coming in. Stark did manage to find Ali. That's no demo for them now. Kaptain already on half. Starkey finds Mike as well. That's already lost 2 players. Can they still salvage anything from this now? They do not have the high ground positioning, and Crowns look like they do have the heals and the players. Slenta's moving in. Spudd just survives the arrow from Raymon as well. Just going to top him up. And full tilt. The only saving grace is that Koss did survive here. They do have the Uber to hold on with. 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Vague Nation.
And now it comes down to the teams that can play the fastest most well. What is that? Kaptain goes in, really crisp rockets, and Koss got the fear, and he's popped that one off.
That means Raymon.
Yeah. That could be absolutely disastrous for his team.
He's got 100% Uber now. Crowns, they are just going to wait basically for Kaptain to come up. There's no reason not to now. Push up with the 6 players as well as the Uber advantage. See if you can get any pickoffs, and Mike going down there. Not what they needed. Crown's going to take the initiative now, starting to move in a little bit off their own initiative. Kaptain is now roaming his way in. This looks like the Spire might be going away. Kaptain, Drackk is so weak. Just gets arrowed in the nick of time there.
So tense for both of these two teams. They don't want to make a mistake. A mistake at this point probably means the entire tournament.
The Koss still does not have Uber. There we go. Popped in. Raymon trying to take it to them. Ast on the heavy, trying to deny them off. The still stickers on a point. Haffy playing it to perfection there. Just dodging and juking. Still alive. The rockets from Mike just not quite connecting. Salentes also putting in a decent amount of work. Kaptain finds one. Drackk with the follow-up onto Koss. That's no medic now. They're not going to have Uber to defend this with. And Drackk is just playing that security safe house area at the back so well. Just dodging around. And at this point, it's really, really tough. Full tilt. They're just being ran around in circles, essentially.
They can't get Drackk out of panic room. There's no soldier around to really deal with him. Mike's going to jump up now, and it's actually Ale who finds the kill. But with Koss going down there, that is a 70% Uber advantage. Unbelievable stuff. This is so close between these two teams. 2-2 after we had to go to all 5 of the maps. Full Tilt got an early lead. They went up 2 maps. Crowns brought it back. The exact same situation, but reversed has happened in this map. Crowns going up 2 rounds. Full Tilt have somehow clawed it back. Whichever team takes it here is going to be ecstatic.
There we go. Uber's popped in by Crowns. They're trying to make their mark. The sentry gun put in so much work. Falash really bought an absolute massive amount of time for his team there. Hafficool trying to play the point. Drackk jumping forwards, trying to find Salentes in the back there. On that balcony now, Hafficool starting to try and play the point. The pipe's coming out by Ali to bring them down, but there's so many players down now. Salentes, Ali and Koss, the only survivors. Now they finally got the Uber to pop off and try and keep them out, but Drackk is hiding in the panic room. Do they realise this? I think they might.
They've bought enough time for the spawners to come in at the very least. Aston Mike back on the field. Wow. Salentes deals with Drackk as well. But it's yet another Uber advantage here for Raymon. They have to stave off another push with 1 minute 40 on the clock. If Crowns wipe here, there's a possibility for Full Tilt to roll it all the way through. Do they delay? I don't think they do. They need this Uber advantage push into last to work out for them. Less than 90 seconds here, Bren.
They're moving in now. Crowns, they have the Uber. Spudd might actually die to the sentry. The Uber still has not been popped off. In fact, the sentry is going down.
What is that?
With the pick of the
What
sentry.
is that?
My goodness, that's exactly what they needed now. Kaptain,
they're going to be able to roll it back.
This is it. 3 players now up for Crowns.
There's a minute left. They have to go. Come on. They have to move. They're still sat around. They're really scared that Hafficool's around here, but Mike dispenses with him, and they're trying to move it forward.
Stark in. Still, he is taken out by Mike now. This is the Spire being taken. 50 seconds. Is this still doable, Sideshow?
It
They're
still
making
is.
the move.
It would be unbelievable, but they have to go for it. This is their best opportunity here. Oh, but Ali dies to a crucial sticky trap from Spudd. Oh, with 40 seconds and Ali down, I don't think it's possible anymore. I think
they need to really move if they want to stand any chance. They're moving in. They've got the Uber. Mike taking the initiative. He leaps forward. Crowns showing really no signs whatsoever. I think at this point you need to go in with the Uber. You still need to move. 20 seconds remaining.
Uber advantage
Mike
push.
Moving in now. This is it. The Uber's been popped. Mike moving in. Stark is falling. This is it. He just gets the off class down. The Uber has faded. Full tilt.
Someone needs to play the point.
Do this now. Crowns holding on. 3 picks, 4 picks. Starkey just secures it for his team.
Oh my God. That was what is wow.
God almighty.
This I think this LAN may have been some of the best TF2 that I've ever watched. Every game has been just unbelievable. I really thought they were going to do it there. I really thought they were going to do it.
That was 2 down to the wire.
Oh my God.
Okay.
That was crazy. That was absolutely crazy for them to be on their last with 2 minutes left, and then Thalash, twice he's done that. Twice he's done that.
On to Raymon.
While they're already in. They've already gone in through the choke. Raymon's chose to hold on to it and been able to evade all of that. And they hold on to it.
Live again.
Oh, they're going live again as well.
They want to go straight into it. The momentum already starting.
Oh,
this is the golden cap.
Yeah, they're just about to get into it here. It all comes down to this. Let's make some noise for the golden cap. 1 round decides the whole tournament here, Bren. Would you believe it?
I cannot believe it's come down to this. I cannot believe the comeback that Crowns have made. I cannot believe the plays.
All right, they're going to restart here. Obviously, this isn't what they're actually doing running. This is a really interesting strategy here where Crowns have Hafficool as an AFK spine spawn, but that just gives us a bit of time to reflect on what a ridiculous situation this is.
Okay.
Full tilt. This would be a ridiculous storyline for them. But Crowns are desperate to hold on.
They are.
You know, they did so well to beat them in the upper bracket and then destroyed WARHURYEAH in the upper bracket final as well. Ale, that's not going to set him up nicely. Every mid that they've won dominantly has been when Ale and Mike were quick.
What's going on, guys?
Hello. What's happening here?
Come on.
Yeah, not sure, but Ale will be thanking his lucky stars that happened, I think. I have no idea what's going on. I really do think the nerves are getting to people, and I don't know, there must be some kind of technical issue that they've only just thought about. Crowns are asking for the restart of the round, not really sure why. So it wasn't because of the failed rollout, obviously. You're not allowed to do that. But goodness me, they're making me incredibly tense here, Bren.
I am sweating.
Yeah, it's visible.
I'm not surprised. This game has been mental, honestly.
I'm going to fill my water bottle, Bren. This is a truly unbelievable situation for these two teams to have come through all of the opposition, the 2 lower level European teams, the intercontinental teams as well, to have defeated WARHURYEAH on Crowns and make their way into the upper bracket final. They've already beaten Full Tilt in that game. They absolutely slaughtered them. But for the moment here, it's Full Tilt putting up a ridiculous fight compared to their previous encounter. And this is just exactly the same as DreamHack Summer. Yeah. This is just, it's essentially a best of 9 at this point. Yeah. You know, the 4 maps that were played at DreamHack Summer, all incredibly close, ended up tied. And then this best of 5 has gone all the way, absolutely insane. And the teams are, they're teasing me. They're teasing me because I can feel that this golden cap is going to be unbelievably tense as well. Both of these two teams just wanted so much.
How would you even play this? Is it
you stick to your game plan? No, you stick to your game plan. I think if you go all out, you're putting yourself in such a risky situation. Yeah. Crowns, I don't think, will go all out. They have been diving Kaptain and Drackk in on the process mid, so perhaps we'll see a replica of what they were doing there. But I don't think they're going to do something ridiculous. It's so hard to call. Would you even have a favorite going into this round? I don't think you could.
Crowns have worked so hard to get to this point. They came back when the going was looking really tough after Full Tilt secured the first 2 maps. And then they just pulled that, it was the Granary game, wasn't it? The Granary game, and I just cannot believe it. This I-Series, honestly, words cannot describe it because it has been absolutely insane.
It has been unbelievable. When we went into it, we said that this would be probably the closest I-Series we had ever seen. Obviously, at I-46, the North American teams blew everybody out of the water. At I-49, you had the dominant super team of Epsilon. At I-52, dominant super team of WARHURYEAH. I-55, they started to be challenged, the same super team. Really challenged, knocked down into the lower bracket final, incredibly close games, but this has topped it. Yeah. This was just nail biter from start to finish, and the action still hasn't ended. just crazy. These two teams, they tied in the group stages. They've tied now. This time it's been forced to a golden cap to finish things out here. And the emotion of the teams, the nerves that are going to be playing into this, it's got to play a part.
Yeah. Well, I believe the players will be starting any time now. I hope the technical issues are sorted on the side of Crowns. I think this is going to be a good one.
We are going into our golden cap then. Let's make some noise. It's the final round of our grand finals. Crowns v Full Tilt. The series is tied at 2-2. The teams were tied at 2-2. And it all comes down to this. I'm going to watch Ale because I think the way that he does his rollout is going to be crucial. How he feels, you know, it doesn't really affect them that much. It's just how he feels about it. He's beefed it again and has to take that. It really doesn't hurt them in the long run. But Mike,
he's gone behind. He's opting for a bit of a different route now, trying to meet Kaptain head on. Kaptain does have the overheal now. It's a bit of a risky fight to take as Full Tilt. He's actually pulled the entirety of Crowns behind now. And Full Tilt, they've got a better positioning here.
They've just won the mid. They've just straight up won the mid. Crowns.
Starkey has ran Spy to mid. Spy to mid. No one suspects this, but they have. They've seen him. Starkey has fallen.
And Stark and Drackk has been picked in the back lines as well by Mike, who's still alive from that first mid. Crowns are on the back foot here. They can really start to pull this momentum forwards here, Full Tilt.
This is it.
I'm losing my voice and I'm losing my mind.
This is ridiculous now. They're trying to make this happen. Ubers now being exchanged, both these teams, right down to the wire. We're going to see which one comes out on top. Looks like Full Tilt this time.
Crowns don't want to commit to it.
Hafficool going to be falling now.
They can feel it slipping away from them here, Crowns, but they need to solidify on last. Are they going to go for a dry push? Are they really going to do this here, Full Tilt?
I think this is the opportunity to do it while Crowns are feeling a bit crumbly as it stands.
No, they've taken too much damage here in lobby and they are going to back out. I think that would be the correct decision. I mean, I can see how they want to compound on the fact that Crowns feel like they're constantly retreating and try and hammer it home really early, make them pay for that spy to mid. But I think that was the correct decision, the wise decision to back out and make sure that they have buffs before they want to commit to anything. Are they just going to trade
the Uber straight away? And there we go. They've actually lost Ash straight away now. Ali moving in. It's actually Raymon. He doesn't have the Uber just yet, but they realize instantly this fight is not worth taking if you just lose Ash that quickly, and they are going to be backing off to the Spire.
To Crowns push. Do Crowns push?
They have the Uber.
They have the Uber, certainly. They have been pushing out of Process last, actually. And they haven't been made to pay for it. Thalash there just jumps in, destroys. Oh my God! Destroys Drackk, destroys Spudd. And this is a situation where I would want to be jumping in with Silentes and trying to get a force out. Because
forward.
Using the equal Ubers, it just means that you have to set up a situation. If both of those players are down there, Drackk and Spudd, that is perfect for one of the soldiers, Silentes or Mike, to jump in and use the fact that there's only 3 players defending Raymon to get a cheeky force out there and give Koss the Uber advantage. They haven't gone for that play, though. You know, they're not listening to me. I'm not their coach anymore.
Stark is running Spy now. He knows that they are running Sniper as well. He was off-classed as the Sniper role. We could see that Falash was playing it now. We see Starkey waiting for the ripe time to strike. Again, we might see a distraction play, but Crowns, they are turtled up massively. They have the sentry gun built by Hafficool. Same position as usual now. Falash is trying to peek that shutter door area.
My God.
Stark and Falash. This might be it.
Oh.
He spots Silentes.
They've managed to pick him up a couple of times before, but it doesn't look like they suspected at all.
Keep their ears peeled. Starkey.
Ears peeled. Keep your ears peeled, boys.
The ears peeled. Here comes the Ubers. Now Starkey. He found Falash. Ali falling to the sentry now as the Ubers are popped in. And now Crowns, they swap back to their proper classes. Hafficool is still on the engineer, but they're going to start to push off that anyway. 2 very big picks that they can work off. Silentes trying to basically spam them out a little bit. He might get caught out here. He is going to be able to get out in the end. And now Full Tilt. Going to try and hold on for now on this mid.
Really nice repush out there from Crowns.
Yeah.
Stark makes sure that he gets the kill onto somebody at the very least in order to trade that kill. Ale died. And they were forced to back that one out. Crowns take advantage of it. They know that they don't want to be stuck on last. They understand how the whole play style works that they so often use against teams. They don't fall prey to it themselves very often. They certainly haven't this time. This round is starting to drag out now. We're starting to get into a real slugfest.
Yeah.
And Full Tilt are still really in the driving seat. They have got control of mid, and they're going to be looking around with Thalash, seeing if he can make something happen. He's made those amazing plays onto Raymon before. And there's the headshot onto Kaptain. They're going to be dry pushing over grass now and making sure that they have a bit of room for Thalash to snipe, probably from the sewers area.
Salenta's moving in. There we go. Stark's very weak. Raymon being forced to pop with the Uber now. Koss going to be exchanging here. Going to be trying to take this fight a little bit more equally.
Thalash has an angle as well.
Thalash moving in. Can he hit the shots here? They're trying to basically force them off. Drackk moves in. Ali finds Stark. Drackk has managed to pick up Thalash in the back as well. Spudd with the pill onto Ali. Mike finds Raymon without having a team. They might be doing this now, Sideshow, as they are moving in.
Ast is not going to be able to do it with his winger. It just doesn't have enough. It doesn't have enough ammo in the clip for that one.
They've got the picks here.
They're so weak. Koss, Salentes, Mike. They have about 150 health between them, and now they're just starting to get healed up. Surely going to be able to
Kaptain Stark.
keep control of Spire here. Ali's, he's not going to get picked again. Ali's been the player who's fallen a few times for them.
Mike.
Every time it looks so close.
Look at Mike now. He's moving in. He spots Raymon. I think he realizes the sentry gun, the heavy.
Yeah, he's getting intel for the team.
He's very tough.
They've managed to retake control of Spire. They're now really in the driving
This is
seat.
the Uber
and they
advantage as
have
well.
an Uber advantage. Bren.
They're moving it in. Uber popped off, leading it into Ali. He leaps into Starkey, trying to bring him down. Sentry gun still a level 1. Sticky's been baited off the point now. As Ali is trying to play it, they need to try and bring down Starkey. Ast moving into the back, but they've already lost 2 players.
Where's
as we
the
see
time
them
on the
moving in.
point?
Mike cannot do it alone.
Where was the time on the point in that push? Where were the scouts playing the point? What were Thalash and Ast doing there? I don't understand. I think they completely threw a great opportunity, but
That was
the
so
nerves,
doable.
the nerves are getting to them. Understandably so as well.
Yeah, this is really so much on the line. Money, pride. No, the title to be the best TF2 team in the world, I think, is going to mean the most to these teams. As we see Crowns trying to retake this Kaptain. He's jumping in. Get a bit of information now. Crowns slowly but surely edging their way into the midpoint.
Raymon's taken quite a bit of damage there and does pop it off really early. Koss desperately trying not to get caught there. Attached to a scout for the added move speed. Is going to be able to wriggle away. And as he gets the really fast regen as well, he's almost back to full health immediately. And now Uber advantage for Full Tilt. If they're able to catch Crowns here, they could roll it forwards as well. I think Ali's going to want to take this, and he's going to want to jump straight into them, but he's being juggled. Ali jumps now, but who's he going to be able to catch? Absolutely nobody there. Crowns vanish.
Absolutely heads-up play by Crowns there. Really well played. Spamming them out, making them force the Uber a little bit earlier than they were anticipating, and now we're left where the roles are reversed, so to speak.
Flip-flopped.
Yeah.
Raymon with the Uber charge advantage of about 50%. How do Full Tilt play this one? Are they going to send a couple of players behind, see if they can abuse the flank that just has Drackk holding it?
Well, they're starting to maneuver their way in. Ali is holding very, very close here. His team in the high ground. Kaptain leaps in, getting a bit of information now. Drackk also trying to move his way through that IT area.
Raymond so far back, keeping himself out of harm's way. And they are going to be able to take this one, I think. Koss's Uber isn't going to be up in time.
It is up now, but at this point, they're just going to be holding on to it.
And now, I believe for the first time in this Golden Cap, Crowns have more control of the map than Full Tilt. Full Tilt had their opportunities, and they squandered them so far. And Crowns going to make the same mistakes.
This is it really now, right down to the wire. 100% Uber. Thalash opting for Spy, maybe checking a few off classes. He is indeed disguising. And it's going to be his signature sniper class now, picking that up. And it's worked before.
He's come out so well so far on process. It's come down a lot to the sniper. He's saved his team from so many situations. Let's see if he can, rather than save them, set them up for the win.
Moving in now. Oh, just misses the shot. He's going to be going for it again.
The trademark little pink hat there.
Yeah, just about misses it. Hits the body shot onto Kaptain, so Kaptain is going to escape heal up. But now Falash maneuvering his way into IT. Edging slowly. Positioning by Crowns.
Oh my god, he's going to be able to get an angle onto Raymon if nobody spots him out.
Drackk has spotted him. Is Mike there to save him? He is indeed. Only a short distance away. And at this point now, Falash, he is working so hard. All the pressure in the world on his shoulders, yeah. So difficult.
There goes a headshot, but it was onto a buff demo man, so it takes him down to 110. He's quickly healed up.
Falash, he's just firing off shots for days, hoping he can hit off at least one of them. A lot of spam being exchanged as well. Crown's happy to just hold on for now.
Positioning from Raymon, if they take control of sewers here full tilt, they would be able to get an angle here onto Raymon. I don't know whether they know that. Ooh. Obviously, we have the advantage being able to see from bird's eye where Raymon's exact positioning is, but Stark is hanging out in sewers as well. Falash now creeping around.
Okay, one pick onto Drackk. Might not be the best pick in the world, but at least it's something now, Kaptain. He does manage to finish Falash. And he is going to get out of his life as well, so really a 1-for-1 trade here. Neither side willing to push in off of it. Starkey now moving in behind them. I don't think they've realized this. He has gotten all the way around, hiding now in this lobby area.
This could be absolutely huge for Crowns. Falash is going to go on spy, see if he can check what shenanigans are happening, but you can't check by going spy to see that
Starkey spotted
Stark is there. He spotted that he's on spy. He doesn't go for him because he knows that if Crowns identify the spy, he's useless anyway. So if he manages to pick another player, it's essentially 6v4. Oh, Alice so weak as well. Koss, he's in behind. Forced to use that Uber charge.
Just about to force
Huge play from Stark. Brilliant stuff from him. He set his team up so well to take this golden cap now.
And this is it. Falash now, he's moving in. They realize there is a spy about.
Yeah, they know it.
Oh, the pre-fire. ESP by Kaptain. Vac in the chat. I'm sure you're already spamming it. I don't need to tell you that. But right now, Crown's moving in. Kaptain, he's leaped in. Mike, see if he can get onto Raymon. Not quite hitting the shots. 2 down now for full tilt. And it's looking a bit shaky as Crowns are moving forward. They might be able to get a second one. Ast in a bit of trouble. Salentes to secure the kill. Hafficool.
Oh, Ali as well.
Ali, can he get out? I think he is going to be able to secure it. He needs to try and get out here.
They have the Uber charge advantage. They're already in onto last as well. Spud there has the Uber charge popped off onto him, Bren.
They're moving in with the Uber.
This could be it.
He's leading it in. This could be it.
Oh, it's it. That's it. Crowns, they take it.
Oh, wow. What a finale. What a series. My goodness. And look at that.
What an amazing series by them. There's Coach Kaidus congratulating Raymon. And that's got to be devastating for full tilt as well. As happy as Crowns are, goodness me, what a series that was. That was absolutely fantastic play. And what it came down to at the end was Stark sneaking in from that upper PC and getting around and calling Falash as well so that he was unable to save it. What an unbelievable tournament we've had. But that is it. Crowns are your victors. They take the first place at Insomnia 58, and they go alongside the previous victors of the I-Series, legendary teams. I mean, WARHURYEAH obviously twice, Epsilon at I-49, and classic mix-up, of course, at I-46. They take their place among the legends.
Really well played.
Unreal tournament.
It's been ridiculous. I can't believe it's over.
I can't believe it's over. It's not quite over. We've got a few more things just to wrap this up, so we'll send it on over to Getawhale.
Little Unreal Tournament joke there. Crowns eSports are your champions of I58. It was exciting. James went through all of his heart medicine, but I think he's okay. Boys, we're going to have a few minutes to break down that final map before we check in. We're going to have interviews with the winners, possibly having a check presentation as well. Twitch chat's loving it. You know, in the same round, to roll out Spy to mid and kind of beef that, but then kind of come back as really the hero in that round.
Yeah.
kind of a nice turnaround for Stark.
It is. I think it's also disappointing for Full Tilt because they really could have won that. Their Uber pushes to last were quite sloppy. Credit to Crowns, they were able to defend it, but I do feel like that Full Tilt didn't really give them much of a challenge. I do have a little diagram here, but obviously to put that onto the camera would be quite difficult, and I can't be bothered to get my laptop out to do any more Tactics TF presentations.
Yeah.
But there are a couple of things that I think that were really good. Sideshow mentioned it, which was the Stark player going behind, just getting the force out and calling the spy. That was really crucial because during those moments are the moments when, and credit to Thalash, is the moment where you wouldn't really suspect a spy.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you've just killed a player and you're in a good position to actually move forward after getting a force. So those are the good positions where you wouldn't expect it. Getting the earlier force on the cost as well was crucial, but I think one of my favourite and one of the best players out of this series for me was Kaptain on Crowns. His after Uber plays were just ridiculous. Like, almost pretty much every single thing that he did was just perfect. There was like really good decision making. Anytime he went aggressive, like, was really well timed and was suitable for that situation as well. So yeah, credit to him as well. I'd probably point him out as probably one of the best players, as well as Stark as well. Stark is probably one of the truest playmakers that you can have in TF2.
Yeah, pretty much. James, you have thoughts?
Yeah, it's a good point you make about Kaptain. Like, across all the maps, even whenever they were getting slammed and losing, he was consistently making good decisions. Like, you saw him when they pushed last in Badlands, etc. He was never dropping down to the point purely. He was always just staying up there and putting out that constant damage. Whereas sometimes, you know, Sil and Mike just went a little bit too far. But he was a real constant, a real rock for the team.
We got logs. We're going to bring them up here real quick. Because, like I say, let's bring up actually the main logs, and not necessarily those golden cap ones. We can look at the golden cap ones afterward, but throughout the tournament, they don't typically tell a huge story. Well, even here, it was an even match, boys.
Ast was incredible as well, once again, but I
5 deaths.
Yeah, I don't know if we can sort it by damage, but I believe Mike will probably be the top on Full Tilt. Yeah, one of the other things that we saw again was that there was just not enough follow-up on what he was doing. He was able to do sort of so much damage, but the problem is he wasn't really alive enough because he was the only one. So I guess it's like, I'd have to go back and look to see if it was maybe a case of Mike going in like solo and not really communicating it properly, or his team just not being in a position where they actually would and not sort of really following his lead confidently. As we were saying, when you have a Raymon that does that amount of damage, to not sort of clean that up is a bit disappointing. Kaptain again, like, sitting on top as well. He was like really good, and having that sort of stability in your combo is something that gives the other players on Crowns the ability to do what they need to do.
Absolutely. I think we can have a look here, perhaps, at... well, do we want to look at the golden cap round one?
I think it's a bit standard. Well, we can do just
It was quite a long
bragging right.
It was fairly long.
It was. I mean, the whole, like, pushing on to last from Full Tilt was very difficult.
Kind of heartbreaking.
It was. I think... I don't know. I can't help but think that they were starting to run out of ideas. Like, relying on a sniper isn't such a bad thing, but there are so many points when you run a sniper, you're obviously trying to play for that pick advantage. They'd have that pick advantage, but they wouldn't do anything. They wouldn't, like, go onto it. Like, if you're going to play around a sniper, have the sniper, but then have your team there, so when he gets a pick, you just go in straight away. Because when they have a sniper, they'll then be more defensive, they'll be more cautious that they've just lost someone. That's the perfect part to hit them. And there were so many situations where, I mean, they kept on Ubering from lobby left. If they just went far right and went slowly with that sniper, give them that space to pick people off. We saw it, Immunity do it against, I believe, Cast mix-up once on i58, and Sheep just sort of tore them apart. If you give your sniper the comfort that he needs, then you can just tear him apart. And I sometimes feel like they didn't give him that ability.
They became really predictable in their last pushes. But also, like, they didn't exploit the fact that there are, like, 3 to 4 doors in there. They always kind of... favoured one entrance, and they made it easy for the defenders. Like, they never really challenged them on the high ground. They always played the point a little bit too early instead of securing the frags, although I heard you saying at one point, go for the point, and I was like, no, go for the frags, but they just seemed to, like, dilly-dally.
Yeah, I think maybe it's a class selection when they went out. I mean, going in with Ali is okay, but I don't know, I kind of feel like it's not sort of as good as a soldier, because the problem with Ubering a demo man in is that as soon as you Uber him, he's going to, like, jump forward. Escaping for a demo man is, like, brutal sometimes because every soldier can predict it. You just wait for them to plant the sticky. As soon as they jump up in the air or anything, you just shoot it away from them. And then they're just doing this weird bunny hop thing where it's like they're trying to do like a bunny hop map, but they're just trying to save their life. With a soldier, it's a lot easier. You have more chances of getting out. But yeah, it's easy for us to sit here and criticize. The main thing I just want to say is that like these two teams, like I think everybody here is like not really too bothered about losing, but well, we'll talk about something else because David was going to yell at me.
Well, we can see here on the screen, 4,250 pounds awarded to Crowns eSports, your i58 TF2 Open champions. Full tilt for their part, 2,100 pounds. And we just saw the champs walk across here. They have one of those beautiful multiplay checks. They're about to present it to Crowns eSports. Our man eXtine has been holding it down all weekend long with interviews. He's got perhaps his biggest and maybe most interesting interview coming up right now. They're just settling in here.
Yeah,
we have the giant novelty pink Doctor's Dapper Topper.
A very ironic thing is that, you know, I have been criticizing about Crowns not pushing, and then they push all the way from last to win I-Series.
They sure did, yep. Well,
I was wrong.
WARHURYEAH, you won't be back next year.
I apologize to
but you know
those that I offended.
we forgive you. Tell you what, eXtine's got the champs, Crowns eSports. Take it away, eXtine.
Yeah, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? Hope you're having a good time, because I know these guys are. They're the brand new champions of the world when it comes to TF2, the winners of the multiplay Insomnia i58 TF2 tournament, and they have to be feeling pretty damn good right now. Since, you know, some of you might not have seen all these wonderful gentlemen in the past, we're going to kick things off with Kaidus, just giving an introduction of every member of his team and saying something short and polite about each of them.
Not really sure what I'm supposed to say about them individually, but it's like to my left it's Stark, Raymon, Hafficool, Kaptain, Spudd, and Drackk with the silly hat on. Midnight Mixed Sun, that's the best thing I can say about him. I can't really say anything about them individually. It's just like a great group at the moment. Obviously, like I'm a coach, I don't really do that much at the end of the day, but really proud of all of them at the moment.
Awesome, awesome. You guys had an awesome series, plenty of rest going into it. Let's throw it to maybe Kaptain. Start picking people at random. What were your guys' thoughts going into this? I mean, you didn't know your opponent, whether it was going to be WARHURYEAH or Full Tilt. Were you guys surprised by that outcome? Were you maybe prepared more for one team or the other, or were you felt like pretty well balanced approaching both of these teams?
We weren't really thinking one team specifically was going to win. Like Full Tilt has this, like, they can be extremely good and they can be a bit worse, but today they played really well against WARHURYEAH, and well, they played really well against us as well.
Nice. Now, also one thing that you guys busted out throughout the LAN had impact at times, definitely. Sometimes it's part of the risk of it. It didn't have an impact, but we had some wonderful spy plays from Starkey. A lot of times showing a lot of patience as well. And the spy is a class that, you know, there's some people that play TF2 that would love to see more spy in sixes, but also the top level pros understand that it takes a lot of patience and it's really hard to effectively use spy. Would love to hear your thoughts on it, how it went for you, and you know how contentious it was sometimes to make that call to go spy.
Well, at LAN you go spy a lot more, just because it's really noisy, as you can probably tell. No one can really hear you decloak, so you can decloak pretty, you know, around the corner, they won't hear you. And also, they're panicking. They're kind of, you know, the blood's pumping, and they're kind of panicking all over the place. And if you keep going spy, they're going to be terrified all the time of spy. You want to talk about the spy to mid?
Yeah.
Yeah, spy to mid. Basically, we looked at the logs. We were like, wow, we're losing all the mid fights. And then we looked at the logs, and we confirmed we lost every single mid fight on process. And there was this thing we've been thinking about for a few seasons now. I'm not sure if you remember. It was 2 seasons ago in ETF2L. Yeah, you probably weren't watching it, you know, Yanks. It was 2 seasons ago, we were playing Badlands versus Full Tilt, and it was pretty much the end of the game. And we decided to not go to mid, and instead I go spy to mid on Badlands. And then I backstabbed the scout capping, and then they were so confused, and they started tilting, and then we just pushed in and won the game. But like ever since then, we've thought this could be a serious strat. Like, it's something that you bust out once every year or something, and just catch people unaware. But unfortunately, it didn't work.
Like, it could have worked a lot better, but like Mike went deep into our sewers like straight away, which basically meant the whole team shit themselves, and we couldn't really do anything with it, and we ended up on a second chasing Mike.
Yeah. If they had won that round, I probably would have asked Mike about that jump and his roll out to mid, because that did pull you guys back, but that's not how it went. I'm here chatting with you wonderful fellas. Part of that final result was you guys were in the hole. You guys made 2 big momentum changes. First off, I mean, losing the first 2 maps, and then rallying and destroying in that map 5-0, getting that win limit. Then once again, you guys faced some obstacles in this last map with getting forced into Golden Cap, and then also being on your back foot and having to play defense. How deep did you guys have to dig for your motivation, and what were like the mental, emotional challenges of this situation?
Okay, so basically, a lot of the time, we don't really hit our peak until we're 2-0 down. I think that's a habit that we seem to have. It happened in the season, this time coming into it. And we just knew that when we got to this situation, it's not unfamiliar for us. We've been in these situations before, and we just dig deep, we listen, we shut up, which is really good. You need to be able to hear, and we just grind it out. We take point after point. Slowly, we work on our advantages, and I think that's what we really did today. I think we're really good at it, definitely.
Nice. Now, of course, like the scout battle is really important. Scouts a big part of the game, big damage dealers, and just a huge pick class. Haffy, I wanted to ask you just your impression of the scouts overall at the LAN, the scouts in this final grand final, and I know for sure that you had some great moments. I'm sure in this final, but also in other matches throughout this LAN.
What I think about the other scouts. I mean, me and Stark are like 2 times better than all of them, I think. Just because Stark's so good, and I'm like way better than Bunny as well, so I don't know.
All right, yeah, that's fair enough. Good answer. So I'm gonna need a volunteer real quick. Somebody who's willing to say something nice about Kaidus, your coach. He's done a wonderful job for you guys, helping you guys out, and I know he's patted himself on the back. You guys should pat him on the back as well. So does somebody want to talk about your experience of having Kaidus with you guys at this event?
Kaidus is an absolute beast. Like, throughout this entire event, his voice has been getting worse and worse. Like, it's been harder and harder for him to even speak to us. And at this point, he thinks his voice is his throat is even bleeding. But without him, like in this event, we wouldn't have got as far, I don't think. Like, he's been such a core component of our team after having built around him for so long. He's an absolute beast again. And we couldn't have done it without him.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, you guys had a wonderful performance, and well, to commemorate this performance, we certainly have your guys' prize right here. A big, wonderful check. The amount. The amount is actually incorrect, thanks to our wonderful sponsors, Scrap.tf, Marketplace.tf, Essentials.tf, and the one not included in this check, OCZ. It is actually for $42.50 is the grand total. So what's the plan for the money? Anybody got anything crazy? You're just gonna like drop it on a trip to Euro Disneyland or anything? Anybody?
I'm going to spend it on recouping the money I blew last night, celebrating the upper bracket final win that almost threw us the upper grand final.
Well, let's just do some shout-outs real quick. I'm sure you guys all have some friends and family that you want to shout out, so we'll just go down the line real quick as we get towards wrapping things up.
Okay, just want to really thank my parents for just like following everything that I do. Midnight Mick on Twitter, he was watching the entire game, the entire LAN. He was watching every single game, I'm pretty sure. Like following, even when we weren't streamed, he was following the logs, keeping up on everything. And yeah, I just like to say thanks to everything.
Shout out to the Brit Mumble, know who you are. And shout out to Hengast. I have to commemorate Hengast. He managed to get into the hotel that we're sharing at 7 a.m. yesterday, and was able to set my alarm for me so that I was able to wake up. So that I didn't sleep in, basically. So shout out to him. Without him, we wouldn't have even made it. So cheers, Chris. Nice one. Cheers.
Shout out to all my friends, all the fans of our team. Shout out to Crowns. A special shout out to my parents, who are probably watching this but have absolutely no idea what's going on, but they're still following it.
Shout out to Quantum, Max, Halo, Nation for just supporting me all the way.
Shout out, same as Drackk and Kaptain said, shout out to my parents as well, because they've been watching every single game that's been played and supporting all the way through. So I'm very glad that they've been watching all the way through here. And shout out to Crowns as well for helping us, sponsor us and everything like that. Yeah.
Shout out to the FM guys, Alex Gubbins and everyone else. I appreciate the support, gang. Cheers.
Shout out to Midnight Mick for giving us constant support on Twitter.
Nice, awesome. Well, once again, guys, congratulations. You're the winners. You did it. You made it all the way. And now you can relax and enjoy the rest of the weekend, I guess. So best of luck to you moving forward. Big winners this year. And, well, for a little bit of a wrap-up here for the production, we're going to throw it back to Getawhale. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, eXtine. Thank you, Crowns, and congrats, Crowns. I'm sure they'll get you a nice new check. You can bring that to the bank. Maybe you can. Tell you what, we're not going to keep you much longer. And so, boys, maybe some personal comments from each of you before I run down the line and do thank yous.
Yeah, thank you to obviously both the teams. And I'm pretty sure that I can speak for everyone when you say, like, nobody really comes here for, like, the glory of winning sometimes. The only thing that you really care about is that you sort of put out a good advertisement for competitive TF2. So I think we have most certainly done that. So thank you all. Thank you all who managed to put up with my shit talk all weekend. And
it's not
please
real.
Love me, Getawhale.
It's not real. I do love him. We'll be spending this evening together. Drinking like friends.
Yeah, maybe
James.
a little bit of kissing.
Don't tell his fiance. James, what do you got?
I'll shout out again to Dashner. You know, he was pretty much responsible for the vast majority of organizing this event. Just denied at the last minute.
Yep.
Of course, everybody here in the production for covering my ass and my unprofessionalism throughout the 3 or 4 days we've been here so far. And a big shout out to the crowd, the people who turned out to watch it live.
Yep.
Everybody who showed up, the BYOC, the spectators, everybody has been just a pleasure to talk to. And there will be plenty more talking and drinking tonight.
Yep. Well, I'll tell you what, for me, I'm obviously appreciative. I mean, want to thank the sponsors and whatnot, including Scrap and Marketplace TF, OCZ, and all the rest. Multiplay deserve a shout out for having us here. I mean, they keep doing it. We must be doing something right. All of our team, of course, we mention it. I mean, you guys, casters, including Arcs and Beta that were here yesterday, analysts, behind the scenes, you know, audio, camera, the people observing and doing kind of the dirty work that you don't necessarily see. Give love. I mean, Twitch chat's doing it. All the love coming through there. And plus Dashner, of course, the legend who couldn't be here. The interviewers as well, you know, eXtine. Players for making it the best iSeries, I don't know, maybe contender for best ever in terms of TF2. You guys for watching, and that includes the people behind me who have been here all weekend long, filling the seats and watching in person. And that includes you on Twitch TV. If you couldn't be here, don't worry about it. You don't want to come here eventually, maybe, if you can. But
I don't think they're the kind of people that would.
Well, just shouting out Twitch chat right at the very end.
Honestly, I'm one of those people, and I'm incredibly uncomfortable and afraid.
Well, Twitch chat and the people here for continuing to support the international scene that is TF2. As far as we're concerned, there's never been a better time to get involved in competitive TF2, especially with Valve now officially supporting 6v6. You know, a lot of people say a lot of things, but there are several leagues still. You can see, I mean, if it's your first time watching competitive TF2 today, it's a thrill. We love it. There are some resources you can check out. Faceit actually just recently started supporting TF2. Faceit is a huge community. They're known for CSGO and Dota, some other esports. So check that out as well. Playcomp.tf. I'm sure someone in chat will paste it and flood it. It's a really good resource where you can find out what all the leagues are. It's free. TF2 is a free game. You got nothing to lose. Everyone here today, including Crowns Esports, they all started somewhere. So download Steam, get TF2, check it out. But in the meantime, that's about it for us. Yeah, well, thank you for watching all weekend long.
You're looking
iSeries.
if I had something else to say.
I just like you, War. I just like you.
He deserves a shout out.
David the Win.
He stepped up.
Yeah, guys, you're going to want to get banned from chat with all the hearts. You'll get banned from chat for emotes. Put hearts for David the Win. Stepped up in a really big way and put it down this weekend. He's the guy. Yeah, that's right.
Although I've tried as hard as I can to make him really pissed off that he would actually raise his voice over the production headphones, and he's still yet to do it.
He's not built that way. Well, I'll tell you what, that is about it for us. But do you know what? TF2 is not going anywhere. We will see you next year for iSeries. It will be right here on Team Fortress TV. Take care. We'll see you next time.
I'd like to mention is this. You guys have such an amazing community. If every game had what you guys put into it, we would have so many fantastic games because you support each other, you cry with each other, you laugh at each other, you laugh with each other, you support each other, and you put money into teams to bring them here. Brilliant.
If i43 is now the home of TF2, I now think these steps should now be known as the TF2 steps. The TF2 steps. TF2 steps!
Wait, I've got a new interview technique. You guys have a conversation, I'll just hold the mic in front.
I like to say that you just get me a taste for more. That's how you got big man. You want some more?
Have I started? At least they're both cleanly shaven.
Every time, Lang! That's the 6th time! The 6th time today! Oh my god! Lens cap, every time! Every time! I must have recorded an hour worth of footage with the lens cap on!
Enjoy yourself, and TF2 is great. It's not dead!
Come on, Urch is mad. Now he's not mad. Good job, son. We'll get you into the time. We'll get you into school.
Tell me what school life. Let them bully you at school now, Sideshow. Do I stand up for myself?
I was going on the i49
Oh yeah,
exclusive movie.
I've recruited a lot of
Get that involved.
Shit, actually sold out, man.
None of us are quitting TF2 because we dislike the game or that we are burnt out and hate the whole experience. We just can't justify spending all the time we have without the game being big enough to give us something back. If TF2 does go somewhere, it's like the players. You never quit TF2. Maybe they'll go on in latter years and create something even better, but it won't be the same. All I can hope is that people receive it with the same amount of passion as we'll have creating it. This isn't going to save TF2, but this is going to make everybody who plays and watches TF2 happy and excited to watch. And at the end of the day, that's worth it.
So there we have it. It will be an all-American affair for the grand final. As a quick cutting, massive sticky from Numlock. It's close. It's good boy. Only could be. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Taking this second round. Oh, the overtime. And I bring up the second overtime. Oh, my God. Oh, you done this. Go. I see grand final. Tacto, putting so much damage around that. Oh my goodness, Tech, that is unreal. And for your Tech, they're knocked into the lower bracket. What an insane narrative for this line.
It's Kaptain already. This is pretty much all on the line for them right now. The Citrigan getting spammed out from afar right now. All they need to do is
There's 4 players left alive there for Brilliant Tech. Paddy looks like he doesn't know what's going on.